January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And look at the intense focus on Magnus's face. What a performance it has been.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back. The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so.
We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Foreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title. Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Look at Pragg.
He smells blood and he is not letting this game go.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Welcome, everybody, to the first major over-the-board classical tournament of the year, the Wimbledon of chess. It is the Tata Steel Chess Masters 2023. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, International Master Tanya Sachev. Tanya, pleasure to be working with you on this event.
Robert, I'm thrilled to be here for what is the most prestigious event of the chess calendar, and what a lineup we have. The action that's about to come up, I think this is a unique edition of the Tata Steel because of the amazing mix of players that we have, and I can't wait for the action.
It is the 85th edition of this tournament. Let's dive into its tremendous history. It's the first year was 1938. It's unbelievable to say that. And while it moved to Wijk aan Zee in 1968, Tanya, it's been the home of champions, right? Look at that list of names.
Just amazing stuff. I mean, when you think of the greats of chess, they've all won this event and gone on to show their medal, Robert. And of course, we've got Magnus, who's also won the event 5 times. And this is the reason why this is known as the Wimbledon of chess. Just the great tradition of Tata Steel, of Wijk aan Zee to host this tournament. 2022 was such a dramatic year. We saw amazing chess and online speed chess formats. And now it's time to slow the pace down, to start the year with the classical format, with what is the biggest event of the year.
It's true, and we have 14 hungry competitors in this year's edition. And as you said, a great mix of players, because as we look at these faces on screen here, we have several former champions, Magnus Carlsen, the top left, all the way down to Jordan van Foreest in the bottom right. But Tanya, we also have these Indian teenagers, your compatriots. You know them very well. So a lot of hungry teenagers in the mix with some of the more veteran players.
I'm so excited to see them in action, Robert. It's not just them. I mean, this is the youngest edition of the Tata Steel Masters. We've got 5 players in the field who are younger than 20 years. And of course, the Indian Brigade with Pragnananda, with Arjun and Gukesh, but not just them, the standout performer from the Olympiad. We've got Nordibek Abdusattorov, as well as the German prodigy, Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought all of their names up because we will be discussing them throughout the show. But let's not forget about Fabiano Caruana over there, right? He is a former champion. Levon Aronian has won this event 4 times. But as you mentioned, it's all about Magnus Carlsen and his dominance in Wijk aan Zee. He returns for the 2023 edition as an 8-time champion. He won last year. And well, his runner-ups, one player is notable in particular. Anish Giri, he's always in that next place, second place. But Magnus Carlsen has been just superb in Vaikonze.
And here's a fun fact, Robert, that before, everyone who was tied for the first place was in fact a joint winner. But only in the recent editions did they have the playoffs. And Anish has actually been a huge victim of that because he's gone on to play the tie for the first place twice, once against Magnus, which he lost out, finished second, and then the very famous one against Jordan Van Foreest in 2021, which he again lost on tie breaks and lost the championship.
That was a heartbreaker. I was commenting that with Sopiko Gurmashvili, Anish Giri's wife, and it was a sad sight to see as he just made that mistake nearing that little bit of increment at the end. But Jordan Van Foreest was a deserving champion. But Magnus Carlsen, the 8-time champion, he returns to Vaikonze. And let's note what the format is, because it's a bit different than most of the round robins you see, because this is a longer event, Tanya, more grueling, 13 rounds for these 14 players. And one player, just one, earned their spot here by winning a tournament. And, well, I think you know a thing or two about that player.
Indeed, it's Arjun Aragasi who won the Tata Steel Challengers event and then qualified. So he's not one of the invited participants. He qualified, earned his spot to play in the Masters this year. Not just Arjun. In fact, great players from India like Hari Krishna, Vidit and Adiban have won the Challengers section before, making Arjun the 4th Indian to win the Challengers last year. And it's going to be really fun to see what he does amongst the big boys this year, because we all know the phenomenal performance that Arjun has had in 22. He's one of those players who suddenly broke out in the scene and there was no stopping him.
Well, some of the players in this field would like to stop him, but you are right. He was a breakout performer along with the likes of Nordibek Abdusattorov and some of these, teenagers that are in the field. So let's talk about the pairings, because round one is set to begin very shortly. We have so many good matchups. I don't even know where to take us. So what's the first matchup that catches your eye, Tanya?
I mean, look at these two absolute best players of the world fighting each other. This is the El Clasico of chess. Magnus Carlsen, the reigning world champion in all three formats, in Rapid, Blitz, and the Classical, is taking on Levon Aronian. You mentioned an interesting point earlier, Robert, that Magnus has won the Tata Steel 8 times. Levon is the other player who's won it most number of times after Magnus, 4 championships. Well, there's one player who's won it 5 times, Robert. And that is none other than Vishwanathan Anand, who's currently not in the field, but he is in Vaikonze right now.
Yes, he is. I saw that photo. He was with the other Indian players. So speaking of them, we have a matchup between Praggnanandhaa and Arjun Erigaisi in the very first round. So I know your loyalties are split here. You can't root for anybody in general. But what do you make of that matchup where Praggnanandhaa has the white pieces? I mean, Arjun was the breakout performer, but Praggnanandhaa has beaten Magnus many times, at least in the online events.
I mean, this is going to be one hell of a match between this all-Indian face-off. Pragg taking on Arjun in the very first round. Now, Pragg has sort of established himself amongst the elite, but that has been in the Rapid format. Going back to his 2022 season of the Champions Chess Tour, he feels right at home. While this is actually the first time for Arjun playing in the Tata Steel Masters, an invitational elite event, Pragg has also played in the 2021 edition. So I think even though Pragg is younger than Arjun at 19 and Pragg currently 17 years old, Pragg's the one who's got a little more experience in this event.
Wow, the irony, the age belies the experience. But let's look at the players, because they're on screen. They're here. They're in the playing hall in Vaikonze, and I see on the screen there, that's Richard Rapport. He has the white pieces against Nordibek Abdusattorov, and Nodirbek is looking sharp right now.
He's all suited up. Not just him. I also see Vincent on our screen, absolutely ready to go. And one player I'm looking forward to seeing in action is Ding Liren. We just haven't watched enough of him. He's had difficulties playing from China, so it's kind of nice to have him back. And we saw a little applause there, and that usually happens in Vaikonze when there's a guest who comes in, makes a special move, and the inauguration. Robert, I'm so happy to see a full hall here, because this is what Vaik is known for. This is what this event is known for. But in 2021, and 22, because of COVID reasons, we didn't have so many spectators and media. But today and this year, it's a full house. And there we have handshakes.
And we are going to have the first moves, but what you said is completely true. We see spectators in the background. It is a beloved event. It is a true chess festival. They call it the Wimbledon of chess for a reason. And we have Magnus Carlsen, the 8-time champion in Vaikonze, taking on Levon Aronian, a 4-time champion in his own right. The opening move's just getting underway, but it is true that it's great to see everybody back in the building, all of the amateur sections and the challenger section, the winner of which makes their way to the Masters next year. So I love to see all of the friendly faces in Vike, but no longer are the players friendly, Tanya. It is game time.
It's game time, and I don't know about opening surprises, Robert, but the one thing that's already surprised me is just how sober Levon Aronian's fashion choices today. That's not something we're used to. We love the bright shirts, we love the big prints, but the first opening surprise here by Levon Aronian with a new style statement.
Well, I think he's just going to show that it's both a great honor to play against Magnus Carlsen, but it's never particularly pleasant, especially when you have the black pieces. And Levon has chosen, Queen's Gambit decline setup. If we just go through the position, we can see that his pawn is on d5. Magnus still has his pawn on c4. So we are getting the Catalan opening from Magnus Carlsen. It's something that he worked on for his World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He continues to play it to this day. And, well, their players, they're just getting started. You can see them making those slow moves. And finally, that pawn on c4 is captured, Tanya.
Yeah, indeed, this was the opening that we saw in Dubai in the World Championship match between Magnus and Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he hasn't stopped since to employ the Catalan with quite a bit of success. We see the move Queen c2. He wants to pick up the pawn on c4 with the Queen a6 played. So if you don't do that right now, Black will go b5 and defend the pawn.
That's right. So Queen takes c4 will be met by b5 anyway. That's why Magnus plays a4. And something we've seen from Magnus more and more is this willingness to, be down material for a little bit, play this Catalan style, control the center. But after bishop d7, it feels like it is time for queen takes c4. And there's just one thing to note here, Tanya. There's sometimes this trick with bishop to b5. It's a funny little tactic. It doesn't work out here. That's why the bishop parked on c6. But if we can just show really quickly that bishop b5, if you take this bishop, you actually fall victim to a problem with this rook hanging on c1 and this queen under attack on c4. So just a little blitz trick for those of you at home, and especially if this knight were ever to venture to d2, let's say just throwing a random move, knight d2, then comes bishop b5, because behind the queen is a hanging pawn on e2, and you still have this problem where if you capture on b5, your rook on a1 is loose.
That's such a nice tactical trick, Robert, especially as you mentioned for bullet and for blitz. You go bishop b5, pretend that it's a mouse slip, but indeed it's not. But of course, this is classical, and the players are not going to fall for this. Bishop on c6 is where you want to place this bishop when you're not playing for tricks, because you have to challenge that bishop on g2, which is the monstrous Catalan bishop. If Black succeeds in trading that off, happy camper.
Exactly. The bishop on g2, usually the strongest piece on the board. And so that bishop is well placed on c6. And we know what white wants, to eventually play e4. But because of the bishop's placement, that's very, very difficult to make work with both the bishop and knight staring at the center. So Levon Aronian, he had a tough year in 2022 over the chessboard. Had some happy occasions in his personal life, of course. He is a new father. He's one of two fathers in the field, along with Anish Giri. But at least in terms of his classical chess, Tanya, it was a rough year. The Olympiad in Chennai did not go his way. He had a great time. The people were so friendly, and he really enjoyed the atmosphere. But his rating took a big hit.
Lev is probably one of the most creative players of all time, one of the chess greats, and it has been a disappointing past year for him. Also, the federation move, I think there was just so much going on in his personal life. So he's here to really prove a point, Robert. I think this tournament means so much for him to really make that comeback. He's 40 years old. He is the oldest player in the field, and his opponent, Magnus Carlsen, the 8-time winner, the world champion, is 32 years old, actually the second oldest player in the field.
Yes, no, that's really wild to think about. When Magnus Carlsen is one of the oldest players in the field, time has passed, because he's been the #1 rated player since 2011. It's been a long time since Magnus Carlsen took that throne, and Levon Aronian has been at the absolute top for many years as well, for decades. And I think most of the chess world would like to see him bounce back from a rough chess year in 2022. But he has his focus on the board. He is trying to figure out how to continue this position. But what's interesting is after Magnus Bishop G5, sorry, that was on me. I didn't load the move there, that this knight can at some point be captured on F6, right, Tanya? Because E4 is White's plan. Don't take your eyes off of Bishop takes F6, especially if Knight C3 is on the board, allowing for E4 next.
You definitely want to go for that center control. So Bishop G5, 8-6 doesn't really help because you kind of provoke White to do what you want. And it's interesting to see that Magnus already walks up, gets up, takes a little round around to check out some other boards. So feeling relaxed, and Levon goes into a bit of a think after Bishop G5. That surprises me, and I wonder if Bishop G5, Robert, is maybe not the most popular move in this position.
You know, it could be one of those moments where, I mean, it has been played many times. I've faced it myself, but it's just one of those situations where what does Magnus want in this game? Because, you know, as you know, of course, as such a high level player who's still very competitive. I saw you there at the Olympiad. I know, you know, you were out there performing really well, but, you know, these type of decisions, right? It's like, what does Magnus want from me today? What is he going for? So I think Levon is just going to take a little bit of time, get settled in this tournament. So, Tanya, while he does that, what do you say? We go to the bird's eye view and find a new game to check out?
What I'm also gonna say is, Robert, you were the captain of the US women team. So you mentioning the Olympiad still breaks my heart at times because the memory of that still hurts. But yes, we should move on and take a look at some of the other openings that are going on. And do you want to check out what's happening in the other clash of the age here? We've got the two big youngsters now. There's such great narratives and storyline in this event. One of them is, of course, these established elite, these very top players in the world. How do they handle this new wave of talent, this new generation that is so hungry for success? But the other part is also to see how this new generation plays against each other. They're compatriots, they're colleagues, but they're also friends. There's such strong, healthy competition between them. So it's going to be interesting to see who does better than who. And we've got Pragg against Arjun to start that off. So let's jump over to that one.
Okay, let's go right in. The battle of the youngsters, the teenagers. And just so everybody knows, you know, the memory that Tanya just unleashed is when I was coach of the U.S. women's team in the final round, we were playing against you, and you won that rook endgame in that round. And of course, for my team, I was heartbroken. But then you and I, we went, you know, out afterwards, and I forgave you the night of. So, you know, it was okay.
I'm not talking about that one, Robert. I'm talking about this year in Chennai, the final round that we had, the Indian women team fighting for the gold medal, and we played against the US women team, and we actually lost that match. And it was the only game that I lost at the Olympiad. I eventually had to settle. We had to settle for the bronze as well as the individual bronze. So still some heartbreak moments, but it's good. It's nice of you to remind me of the earlier matchup. So there has been some India versus US a rivalry going on at the Olympiad.
Indeed, but right now it is India versus India on this board between the youngsters, Praggnanandhaa and Arjun here. So we have a pretty classical Grunfeld setup. So we can go back and just go through the moves of how we got here. Nothing too major, nothing too special out of the norm of the Grunfeld has occurred. D5 strikes in the center. Now when White plays E4, Black is enticed to take. And we get the 2 pawns in the center for White versus just 1 for Black. But what does Black get in turn? It's Bishop G7, pawn C5, just trying to target this long diagonal. So Tanya, as we see this game develop, this classical system with Bishop C4 and Knight E2, to my eyes, this all looks very familiar.
Indeed, it does, and this is such a topical way to play, such a popular way to play this opening for both sides. And you mentioned White controlling the center, but the drawback of that is that these pawns can immediately become targets as well. I love the way that Black actually goes on and proceeds to develop the 2 bishops, fan shadows them so that one of them can attack D4, the other one on B7 targets the E4 pawn. So White has got to be careful. Yes, you've got a great center, but it can often become a point of play for Black. White has to decide when to push these pawns. Do you go E5? Do you go D5? Which bishop do you block? It's a very dynamic opening, the Grunfeld, and I love that the 2 players are fighting it out in this one because this goes to show that this is going to be a big game.
It certainly is. And oftentimes Black gives up a pawn, or at least allows white to take a pawn on c5. And just a couple moves ago, that was indeed possible when black played the move b6. Just to show everybody that d takes c5 would win a pawn, because the bishop does protect the square, but you don't actually really get all that much for it, because when black plays queen c7, if you say, give me this pawn, all of a sudden these lines are open for black's pieces. You have isolated pawns, so you are ahead by one pawn, but you see the evaluation says level, zeros, and the players know that. So that is why white doesn't get greedy in the early going. Instead, after b6 is let's continue the development. The strong central pawns are more important than the material.
Yeah, that's too much activity to give up center. You can't afford to get greedy in modern chess. It's really all about the initiative. And in those kind of positions where white would go for the pawn, it would be black with all the play and the activity. Black has just made the move e6, so making sure that the bishop on c4 is blunted. And plus, it's also against the move d5, because now that would just go on to create a weakness. You can still pick up the pawn on c5, but I think it doesn't matter at all, Robert. Black doesn't need to bother. Even queen d2 is an option. But even the line that you just mentioned, step away with the queen and play for the activity, still holds strong.
Yes, it does. And this move d5, you want to play it if you could play pawn to c4 afterwards. That way you have a protected passed pawn in the center. But with the bishop on c4, you may just lose a pawn, because the move d5 may run into knight a5 with tempo. And then because this bishop on b7 is nicely placed, the pawn may just fall. So look at this, f3 from Prognondo. We have very solid play. I think people are misled when they think about young players, like always tactics. And we know both these players have vicious tactical minds. Arjun Erigaisi, I remember that blitz game in particular against Fabiano Caruana, where he unleashed a vicious attack and defeated him. It was at the Grand Swiss, the Tal Memorial Blitz tournament, where Arjun performed very well. So, I mean, we think of these wonderful tactical sequences, but at the end of the day, they're well-rounded chess players. Just because they're young doesn't mean they can't play solid chess with a healthy center. And for black, playing with the bishop pair, staring at that white center.
I think what makes their style really unique and universal is that they're extremely aggressive players who play fearless chess, but very often the aggression and the attacking style is based on a very solid positional foundation. You'll never see them go completely crazy and without finishing development, without keeping everything in control to play, to just go all out in a position. And that's what we see Prog do here. He's made sure that the center is kept intact. I like the move f3. It just makes sure that the bishop on b7 does not get too active, does not get too strong. Robert, this is going to develop slowly, but I am predicting this one to be quite the combative fight in the middle game. An interesting thing about these two players in Vike is that they're there with a bit of company. We've got Arjun, who's there along with his longtime trainer, a good friend, who was also part of the national team as the captain, Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan, who, by the way, is a Catalan expert, but we'll get back to that later. So he's there along with Arjun. He does accompany him to several events. He's quite a big support. While Prog is also there with his longtime trainer, RB Ramesh. Not just Ramesh, Prog's younger sister, Vaishali, who is part of the national Indian women team, one of the very big upcoming stars of in women chess, is playing in the challengers alongside Prog here.
It's a really good thing to point out, because on one hand, it's always great to be surrounded by friends, especially at a chess tournament that's so long and grueling like this one, but to be surrounded by family as well, that is very wonderful. And these two players, they're friendly. Of course, they know each other quite well at this point. And as you mentioned, a certain special guest is in Vaikonze as well. Vishwanathan Anand photographed with those players. So a lot of company there. But at the end of the day, chess is an individual game, and the result is fully on their young shoulders. So we'll leave Arjun to it after the move f3. He has a lot to figure out how to play. Maybe rook c8, take on d4 at the right moment. You don't want to do it too early and then play for the queen side. But it's clear that he is going to spend some time at this moment. So let's go to the bird's eye view. Take a look at our 7 boards. We can see in the top left, Magnus Carlsen did take that knight on f6. Levon Arain provoked him into doing it with the move pawn h7 to h6. So we have a bishop traded for a knight, but the e4 square, that's where the fight is going to be. Tanya, I'm looking at the second game from the left in the bottom row, Jordan van Forest against Wesley So. Both these players have won this tournament before, but we have a queenless position there. So a typical Catalan line, but without queen, so maybe not so much tactical flair. And honestly, the game in the middle, in the bottom row, Richard Rapport against Nordibek Abdusattorov, that looks like an old school Vienna type position, but there's a black pawn on F5, which almost looks like, that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, that one looks like a lot of fun. And just speaking about Wesley, we mentioned how Levon's looking to have a good performance in this one. It's been a while. Wesley also mentioned that after his win in the Global Championship, that he wants to focus and improve his classical results because he had a shaky year. So Wesley's also in Tata Steel to try and really start the year well, set the tone for the rest of the year. But this is where the action is. The two very creative players here in the field, Nordibek against Richard Rapport. Richard with the white pieces. I have to say, Robert, in modern chess, I would say that Richard is perhaps the most creative player that I know of. His chess is always so exciting.
It is, because he plays like the most random openings, sometimes objectively dubious openings, but he makes fireworks happen. And he, is a player that is just creative by nature. He loves that kind of style, but sometimes it can, in fact, backfire. And look at this position right now. I'm not saying that Richard's in trouble because it's so early in the game, but I do think we have to analyze this position just from the first few moves, because you don't see the move F4 in the style of the King's Gambit, in this case, the Vienna game, played at the highest level that often. And I know if Danya was here, he would be so happy because he is a big proponent of the Vienna game. But F4 by Richard Rapport, he's showing no fear. And it's a romantic style of chess.
And I really like that Nordibek did not back down. He didn't go into a long thing, but he's gone on to show that, you know what? Yes, you play something random. You play something that I wasn't expecting, old school and aggressive, but I'm ready for it. The thing with these openings often is, Robert, if Black knows what to do and how to respond, you can get out of it without too much trouble. So let's take a look at how Nordibek went on to handle this opening surprise by Richard.
Yeah, he did not take this pawn F4, which hands white the center. Instead, he fights for the center himself with the move D5. This is the principled way to play, because now we have tension between these pawns in the center. White takes on E5, gives up the E4 pawn, and Queen F3 is played. That may look very strange, but Black has the immediate threat of Queen H4 check. This is why you don't like to move or lose your F pawn. That's the golden pawn. And Queen H4 check would be a threat, so there's a Queen F3 is played. So if you give this check, White simply has the move Pawn G3 to block it. So F5. Tanya, I've never seen this move before in this opening. And already, as of move 5, I am watching a new position unfold for me personally.
And that is amazing because we don't see that or hear that often, Robert. I mean, you're a grandmaster. You would have seen everything under the sun. And to say that in move 5, Black plays a move that hasn't happened before, maybe you can get a confirmation if this is indeed a novelty or not. But definitely not a position that we see every day or even close to that in high-level chess. F5 played, so you want to really reinforce that knight on E4. What is happening here? White has the option to go en passant, but I wouldn't do that because that just seems like it would help Black to develop further.
Yeah, taking on F6, the knight can just take back, and this queen is misplaced, right? We typically don't like moving our queen out so early. When this bishop develops and the king castles, the queen is in line with the rook. This bishop can come to G4. It's a moment with tempo as well. So that is why instead of taking on F6 and opening up the board more, he went D3, forcing the exchange on C3. And after it takes back, look at this, D4. Already we see a pawn on C3 threatened. If you take on D4, thank you very much. In comes the queen, which hits the rook in the corner and the pawn on E5, a double attack, winning material on the spot. So this is not an easy moment for Richard. I really think that this position is complicated in a way that he needs to figure out, am I going to give up this pawn on C3? Maybe that's not the end of the world. But how is he going to keep the pawn on E5 that's a bit overextended? That's the big question that I have, Tanya.
I mean, I love D4. Has D4 been played already?
Yeah, I'm looking at as well in the past. This position has happened 30 times at the master level, at least. So it's not brand new, but it is very rare. And I wonder, what the level of those players are, because if we're being honest, these 2,700 plus players, sometimes they cut the ratings off where they're like only looking at games from other grandmasters, but they have to be looking at all games because this move D4, it's getting sharp. And I mean, look at this, knight C6 next. This pawn E5 is such a target.
Such a target. And if you go c4 trying to keep things close, black also has the option to give a check on b4, which would force you to either move the king or intercept the check with the bishop. Either ways, you will lose all rights to castle for the rest of the game. Not something that you want. Even after c takes d4, as you were pointing out, queen d4 with a double attack on e5 and a1, which makes me think that white has to find a way to defend the c3 pawn. And a move like bishop d2, just developing, trying to keep the c3 pawn under control, hoping that you take it. I go bishop c3, defend the e5 pawn. Maybe bishop d2 is something that Richard needs to consider here.
Yeah, bishop d2 definitely comes to mind. I'm still so worried about this pawn e5, but maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe white can slide queen g3, play knight f3 like that. And maybe, Tanya, it's not the end of the world if you give up the c3 pawn, because while black is gaining material, it's cost him some time. So queen g3, then knight f3, play in a sacrificial romantic style. He did play the Vienna, Tanya, so I feel like it's not out of the question that he gives up some material in the first 10 moves.
I completely agree. You can't play the Vienna gambit and then just be like, I'm going to play slow and defend all my pawns. You've got to go all out. You say A, you say B. You say Vienna, you got to go all out. Queen g3, give up that c3 pawn. Lots of ideas here. Richard having a think. Interesting that he decided to go for this line, but in fact, Nodibek's the one who's put him in a think tank right now. Richard, do we have a move d4? Do we have a move after d4?
No, we don't have a move from Richard here, and that's not a great sign. When you play an offbeat opening, that's not really chosen at the highest level that often, and then you're the one thinking. Now, he hasn't spent that much time, and we see the players at the board. Richard just trying to calculate what to do, but that's what he's doing, right? He's calculating, at least it seems that way, not relying on engine prep and memory. So that's good as a chess fan. But if you're the chess player, Tanya, we know that feeling very well. When we are out of our prep and our opponent makes a pretty move like d4, attacking stuff, cutting off the pawns from each other, I feel like he's might be a little bit worried.
100%. I mean, if this was blitz or rapid, you would be shaking right now. But the good thing is that this is a classical time control. You've got the time to actually navigate and look through your problems. And I like that Richard has slowed down. He's not trying to play mind games by continuing to play fast. He acknowledges that d4 is not part of his prep. It's something that's taken him by surprise. It's a critical moment. He needs to make a commitment here. Does he give up the pawn? Does he try to defend it, but go into a position where he would be behind development? Some big questions for Richard to answer here. But knowing Richard's style of play, Robert, I think he isn't going to shy away from playing for the initiative. I like your idea of going queen g3. Maybe we can take a look at the positions that arise after a move like that. You take on c3, knight f3, continue with your development. You go bishop e2, you go short castle, and you play this position. It's an option.
Yeah, the engine at first doesn't like it, but maybe there's a different way to play, because I see here after dc3, the eval bar says it's still pretty level, and the players don't know that, right? We have the benefit of looking, and I'm guessing that the move actually starting with bishop e2, because that threatens bishop h5 check. It's a tempo gaining move, and this is way too intricate. Like, I would never, without the help of the eval bar off the side, think about moving my bishop first, because knight f3 seems so logical. The square was just cleared. But actually, if knight c6, I think white is in fact going to play the move bishop to h5 check. And you see the evaluation go sky high.
Wow.
Because if you play g6, thank you very much. Let's sacrifice a piece. And your king is being hunted very quickly, caught in the center. And it's already just completely winning for white. The reason why is after king d7, give me more pawns. The king has to go back and forth. So at minimum, white has the draw. But I think the simple answer is e6 check. Your king has to go up, because if it goes to the side, there's bishop to g5, winning the queen. And if you go up to d6, I'm sure e7 check is just winning, because you have to take, and still bishop g5, winning that queen.
That is destruction on the board. I mean, I love this idea of going queen g3, bishop e2, develop your pieces and threaten the bishop on h5. Richard still having a long think here. I wouldn't. I have a feeling, Robert, that he's actually considering where he wants to put his queen. Has he made his choice? Not yet, because you also do have the option to go queen g3 or to go. That queen g3 looks really nice. Where else are you going to put the queen?
No, queen g3 seems just the most logical. Keeps the bishop stuck in place because the pawn on g7 would be hanging. It protects e5 at the same time. But this, like, bishop e2 leading the way, it's not really intuitive, I would say, just because we tend to want to bring our pieces as advanced as possible. And the e2 square isn't that appealing by itself. But then when you think about bishop h5 check, it starts to make some sense. But again, Richard didn't prepare this. He's trying to figure it out at the board. So I feel like it's really, really hard to come up with that without the help of that eval bar off the side of the screen. Tanya and I don't have the specific moves. We just have the bar. But still, that is a huge hint for us as commentators versus the players who are just like, I don't know, I might already be worse. And the answer is he's not worse at the moment, but he may be in the next few moves.
But the eval bar makes it pretty clear that d4, in fact, is the right direction for black to go for. So one gets the feeling that Nordebek had some idea how to handle this position. He sort of blitzed out his moves so far, not taken that much time after being surprised with the Vienna. And I like that. I like d4. Big questions. Robert and I feel that white has got this idea to go queen g3 and continue with development, but that is very committal because you are sacrificing a pawn. Richard needs to take this call. Robert, should we go back and take a look at what is happening on some of our other boards?
Let's do that indeed. So Richard has a lot to figure out. So do some of the other players. And as we look across the screen here, Parham Maghsoodloo against Vincent Keymer in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. That looks like a ready type of position, out of the English, kind of a Benoni structure, colors reversed. Where else have we not looked? The bottom left, Gukesh against Ding Liren. That looks like a very standard position where no pieces have been traded, Tanya. And then in the top right, Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces in sort of like a Queen's Gambit accepted type of position. I would think those colors would be reversed, in fact, but it's Fabiano who doesn't go with his standard e4 or d4, but he actually pushed the c-pawn early.
Yeah, a queen's gambit type of position, but white still hasn't committed the d pawn. But very interesting that these two, again, we've been talking about compatriots playing against each other, with Magnus taking on Lev, Pragg taking on Arjun, and I think this is also one such matchup with Fabi with the white pieces against Anish. These are two heavy favorites here. The two of the world's best players fighting this, starting the Tata Steel with quite a fighting match. And now this kind of a position, Robert, whenever we see it, it feels like white really hasn't done much. You haven't really advanced your pieces beyond the third rank. None of your pawns are controlling important squares. Wait, why is white playing so passive? But actually, these positions do have a lot of poison. There's slow starts, but white has got so much flexibility. You can decide to put your c1 bishop on b2. There are plans with b3 bishop b2. The diagonal is still open. The one advantage of not having pushed the d pawn. Meanwhile, black does have activity with moves like c5, but you still need to castle. Again, these are slow positions, but just because they don't look scary, it doesn't mean that we won't have a rich middle game. I like it when white's bishop lands on b2, the queen goes to c2, the rook comes to d1, the rook comes to c1. At some opportune moment, you can decide to go d4. Lots of plans to play for here for white.
No, I like the way you just described the position because I feel the same way. I look at him like, did white even move yet? Did black get a couple free turns? But you mentioned the king is still in the center for black, so that will take a couple turns. And I would also note this pawn on b5 sticks out. So while white doesn't have a single piece past the third rank, black has a pawn that is extended quite far, which means a timely a4 could in fact be a problem for black. And just to put a position on the board, it's not about the evaluation right now. It's about a theme. That if black were to play b4 and this knight had to move, say, back to b1, look at the c4 square. Look at the b3 square. These are squares that are white for the taking. And whether this d pawn goes to d3 or d4, this pawn can go to b3. And eventually, white can take over the c4 square and the c file as a whole, where there's a backwards pawn that a rook can stare at. So this is a big moment in the next couple of turns where if white does play a4, if that's Fabi's choice, Anish will have to figure out what to do with his b5 pawn, because playing c6 gives you an ugly bishop. It looks like a pawn back there, but playing b4 gives it the light squares. So I think now's the time, Tanya, for Fabi to play a4.
Very nice. I actually think you're right. Like a4 is a plan that you have, but maybe it's the moment already taking advantage of black's lack of development because black has gone on to push the a6, b5 pawns, creating some weakness. It's a bit give and take. You've got to be careful of those pawn moves. a4 immediately directs it, but then Fabi has to be okay with bringing that knight back to b1. He is taking his time. He is having a think right now. Does he want to commit with a4? Does he want to wait here? Again, the position looks harmless, but I would take white here in this opening. Just feels like more plans for white here to try and create weaknesses in black's camp.
Right, and I think you were illustrating this better than anyone could, that the move d4 is so tempting because why not push your pawn 2 squares, take control? But you refrain from it, and I think that's the right decision from a practical standpoint because oftentimes black can play c5 and gives black an immediate target in the center. Trades are being offered, and I really am partial to this move a4. d4 is good, b3 is good. All of these are options, but I think I like the style that you and I are coming up with instead of playing d4 so early, we'll leave our d pawn in its place and play on the queen side more so. So I think that Fabi has a big choice. My eyes are set on the move a4, but he is the former challenger to the World Chess Championship for a reason. He knows these positions. He's good feel for them. But Anish did this for a reason as well, right? He took on c4. He played in the style. Maybe he was surprised by Fabi's first couple moves, but still, he made this choice. So you have to think that Anish Giri, one of the best prepared players in the world, knows what he's doing as well.
Well, you know Fabi really well. You guys are good friends. So I wouldn't be surprised if you and Fabi are in sync here and Fabi goes for your idea with a4. He has slowed down. He is taking a bit of a think here right now, and rightfully so, because really it's the moment where you have to decide if you want to force black to play b4. And I don't really see another way for black to counter the move a4. It's kind of hard to defend the b5 pawn. So you've got to commit with b4, give the c4 square, and then just hope that white takes enough time to go d3, knight d2, and create some of your own play as Anish. Again, this is going to be quite an important moment that will decide how the middle game evolves. Robert, while Fabi decides if it's the moment to go a4 or not, should we take a look at some of the other boards?
We definitely should, because two big things have happened. I look at the second board from the right. In the second row here, Arjun Erigaisi has captured a pawn on h4. So the position is getting spicier as the h-pawn is just gone from Praggnanandha's kingside. And then I'm also looking at the game between Richard Rapport and Abdusattorov, because Richard actually played bishop e2 first. So he knows the position. He found that tactical sequence. And instead of taking on c3, Nordebek decides to just develop his knight first. So just to note that Richard, he found the idea. He discovered it. And I know we haven't looked at all the games, but there's a missing pawn on the H-file in the game between Praggnanandha and Arjun. I'm just curious how this is acceptable, right? Like, he just gave him a pawn.
I mean, you got to take a look at that. We will come back to the Nordebek board, but where's the H-pawn? I mean, this position would be absolutely normal with the pawn on H2, but it's gone. So I think we've got to take a look at how that happened and why did Pragg just decide to give this pawn with H4?
Yeah, because we left off around here. Rook c8, very good, normal move. Getting ready to open the c-file at some point with cd4. h4 played by Pragg in this position. And I'm looking, and I see just a couple of games have been played in this line. So it's a rare move. And the point is that if queen takes h4, it looks like a free pawn. Your queen is in grave danger. Bishop g5, queen h5, only safe square, and knight g3 traps the queen on the h5 square. So that's very clear, right? Don't take immediately. Your queen gets trapped. But Tanya, look what happened in the game. Knight a5, bishop goes back, take, and now queen takes h4, because the big difference is if bishop g5, queen h5, and you try your knight g3, the queen is in fact trapped, but bishop takes d4 is a pretty important check because your king is in trouble.
But is that over after bishop d4, rook f2? Because your queen is eternally in trouble, no?
Yeah, the queen is trapped here, but look at how many pieces you'll get for it. You'll take on c1, let's say a trade. You'll take on f2 check, the king is taken back, and maybe this queen can escape even to the h2 square. Now, look at the eval bar.
This is insane.
It says it's like even here. That's shocking to me. The queen escapes. So how in the world is this just even? Like, maybe it's the dark squares around this king that are a problem somehow, but the queen survives. Very strange. We're lost for words here. It's
yeah. I mean, queen h4 is on the board. And we might be seeing this line because if you've given up the H pawn, you've got to go for this. You can't just stay still as well. So what is the current live position that we've got?
Just
This is the
Pragnananda.
position.
Yes, and by the way, Tanya, look at the clock. Arjun still has a ton of time, and it's Pragnananda who has been thinking. So if Prag is thinking here, he may not be that intimately familiar with the details. And if that's the case, he's now down a pawn and has to figure it out.
Now, and take a look at that. Our tournament hall, our venue, there's so many spectators there. And to just give an idea what that's like, it's just packed with people. Like you mentioned, it's a chess festival. There are so many events going on. And just beyond this crowd of spectators, there is the amateur event that's on as well. So it's a crowd, it's a house full of chess happening. But of course, all the spectators are here to see these elite players in action, the masters and the challengers. And I think we do have a move here by Prag.
Okay, we see Prag, reaching. He did, in fact, bring his bishop to g5, attacking the queen. So he may see the sequence of the queen going to h5 and not quite getting trapped. But what you were just saying, I want to echo that because I've been to Vaikonze a number of times. Just the atmosphere is so wonderful. It's all these people, mostly Dutch, players and fans who come to the location. They watch every game. There's the cafe right nearby where they have live commentary where someone sits in the cafe. It's a rotation of Dutch players and grandmasters who go over the games, and you can ask questions to them directly. So it's just a wonderful, wonderful atmosphere full of love and appreciation for chess, and many strong players in those amateur sections who will one day make their way up to this top master section. Jordan van Forest is a testament to that. He grew up through that circuit. He played in many Dutch events in Hoogeveen, in here in Vaikonze, and now he's playing at the top tournament for many years running.
It is a great energy there, Robert, and it really does motivate and inspire the players as well to play some inspiring chess. I've played that twice actually in the C group, and it was probably it is my favorite chess memory. I missed my grandmaster Nam by half a point, and it is such a great feeling to be able to share the same hall and the same space as the world champions, as the future world champions, and the greatest players, and they're all there together playing here. So truly a unique event. And I do see bishop g5 on the board. Black has gone back queen h5. We were looking at the line with knight g3. One also gets the feeling that black's queen on h5 is actually stuck for a while. You mentioned the threat bishop d4. And while you were talking about the venue, I was just wondering, Robert, what if white takes it a little slow? Because I've got time on my hands. What if I actually block that bishop on g7? A thematic idea of e5 to do that so that there's no pressure on d4. And now I've got a monstrous threat of going knight g3 next, targeting your queen. You've got no squares. How are you going to counter that?
I love what you're saying because we were talking about knight g3 traps the queen, but hangs d4, and then it's a tactical sequence. So e5 takes care of the big problem, stopping white from playing knight to g3. So e5 looks very strong, shutting down this bishop here on g7. I think that black would have no choice other than trying to play for the move f6. And I think you could swap rooks. I'm not sure if that's necessary, but you play this move f6 because now the bishop is hanging. And if e takes f6, bishop takes f6, we are freeing our queen along the fifth rank. It's not the end of the story because black's king is going to be weaker than white's king, even in the event of a bishop trade. But we see the evaluation bar. It's hovering around the middle, saying it's a level position. And I believe
e5 on the board.
e5 played by Prag. But I think, and you know these players very well, Tanya, I feel like Pragnananda's figuring it out a little bit at the board. He has done some preparation, of course, but he's figuring out somewhat at the board where Arjun knows this from his preparation. He's shown that. I've seen interviews with him where there's one with him and Vishy where they're talking about a position and then Arjun keeps going in the variation. And Vishy's like, did you look at this? And Arjun's like, yeah, I did. So I feel like Arjun knows this position like definitively, and Pragnananda's he's kind of figuring out a little bit on his own.
And it's very interesting what you mentioned because the incident that you're talking about was in fact from the Tata Steel Chess India event that happened in Kolkata in November in 22. And it was the match between Arjun and Nihal. Nihal with the black pieces, and Arjun showed this incredible 34 move preparation and just blitzed out every move. And then Nihal had to find just one last accurate move, but it's such a difficult one. He failed to do so. Arjun went on to win that game. And it was some insane prep. I think Anish also tweeted about it because the last move was absolutely obnoxious and unthinkable. Just a simple F3, I remember, in a position. Vishy was super impressed. That was a big win for Arjun, which went on to show the kind of prep that he comes up with. And Robert, you were mentioning the move F6 to attack that bishop on G5 against the threat of knight G3. It's very important to play it like this and not 8-6. At first, it might seem that 8-6 has the same idea. In fact, you don't even spoil your pawn structure. You keep everything intact. 8-6 hits the bishop. But the problem with 8-6 is that white can win a tempo with bishop e7 as well, hit that rook on f8, and once again, the knight jumps to g3 to attack the queen and win material. So f6 is a very important move. And of course, Arjun finds it.
Wow, it's a really instructive line here. The H and F6 look interchangeable, but they in fact are not because of bishop E7 hitting the rook on F8. So F6 played by Arjun very quickly. Clearly, to me, in his preparation, he's looking away from the board. It seems like he's confident in his game right now. So let's go back to the bird's eye view for a second. A few things have happened, Tanya, as I look across the 7 boards. In the middle, in the bottom row, Richard Rapport played the move c4, allowing bishop b4 check. He will not be castling in this game. He doesn't care. He's Richard Rapport. He does what he wants on the chessboard. In the top right, we'll see a familiar sight. Fabiano Caruana did, in fact, play a4 and retreated his knight to b1. I promise I didn't look at this position with him, but as you said, baby, sometimes I can predict his moves decently. But Tanya, we haven't looked at the bottom right game between Parham and Vincent Keimer. And, you spoke very highly of Vincent earlier in the show. I know, you've seen a lot of his chess in the Champions Chess Tour and other events. But in his first go here in the first round with the black pieces, I'm kind of interested in his game because these types of Benoni structures, right, where it's Benoni's with colors reversed with the D3 and C4 pawns, but this D4 pawn kind of sticks out. It's a complicated affair.
Well, Vincent is definitely a player that we've been talking a lot about. His Champions Chess Tour, also while doing commentary with Peter Lecco. Peter is his trainer. Peter Lecco is, well, he's a legend of the game. He is a former World Championship challenger, and he is the coach and mentor to Vincent. Vincent is also fresh from his World Rapid Championship silver medal. So he's definitely feeling in form. He's played against the world's elite, but that has been an online rapid form. This is once again a huge platform for him in the classical format here at the Wimbledon of chess against the very best player in a long time control. So I'm expecting a very well-prepared Vincent. I think Vincent has a very universal strategic positional style, clearly influenced by Peter's style of play as well. And the position that we've got right now in front of us, a5 was played, and one might feel that the pawn that you were pointing out, d4, isn't it hanging? Can't you just pick up the pawn? But the problem is that right now, because of tactics, that's not possible. After knight d4, you trade on d4, and then the bishop can jump to b4 is an option. You hit the rook on e1, you hit the knight on d4. You can also take on g3 and pick up the knight on d4. For all these various reasons, then the d4 pawn is still indirectly defended. I think I like to move bishop b4. Probably ends up winning material here. So currently, a5, d4 is still defended. Black's dream someday is to get that knight from f6 all the way to c5. We were talking about Fabi's c4 square after a4 and having these weaknesses. In this position, it's Black's knight that wants to go into c5 somehow.
Right. So if you could protect this pawn, say with e5, and get your knight to c5, you'd be very happy. And Parham is aiming at this d4 pawn. Now, I wouldn't put it past Parham Maghsoodloo to sacrifice an exchange and take on d4. I'm not saying it's the best decision, but it is an interesting one. And Parham is the type of player who loves a good fight. He does not make boring draws. That is not his style at all. And, we see him on screen there calculating, thinking, Tanya, he just got invited to this tournament, right? Jan Krzysztof Duda was supposed to play. Parham was his replacement. So it's not like he's prepared for weeks and weeks for this field. No, he's like, all right, I'm going to pack my bags. I'm ready to go. Let's play the best players in a classical format. Now, we know Parham he plays in every event on chess.com, and he loves competing in online blitz and rapid time patrols. But this is a different story. And out of the gates, you mentioned Peter Letko, Vincent's preparation, his silver medal in the World Rapid. I mean, it looks like a good position for him. Very healthy structure, and he has more advanced pieces, particularly this pawn on d4. It's a thorn on white side. And I believe he's actually posing more challenges to Parham. So, Tanya, will Parham take on d4? Will he make another developing move? But what developing moves even catch your eye?
It's really hard to say. And, I think I completely agree with you about how you describe Parham's play. He's the kind of player who is so fearless over the board. He doesn't care who he's playing against. He goes for the most combative moves that are possible to complicate things. But he's also, I think Parham, that also sometimes becomes his weakness. He's the kind of player on a good day, he could beat anybody. But if he's slightly shaky, then things could go really, really wrong for him. And being a last-minute replacement for an event like this, where players have been preparing for several weeks, actually, planning their calendar so that they've got time to give their best to this tournament, I think Parham is definitely at a little bit of a disadvantage. But then it's an opportunity that somebody would just completely give anything to have in the chess world. So if you've been invited last minute, you just go out there and give your best. Parham was also there, the World Rapid and Blitz. In fact, in the last round of the Blitz, he played against Magnus for the medal, played the Sicilian, I remember. A fantastic game that was, but Magnus just crashed through and won the whole thing. One thing's for sure with Parham, that there's going to be fire on the board, which I think is the reason that you believe that he's going to take on d4. But to be honest, Robert, this line with knight d4 trades and pick up and go bishop b4 for black is just hard to come up for a move for white here for me.
Yeah, because I was going to say bishop e3, right? Just giving up the rook and playing a position like this. And as we see the eval bar off the sides, is 0.4, 0.5 better for black. So clear that it's good for black from an objective standpoint. But we can see the pluses. This bishop on g2 is a monster. This knight can hop into b5 at any moment. The dark squares are vulnerable on the queen side, and only white has a dark square bishop. So I acknowledge that black is better and should be better. But I know from also my own experience, sometimes I look at these positions and I get these rose-colored glasses for the side that has given up material. Like, I see all the pluses and don't just say, wait a second, I have a rook for just a bishop and one pawn. That's an advantage for me. So I'm looking at the great pieces, but the material does play a huge part in this position.
Very complicated. But I get your point that this is the kind of chess that Parham also really enjoys. And the bigger question is, if you don't go for this line, what is your alternative? It's kind of hard to find a good developing square for your bishop on c1. Black has a clear plan. This is your opportunity. You don't take it. I want to go e5. I want to go knight d7, bring my knight to c5, and just feel really happy about my position. It's going to be hard for white to get a3, b4 in with the pin along the a file as well. So definitely a big moment for Parham here. Does he decide to get those two bishops, give up the exchange, give up the material, and kind of play for an initiative? I would prefer black in that position. Robert, we'll come back and take a look at what Parham finally decides. But I see a lot of action on our Pragg Arjun board as well.
Yeah, so much action on many of these games. Praggnanandhaa, the second from the right in the bottom, where I was taken on f6. So we have seen that trade. The queen on h5 will be free. It will be saved, so that's good news for Arjun. But I'm also looking at the top left at Magnus Carlsen's game. That was the game we started with. Haven't been there in a while. So why don't we just tune into that one and see what has happened? Because there was a nice bishop on c6 for Levon. But suddenly that bishop is on h7, and it's, how did it get there? Why did it run to the other side of the board? That's an important question. So when we left off, the last move was here, bishop. Oh, actually, the bishop chased the queen, bishop d5. The queen went back. The bishop chased it again with bishop e4. And only then did Levon attack this bishop on g5. So forcing white's hand. Knight c3 is about to happen, or knight d2 rather, in this case, with tempo at this bishop, leaving the c file open. That was Magnus's plan. And that is why the bishop ran back to h7, because you can go to c6. But with the bishop on c6, it's likely that e4 at some point will be quite annoying. The bishop is shut down and maybe can be hit eventually with d5. I'm not so sure.
I really like this little queen dance by white, provoking that bishop to e4. If we just back up a couple of moves when black was chasing the queen down the board, starting with bishop d5. And here one might feel, wait a second, why do you want to go c2? Provoke bishop to e4, another attack on the queen. But actually, it's a really smart way to handle the position, because what you don't want is to give black the option to jump on e4, one with the knight. Not just that, after a move like queen c2 and bishop e4, when white's knight does develop to c3, or in this case we saw to d2, it actually attacks the e4 bishop. So in a sense, it's not as if white is losing a tempo, but actually gaining a tempo. You bring your piece out with an attack over the bishop, and as we saw in the game, driving that bishop to h7. You pointed out absolutely correctly, Robert, that you don't want that bishop on, let's just play on a couple of moves. You trade, the knight came to d2, hits the bishop. Why d2? I think Magnus is really eyeing the c5 square. You want to go knight b3, you want to go knight c5 and hit that pawn on b7. Slowly but surely, I'm starting to like white's position a little bit, especially with the bishop shoved down on the h7 square. Nobody to really take care of the g2 bishop. At some point, black will have to make the move c6 to try and blunt down this diagonal, but I still like white's bind on the queen side.
Yes, and Magnus has put his knight on b3. The a5 pawn always has to be looked after, but you can't combine pawn pushes. You can't play b6 and c6. So that's actually something that might be a problem for black. If the a5 pawn is targeted, then you might want to play b6. But that opens up the long diagonal and hands white the c6 square. If you play c6, well, you're not going to play b6 because then the c6 pawn will be hanging. And so these small little decisions play a big part in the trajectory of the game. So knight d7, Levon just develops his knight here. And I think we could even see the move knight e5. It's a tactical position. A rook and a queen are on the same file. The rook almost always wins that showdown. So knight to e5, if you think you're going to take on e5 and win a pawn, you're absolutely incorrect, because your queen is under attack and now you lose a piece. And if you take with the bishop on e5, you don't lose a piece, but you do give this open file. The b7 pawn's under attack, and now c6 doesn't work because of knight c5. So I think black has a lot to figure out here after the move knight to e5. Maybe it's just the move c6 right away, but even then, white has a great bishop on g2, can bring another knight into c5, and I feel like the spatial advantage is so pleasant for Magnus Carlsen.
I love the move knight e5 that you're pointing out, really taking advantage of the d file and the rook on d1, just beautifully placed, anticipating the opening of this file. And I don't see a better move than c6 to fight against the threat on the b7 pawn. Overall, really liking white's position here. It's also the kind of opening outcomes I think that work perfectly for Magnus. He just knows how to grind down and create more weaknesses, provoke more weaknesses in his in the opponent's camp. Robert, this is going to be a tough task ahead for Levon.
It certainly will be, because the space is clearly in white's favor. The bishop on g2 is superior compared to the bishop on h7, in particular the bishop on f6. You typically love a bishop pair, the two bishops advantage, but the bishop on f6 is staring into an ultra well-defended pawn on d4, and that means that it's not really doing the most it can. And e5, c5, typical pawn breaks will never work with the rook on d1. Queen on the c-file as well. So I just feel like the plan is hard to see for black, and Magnus has several plans that he can employ, and the main one that I'm looking at is knight to e5. So we'll leave the players to it, Tanya. I think we're going to take our first break of the day. It's been some really interesting chess. I know we haven't given the game between Gukesh and Ding Liren our full attention, Jordan van Forest and Wesley So as well. So as we zoom back to the playing hall, we'll get into those games on the flip side of this break. So stay tuned, everybody. We will be right back.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the Candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
And we return to the scene in Vaikunze. Look at how many people are there. Tanya, I absolutely love seeing the people playing, not just spectating. You see how many people are playing there in their rows. It's all of the amateur sections. This is a chess festival. And just to remind everybody of who we are, I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess alongside International Master Tanya Sachaev. And Tanya, I know I just asked you a question and then changed back to us, but I love seeing that view. There's like all of the participants, so many chess lovers. It's great.
It's such a celebration of chess, Robert, where we've got players of all levels and ages and from across the world come together to play this game. And as you mentioned, we've got the amateur section, we've got the challenger section, and of course, the masters all happening at the same place, the same stage. As Vishy Anand mentioned in his tweet, a Jan not in white is not a Jan at all.
Well, I guess we have to have our Jan not invite, but covering Vike, and it is still a great honor and pleasure. And we do have all 14 players in the Masters section playing their games right now. 7 boards, as you can see here. Some games a little bit more electric than others. I know we haven't looked at the game at the bottom left between Gukesh and Ding Liren. Finally, the first pawn is being traded. It's a bit of a slower start there. The game next to it, in the bottom row, second from the left, Jordan Van Forest against Wesley So. The queens are off the board. Not exactly the most tactical of positions, but that game in the bottom row in the middle, Tanya, I mean, I just can't take my eyes off of it. The one between Richard Rapport and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, because there's a king on D1, there's a black king, castle queenside, a rook on an open file on B1, but lack of development for white on the king side over there. It feels like it is going to be spicy throughout this game.
I think all the fire currently is on this game. I mean, what an opening we've had. And look at the creative play from Richard, not disappointing, known as one of the most creative players in the world. This is the kind of opening that we get out of it. Now, I see our eval bar give its famous evaluation of 0.0, or at least that's what it feels like, that it's even. But look at the position. It looks anything but even. That white king on D1, center of the board. We have been taught since we start playing chess that, you know what, you've got to get that king to safety. Go castle. Castle and find your safe nest. But Richard doesn't care about any of that. The one thing that does stand out in this position to me, that even though the king is on D1, what we have to ask ourselves is, how is black ever getting to that king? How are you going to attack that king with this pawn on c4, pawn on d3, the pawn on c2, really just cementing and providing that shield? Meanwhile, white is dreaming to get the knight to f4, knight e2, knight f4 ideas are there, knight h3, knight g5 ideas are there to hit that bishop. The bishop on f3, the rook on b1, in a sly way, are eyeing that pawn on b7. So, you know, Robert, even though white's king is the one that looks unsafe, I kind of like white's position here.
You know, I couldn't tell that you like white's position. Based on how you were describing it, you gave all of the pleasant things that black has to offer. But I think that, you know, you make so many good points here, that the king on D1 is actually shielded by the fact that there is no tension between pawns. Because when a pawn captures another pawn, I know this sounds obvious, but a file opens up. What file does black need to open up? The D file. That's not happening with this pawn on D4 and nothing to capture. Bishop takes c6 is an immediate threat. The bishop on b4 is a bit loose. So you can move the bishop away, sure, but then the rook sees through to that b7 pawn, as you mentioned. The knight on g1, it's undeveloped for now, but it can go to e2 and f4, but likely via h3 to go to either g5 or f4 as well. And I don't know, I just get the sense that Nodirbek doesn't have a clear plan. The one thing that Richard really needs to look out for is bishop takes c4. Not at the moment. I don't think it's available just yet. But the point is, you said the king on d1 is safe, right? How do we get to that king? We need to remove some of these pawns. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I could get away with this. I would be going right after this king on d1, ripping open the d file, trying to checkmate. I see the eval bar. I get that white is technically winning in this specific line, but that it's just the overall point that I'm trying to highlight here, that is how we get to the king. White lacks development. So if we can open that d file, the white king will not last very long. In this particular position, it seems that white is able to survive by putting the bishop on the d5 square, covering the d file, saving the king. But Tanya, you know that Nodirbek is looking for a way to get at that white king.
I mean, just looking at this line, it's so workable. Imagine a position like you go bishop c5. You first get out of this threat of bishop c6. And then we were talking about developing this knight. Let's say you go knight e2. You want to eye the f4 square. You're developing. Everything looks nice. And then bam, you go bishop c4. This could be that moment that you're talking about. You pick up that bishop on c4 and then d3. Just exploding the position, attacking that knight on e2, hitting that pawn on c2. And let's say you go knight f4. I take d takes c2. I come in with a check. I open the d line. You go king c2. I go knight d4 check. And I would be shaking and shivering with white here.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the eval bar. So somehow it's still better for white. It doesn't really look like it to our eyes, but this king is in huge trouble. So it's kind of fortunate that the king isn't just getting checkmated, but that's what Richard has to keep an eye out for, because knight e2 after bishop c5 is such a natural move, and apparently it's okay for white, but you know that Richard's also looking for bishop takes c4 sacrifices. So both players are looking at the c4 pawn. They're also looking at the b7 pawn and the b file more broadly. And at bishop c5, there is an argument for rook b5 as well, like continue the attack, bring the pieces up forward here. And I like that you highlighted that you would love to kick this bishop out of e6. Then you have a pass pawn that can push, and that is always dangerous. So Norderbeck, he has a lot to work out in the moment. Tiny bishop c5 looks natural. a5 is another move, but we typically don't like pushing pawns in front of our own king, especially when white can just play a3 in response and then kick the bishop out, opening the b file. So big moment here for Norderbeck, not just for this move, but for the next, I would say, several moves.
A5 is definitely something you want to consider, but even if it was a move that somebody would say this is the best move in the position, once you've gone long castle, you're always afraid to do such stuff, create weaknesses around your own king. So I would be very surprised if Norderbeck does decide to defend the bishop with the move a5, even though it has its own advantages. Of course, the bishop on b4 intercepts the b file, makes sure that the black knight can jump around with no attack on b7. But I think bishop c5 just feels like such a natural move here. And that's the one we're expecting. I would love to go knight h3 then. We will see how this one develops. But we've got action on the other boards as well.
We certainly do. This one is fun. We'll get back to it. But we have 7 games in total, 14 players duking it out in the first round here in Vike on Zay. So we've given most of the games our attention. Why don't we start by looking at the games in the bottom left-hand side of the screen? We haven't looked at those in any way. So let's start with the game between Gukesh and Ding Liren. Not much, at least it appears, has happened from the sense that not many pieces have been traded. It looks like a very normal position, especially compared to Rapport and Abdusatarov's game. But there is one thing of note here, that we do not have a symmetrical pawn structure. The last move was c takes d5, and now black had a choice. So Ding decides to take with the e-pawn. And Tanya, does that surprise you at all that he takes with the e-pawn rather than with the c-pawn or even with the knight on d5?
I think all these captures, whether you take it with the knight, Robert, E or C, have their own give and take, their own pros and cons in the position. Taking with the C pawn, you kind of make sure that you get out of that weakness along the C file, but then you do give white the open hand on the C file. Often white is the one to take control of it first. Already ideas like rook C1, rook C2, move the queen, double up. White will be faster to control the only open file in the position. But what you've got in return is you've gotten rid of the weakness. But this can often go very unpleasant, even ideas and plans like a4, knight b5 at some point. And white can be very happy in these positions once you get control of the c file. On the other hand, the other option is, of course, yes, let's point that out, with the a7 pawn hanging as well. You can think about taking with the knight on d5 instead of the c pawn. But here, white has the option to even just consider maybe returning with the bishop or recapturing, because now you give this free hand and this plan of going e4 at some point. Let's say I go bishop d2, and then you always have to be okay with that white will control the center after rook e1 and e4. So this is something to consider. And then taking the decision as Ding did, taking with the e-pawn, yes, you do leave the weakness on c6, and that might look a bit strange at first, but you open the e-file for your own activity. You want to go rook e8. You want to plant your f6 knight on e4 and try to get your own play along the e-file. I kind of understand this decision by Ding to take on d5 with the e-pawn. At some far away future, one day, maybe c5 will come, but you've got to always be careful with this break because it can create weaknesses.
You really described this extremely well. Like, I'm looking at the position, and now we have an imbalance of sorts. We have a potential weakness on c6, but as you noted, an open e-file. So I guess one of the big questions I have, Ding Liren, an extremely objective, practical player. He doesn't really take too many risks. But I'm looking at the clock. He's up 30 minutes on the clock right now. Is he kind of playing for a win, a double-edged position, and saying to Gukesh, it's only move 11. You have many moves to make to reach the time control. Now you have to prove that you can play and stabilize in a position that doesn't look symmetrical. So I guess, Tanya, what do you think about that?
100%. If Ding has the opportunity to complicate the position and to go for imbalanced pawn structures, he's going to go for it. You know what they say, catch them when they're young. And right now, he thinks it's his opportunity to create his chances against a player like Gukesh, who, of course, is very strong, but is making his debut here at the Tata Steel. So e takes d5 is perhaps the most complicated recaptures. And as you pointed out, the clock difference that does give an edge currently to Ding, and White needs to find a way to continue here. I am, I think for me, what is really interesting to see is how Ding approaches this whole tournament. And I think this particular moment sort of defines that he wants to play fighting chess. Ding hasn't had the opportunity to play so many classical games. He's currently world number 2. In fact, the only other player apart from Magnus Carlsen who's over 2800. His current rating is at 2811. He is world number 2. And who can forget his phenomenal journey to the candidates? And now he's going to play in the World Championship match later this year against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And this is really a huge event for him because potentially it could be his only classical event before the match. So definitely looking forward to a fighting Ding, and I think taking it with the e-pawn goes on to say that even though he's playing with the black pieces, he wants a game against Gukesh.
Yeah, and I think that people were so caught up in the controversy around the way that Ding had to qualify for the candidates, right? He had to play 30 games in a month pretty much, and there are local tournaments, and he didn't need the rating. So that's why I think it wasn't as controversial as some made it out to be, because he could have lost 20 rating points and still made his way to the candidates. But having those kind of organized tournaments at the last minute, I get why people were upset about it. But then people forget that Ding Liren is King Ding. He is so good, and he is the number 2 rated player in the world, over 2,800. I mean, he is phenomenal. He beat Hikaru Nakamura in that last round in what looked like a pretty tame position. He outplayed him in that ending with exquisite technique to earn his spot in that World Championship match. So I think, it's good to see Ding Liren back at the board. And now, as we're talking about, he is fighting. He is showing that he wants some kind of position that's not completely balanced. Will he strike with c5 in the future? That's a big question. Will he play rook e8, knight to e4, moving the bishop out of the way, of course, at some point? He does have some dark squares to use on the queen side. So I like that it's a position where both sides have their chances. This knight can go up to e5. The rook can slide to c1 at some moment to put pressure on c6. So many different plans for the two players. I just like Ding's time management much better.
And what you mentioned, the game that you were talking about, in fact, Robert, that was the last classical game that Ding has played. And now he comes back to Tata Steel Masters. It was the final round of the candidates I think it was back in July in 22, which he won against Hikaru. And I think he's been one player who has literally taken destiny in his own hands. He had to complete the 30-game formality to qualify for the candidates. He made that happen. It wasn't possible for him to travel to Grand Prix, no visas, a difficult time. But the tournament was organized. He won game after game, went on to be world number 2, increased his rating, qualified for the candidates, had a terrible start at the candidates, lost the first game, had a series of draws, and then went on to make a massive comeback that made him finish second. And as stars would have it, I mean, you finish second. We've always said the candidates is all about winning the event and qualifying for the World Championship match. But in this one, finishing second mattered because Magnus decided to not defend the World Championship title. He is not going to play. And with that, Ding qualified to fight for being the world champion. So truly took destiny in his own hands. And this is a massive event for him because there are certain dynamics at play here as well. Magnus is playing. He's not playing the world champion. Ding wants to have a good tournament. He's going to play the match after this one. I'm expecting a very well-prepared Ding here. And like you mentioned, he's got a big control over the clock in this one. Not just that, the ideas that we were talking about, rook e8 played. So again, eyeing that e file. And why did White make the move knight e1? Gukesh wants to place that knight on d3. He wants to place that knight on d3 also to block out the bishop on a6 from putting pressure on e2. Not just that, after the knight goes to d3, rook e1, e4 is a plan that White might consider.
Yes, all of that is true. And I think while White is rewriting the knight, Black will do the same. Knight f8 will probably be next, and then knight can jump out to e6 or g6. So both sides will show off their maneuvering figure out where to put their pieces. And because Ding Liren has a lead on the clock, I want to point out the time control because it is a long time control from this point of view of it's 100 minutes for 40 moves, then 50 minutes for the next 20 with a 30-second increment from move 1, and then 15 minutes are for the rest of the game. So there are 3 time controls. First, you make it to move 40, then you make it to move 60, and then you're given another 15 minutes. But right now, with Ding ahead on the clock, he's going to use it as a weapon because only 13 moves have been played.
And it's easy to forget how this time control can be so tricky. You got so much time at hand, but we often see in these classical formats, the players come down to seconds to make their 40th move, the last few moves to meet the time control. The ones from sometimes you've got 5 moves left and you've got a few seconds left. And we've seen big, huge blunders happen in that time control. Robert, we were talking about this before. Who can forget that infamous moment when Fabi just hung an entire rook against Anish he had to make the last move of the time control. So it always gets really tricky. And what makes this tournament even more special is that it's not just any classical time format. It is a very long classical time format. In fact, the only other event that's got a longer time control than this is the World Championship match.
Yeah, that's right. I think and one other term that comes to mind is like the Grand Swiss will have this kind of time control as well, but it's saved for very few events. And Ding Liren right now with that lead on the clock, he is thinking about his move. Will he reroute his knight? That's the big question. So why don't we head back to our bird? Ding Liren making the move knight f8. So he doesn't even want to let me finish my sentence. I saw him grab that knight, bring it to f8. He is rerouting his knight towards a more advanced square, whether it be G or E6. So he gets up from his chair. We'll all wave at Ding Liren, but we'll also wave goodbye to this position for the moment. And Jordan Van Forest is in the background. We have not looked at his game against Wesley So it feels like a good time to take a look at that one. So as we take a look at our bird's eye view, wow, a big move actually just happened in that game. It's second from the left in the bottom row. Knight C4 just dropped back to E3. So Jordan is putting the maximum amount of pressure on that knight in the center with his bishop on G2 staring along the diagonal. It's a pretty interesting position. I know I said queens are off the board, Tanya. It's not going to be the most tactical. It's starting to get tactical.
And that's because no minor pieces have been traded off so far. And we can still see White's king in the center. And in fact, the only piece that's been traded is a pair of queens. And that's it. So there's still so much to play for. And watch out for that bishop on G2. Really eyeing this diagonal. Black is just one move short. Imagine this position, but Black had the bishop on B7. No problemo. But currently, there is a strong pin, and knight e3 poses immediate questions to that black knight on d5. Knight takes e3 is the first move that comes to mind, but the problem with that, Robert, as you're pointing out, is that White picks up not the knight on e3, but the knight on c6, hits the rook on a8, will go on to pick up the knight on e3, and that will be game over. So you don't really have the time to pick up the knight on e3. What's the move that comes to mind? Because I'm threatening to capture on d5 multiple times and be material up.
Yeah, so if you have to retreat one of your knights to like e7, that opens up the bishop on g2, which is a long-term problem for Black to get out of. So the last move, knight to e3, I would say that there are 3 move candidates that come to mind. Knight c to e7, knight d to e7, just to make sure that these knights are defended, you're not losing a pawn in the center, and bishop takes e3. Bishop takes e3 is my least favorite move of the options. I don't want to give up the bishop pair. Now, I know it's an end game. There aren't really targets to exploit, but everybody prefers to have the bishop pair in end game rather than be facing it. So bishop takes e3 gets rid of the tension, but it also just gives White kind of a free hand to play for an advantage at the end game. So that leaves the knight to e7 route. And which one would I choose, Tanya? I'm going to pass it back to you and let you pick which knight you would prefer to bring to the e7 square.
I was really hoping you wouldn't do that because that's such a tricky question, but I would definitely not take on e3 with the bishop. 100% agree on that. I don't want to give you the 2 bishops for free. I don't want to play a slightly worse endgame where you'll torture me forever. Naturally, the move that comes to my mind out of the 2 knight retreats is the c knight, Robert. And the reason for that is that The one thing I don't like after a move like knight d to e7, if you just back up and show the problem with knight d7, so I kind of arrived at that with elimination. I don't like a knight jump to e4 or to a4, hitting my bishop on c5, and that knight on c6 is still a target. I'm not sure how I can respond to that, but it looks like my troubles are not over. I still don't have time to finish my development. So I kind of...
Sorry, I was just going to say, you're right. Like, knight a4 looks simple. You're just putting pressure on the knight c6, and black has to give up the bishop on e3.
Exactly. And then the bishop on g2 still hits the bishop on c6. So it looks a bit tricky. And speaking of the one option that both of us were definitely not going to play, I think it's happened on the board. I see on our live board, black decides to take the knight on e3, bishop e3. What do we know about chess, Robert?
We know a lot, and Wesley so just happens to know a little bit more. But I mean, you look at the eval bar; it is creeping up in White's favor. So here's a big difference, I would say, that now if your bishop takes e3, you still can't take back because bishop takes c6, hits the rook on a8, and you'll take the knight back on e3 with your next move. You win material. So if after knight d to e7, knight a4, then we take on e3, isn't the white knight in a worse place being on a4? So if we're giving up the bishop pair, you'd want to do it when white's pieces are misplaced, this knight on a4, and then black can bring the bishop out, bring the rook to c8, and finish the development. So I feel like if the threat was this kind of knight move, you can allow that threat and then give up the bishop pair versus doing it right away. It might not make the biggest difference in the sense that after bishop e3, maybe Wesley will just continue his development, trade pieces, and make what he hopes a draw in this endgame. But I just think that was a slight inaccuracy at that moment.
I did see the bar creep up a little bit after this decision to give up the bishop on e3, and which does go on to show that, in fact, black should have kept the bishop on c5. I really like white's chances in this endgame, even after bishop e3. Black has got problems to solve. You never want to take on c3 because after bishop e3, knight c3, rook c3, you end up in huge trouble. You still have to answer the question of which knight to move back. White's got the two bishops. I like Jordan's chances in this position, but this is going to be a long grind. And the one player who, no matter what kind of an advantage you have against him, is so hard to beat is Wesley. So there's still a lot of work to be done with white here.
Yeah, Wesley, he is somebody who remains calm. Like the guy doesn't just decide all of a sudden to make an impulsive decision. He is somebody who really studies the board, and he played bishop takes e3. If I know Wesley so, and I've known him for a long time, I feel like he made the decision thinking, I'm going to make this draw no matter what. So even if it is slightly worse than what we were just talking about with knight d to e or knight c to e7 first, I think that he feels very confident about his chances to make a draw, because even though white gets the bishop pair after bishop takes e3, there aren't clear targets in the position. The b6 a7 configuration just makes the bishop on e3 look a bit blocked in. And where else are you going to target, especially if this knight goes back to e7? So Jordan has responded with bishop takes e3. When Wesley comes back, we'll see how he continues this position. I do think he will bring one of those knights to e7. I don't really like the look of bishop b7 giving up an isolated pawn center. That's how you definitely get a disadvantage in the endgame. So I think one of these knights to e7 would be the way to go.
All right, we'll leave Wesley to take that decision, which knight he wants to fall back on. Meanwhile, action is on the other boards. And if you just get our bird's eye view up, Robert, the one position that stands out for me is the World Champions game. And in fact, he has gone for the idea, if we see on the top left, with the knight jumping on to e5. You mentioned this plan, taking control of the d file. And in fact, c6 was played to blunt the bishop. Maybe we can just put that game up. And in fact, has white already won a pawn here?
Well, I'm looking at this board, and the last one was rook a7 by Levon, which is the most mysterious move I've seen in a while. Like, what is the plan behind rook a7? And if we just go back here, the previous was queen to c3. So I think I understand now that Magnus can't take on e5. We talked about this earlier. You lose a piece because your queen is hit by the rook, and then your bishop will be hit by the pawn. So you can't get away with that. So what Levon is getting ready for is, in fact, what has happened in the game. He plays rook a7, understanding that if this queen gets distracted away from the a5 pawn, and in this case, Magnus took right away, the point being if rook a5, knight takes d7, your queen is doing too much. Overloaded piece. The queen takes on d7, you lose the rook on a5. So that is why he did this move order. But after knight a5, bishop takes e5, d takes e5, a couple things have happened. Rook takes e5, rook d7, he'll take back with the queen. But Tanya, Magnus is a pawn ahead. So this forcing sequence leaves Magnus with extra material. But Levon, based on his time management and by like this decision here, I feel like he's confident that he can hold this.
And that's because of rook a4. That's because of rook a4. You don't have to take on d7 immediately. And that's what we see happen. I saw Levon reach out for that rook on a5. What a position this is. The queen hangs, but the rook on a1 hangs. And that is why this entire line makes sense. Robert, I think I just want to back up to this moment, rook a7, because it is such a, I don't know, like a beautiful way to kind of solve your problems in the position. Rook a7 just doesn't seem like a move that makes any sense, but it's all targeted against defending the a5 pawn. For example, if you start with knight d7, queen d7, as you were pointing out, knight a5, you can suddenly go rook a8 and start attacking the a4 pawn as well. So rook a7 has the idea to double up the pawns, but not just that. Now, if we go to the line that Magnus chose in the game instead, what a stunning way to play with the black pieces. I don't care what the eval bar says. I freaking love what Levon's done in this position. After taking on e5, bishop e5, takes on e5, rook a5. You can't grab the rook just yet because of the queen on d8. And now a hand move would be just to take the rook on d7, give up the a5 rook, but then you're a pawn down. Instead, Levon says, wait a minute, rook takes a4, picks up that pawn. The a1 rook is undefended. If you take the queen on d8, which is hanging, Black actually ends up way better after rook takes a1, picking up the rook with a check. He will pick up the other rook, be 2 rooks for a queen with a better position. And in this skirmish, he's managed to win the pawn back with rook a4. I love it.
Right. You know, you can't take that queen. You give up 2 rooks and you're just going to be in big trouble when your bishop is lost in f1 over here. So instead, we are going likely to see rook takes a4. And it's not the end of the story. So your excitement, you know, I agree with that. I was into that idea. Rook takes a4 caught me by surprise. But one thing that Levon has to be worried about is, let's say I just play simply. Rook takes a4, queen d7, rook d4, plant my rook on d6, try to get my queen to d4. White, despite having a double pawn, still has control over this d file. And with an extra pawn, and we might just see this, I'm going to refresh the board here, with an extra pawn on the king side, right? We have 5 pawns for white on the king side compared to 4 for black, and black has an extra pawn on the queen side. So black doesn't try to push that pawn, create a passer, but I feel like it's not easy to create a pass pawn, and white may be able to launch an attack thanks to the control of the d file, and maybe these pawns can go forward at some point.
Yeah, I was so excited with that, with all the tactics that we saw, that you tend to forget that, wait a second, you don't have to go for all these exchanges, but can actually just play slow and strategic. White has control over the d file. I see our eval bar also does appreciate White's position, which makes it hard to play the devil's advocate here, but I still think that black also has trumps here. For Levon, he's going to step away with the queen. Queen c7 feels like a natural move. I am attacking your pawn on e5. You still have double pawns. And yes, you have control over the d file, but Robert, there's one more open file in the position. And you know what? Sure, you can control the d file. I want to put my rook on a8 and try and create my own chances. I think black's got game here still.
Okay, I mean, you're repping your man Levon. We've known Levon for a long time. He has that flair, both in his typical wardrobe choices and in his chess. So the rook likely coming to 8. We see Levon Aronian there thinking, trying to figure out where his queen goes. But I just do think that Magnus will put his queen on c5, maybe put a rook on d6, maybe even push his pawn to b4. He's kind of got a clamp going on the queen side. And I'm just, I see the rook coming to 8. As long as I don't get checkmated, I feel like white can play f4, king f2, things of that nature. So I'm just looking at the position piece by piece. And I feel like white will just end up with better piece placement. And one more important thing to show is that black has a back rank problem because the bishop's on h7. So if queen c7, queen c5, rook a8, you're trying to give me a check down here, I'll make a move like f4, giving my king the f2 square. If you play this move queen a5, you lose on the spot. You get queens. Because if there weren't rook d8 checkmate, let's say this pawn were on g5, black is totally fine. But the rook d8 is immediately check and mate because the king has no escape score. So I feel like black is kind of one tempo behind from just resolving all the problems. And if that's the case, just staring at this position for a second, I mean, white has this bind going on. Like, you don't have b6 because c6 falls. You can't move your rook off the last rank very easily because there's back rank problems. And if I get my queen to d6 and you take me, maybe I'll undouble my pawns and get a very advanced passed pawn. So I'm just looking at this, Tanya. I get it. Black is pretty solid, but I still don't see the way out. And I think that's what I've struggled with most as a chess player throughout my career. Is like when I get to these moments where I'm worse, and I know I'm going to be worse for a long time, I start to get a bit worried, maybe even more worried than I should.
And especially when you're playing against a player like Magnus, you give him just a little bit of play, just a little bit of bind, and he can just grind this down. It's definitely a tricky spot, but once again, I think Levon is very resourceful. He will find his play. He's gone for the move queen c7, as we could see on our camera. So steps away with the queen. Queen c5. I like your move queen c5 a lot. It's a nice spot for the queen. You're not only defending the d5, the e5 pawn, but it's just so active there. You want to go queen d6 someday. You want to go b4, b5. The queen on c7 is pinned. I'm still expecting rook a8 and not to fall for that terrible back rank trick that you just pointed out. I don't believe Levon will fall for it, but he's got to be careful. He's got to waste that one tempo, moving that bishop away from 8-7, creating an 8-7 square for the king. Tough task ahead of Lev, but still too early to call it anything for Magnus.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's kind of funny because rook a8 definitely seems natural, but if the queens get traded, black wants to play g5. With the queens on the board, black definitely does not want to play g5 because that makes your king unsafe. So this bishop will likely have to sit on g6, which blocks the g7 pawn, which is fine with the queens on, but if the queens ever get traded, then I wish I had my pawn on g5. So it's these little things that are actually quite consequential because if my pawn's on f4 and your bishop's on g6, maybe I will play e4 and at some moment strike with the move f5. So I feel like black has to be a bit careful. I'm with you, though, that Levon, he's so strong. He's won this tournament 4 times. He's beaten Magnus many times throughout his career. And now with the black pieces in a slightly worse position, I think he's in that ballpark of being able to hold. But it's just a nagging position where Magnus is not going to take his foot off the pedal. He's going to make Levon work tirelessly to make this draw if Levon's going to be able to.
Yeah, agree with that. It's not going to be easy. We see quite a relaxed and a chill Magnus there on the screen. He's munching on something, so getting his energy up. He knows it's going to be a long grind, and but I think he's got what he wanted with the white pieces, and now it's just going to be about whether Lev will be able to hold this or not. I see the move queen c5 has been made. He's gone for rook d6, has he?
Oh. Yeah, rook d6 instead. I thought of queen c5 as well, but that's because I was talking it into existence, or so I hope. But rook d6, shutting the queen off, allowing this queen to go to d4 or d2 behind the rook. So he's just saying, well, I'm going to sit on the position. I have much more activity than you do. And I mentioned that Levon has beaten Magnus many times. In fact, he's beaten him 8 times, but Magnus has actually beaten him 17. So quite a lot of decisive games between these two.
You've talked a lot of moves into existence with Magnus, Robert. Who can forget the most epic moment, I think, in chess commentary? It was the finals of the Speed Chess Championship with Magnus playing against Hikaru, and you pointed out a move, bishop c7, which just hangs a piece in one move, and then you realized it, and there was no way that was going to happen. But Magnus, on your command, makes that move. That was a shocking moment. So definitely here, I'm surprised he didn't go for queen c5, but rook d6 also seems pretty good, actually.
Yeah, it does indeed. And Magnus is trying to reach that 2,900 rating. This would be a great start for him if he can beat Levon. And Levon hasn't played in Vaikonze since 2017. So, he's very familiar with the scene. He's won the event 4 times. But it's been a minute, right? It's been some time since he has played in Vike, and he's just getting the first run under him. And I think there's no worse pairing in the world than black against Magnus in your first game in a tournament.
It's definitely a tough start. I mean, any game against Magnus is really tough, but the first game especially. But that said, Actually, traditionally, historically, Magnus is the one who we often see struggle a little bit in the first half of these events. He always tends to start a little slow and then goes on to wins a lot of points. So probably if you really want your chance against him, might just be the first round where you've got your best shot. But this position is not that, Robert. This is a kind of position where I think it's white playing for two results. And the question is, does black have enough activity down on the A file? Does he have time to activate that 8-7 bishop enough to be able to do damage control and save this game? I don't see a reality where black might have any winning chances, so to say, in this one.
Yeah, and Levon, he's a pretty reasonable person. He also would agree with that. He's like, I'm not trying to win this. I'm just trying to hold. And the question then becomes, what is White's plan? We mentioned ideas of doubling on the D file. You can play F4, start expanding your kingside pawns. And because both kings are on the same side, don't be surprised if Magnus starts throwing up all his pawns, right? There's no attack against the white king. So at some moment, he can just push all of his pawns forward and try to create attack of his own. So the rook is stable on D6, rook D8, just to show one very quick thing. If you think you're just going to trade rooks and make a draw, you're very sadly mistaken, because after E takes D6, the queen has to sit in front of this pawn, and the material is even, but the position is not, because white is going to play E4, F4, get the pawn to E5, it's protected, pass pawn, and then black is stuck passively. You see the evaluation bar is very high in white's favor. White would go on to win this game.
Yeah, if that pawn comes on d6, I think that would be absolutely all hopes dead for black. There's just no way that Levon will trade the rooks on d6, allowing that monstrous pawn to get in there. We will come back and see. I think Levon's made a move. He's in fact gone for what we were discussing earlier, taken control of the A-file with rook 8. Still problems to be solved here by black. Robert, let's come back to this one. I think it's going to be a slow grind by Magnus, and take a look at some of the other action.
Okay, the first thing I just want to mention as we get to the bird's eye view is in the second game from the left in the bottom row. Jordan van Forst's last move was knight c3 back to b1. I just love that move. I don't care if it's good. I love it because he's keeping more pieces on the board, and he's saying my bishop's advantage will make its presence felt with a little bit more pieces instead of the trade. So I love the move knight b1. It's just a cool move to play. The board next to it in the middle and the bottom has been our favorite game since the start. Richard Rapport and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That position is interesting. Black has played the move b6, which opens up that bishop on f3 on the long diagonal, but it also closed down the rook on b1. So that's cool. Tanya, any of these other games catching your eye in addition to the two I just mentioned? Where should we go?
Let's get an update on the all-Indian face-off between Pragg and Arjun. We left it at a time where Black's queen was almost trapped, but Arjun, of course, found the right way to play. And we've had quite a bit of development in this game. And let's take it from where we left it.
Okay, so we left it at that move f7 to f6 by Arjun. He needed to save his queen. Now the bishop is loose. So if knight g3, you simply lose the bishop thanks to the pawn's attack. So instead we saw some trades happen. And what's so interesting about this position is I think the moves that were played were very natural. A rook trade, then a rook comes to the open file, the bishop slides away, and now bishop to e4 offering a trade of pieces. White is down a pawn. Remember, white played h4, the black queen took it, but black's king seems to be less safe. And I believe that Pragg is setting up some tactics here. If bishop takes e4, you may think that white's going to take back with the pawn, but we see the evaluation go up because white will actually play knight g3, hitting the queen, and then taking back an e4 with the knight. So getting this active position. The knight is in the center. This knight is on the rim, is looking particularly dim, and this king on g8 is less safe. So Tanya, I like this move, bishop e4 from Praggnanandhaa.
That's actually a very sly tactic that you're pointing out, and a really important one, because when we had this position up, my first thought was, wait a second, what does he want after bishop e4? And let's say you simply grab fe4. I make a move like queen h4. A simple move with a huge threat. I want to go queen f2 next, attack the e4 pawn, and suddenly I have so much counterplay in the position. And your pawns are going to be weak. I'm happy with black. But this move, knight g3, that's such a smart intermezzo. You keep your king safe, and your knight's the one that jumps onto e4. I love it, which makes me think that perhaps Arjun should not hurry up with capturing on e4. The bishop on b7 is still defended, so he doesn't need to worry about it. But then I'm thinking, what's the move here? And that's not an easy question to answer, Robert. What do you play with black if not bishop e4?
Well, I didn't want you to ask me that question, but let me think about it. So the queen is the problematic piece for black, and it's not just because of this fork that we're seeing after bishop takes e4. You point out the bishop on b7 is defended from this knight, so maybe a move like queen to b5. It's the only square I see that gets the queen back into play. I would love to put my queen on d7. I'm also keeping an eye on this knight on e2 potentially, and the rook can always slide back. It may seem like white is winning a piece after rook c8 check, and if the king comes up, then rook c7 check. But the black rook can slide back to f8 or to f7 with the king on g7. So rook f8, and if we get a trade of rooks, then it's hard to see how white attacks. And white is down a pawn. So if the attack fizzles out and black is able to keep the king safe, it's going to be Arjun who's going to play for a win up the pawn. So I think that both sides have to be very careful at this moment. For Arjun, it's not to make a move that gets you in huge trouble, your king under attack, like we see after knight g3 and knight takes e4 with a rook slamming down the c-file. So he needs to avoid that. And for Praggnanandhaa, he needs to keep this initiative up, because the moment the pieces get traded, it fizzles out, he's going to look at a pawn down endgame where black actually has an outside pass pawn potential.
This is such a critical moment, and we see Arjun on our screen who doesn't even seem to be looking at the board. I don't believe that he's made a move already, but we shouldn't be fooled by him not looking at the board, because I can guarantee you, Robert, wherever he's looking, the board is inside his mind. He's actually thinking about the moves right now. He is calculating all these lines that we're mentioning. He's spotting the dangers of bishop e4, knight g3, deciding that whether he wants to give this b7 bishop, he also has the alternative to simply sidestep the trade with a move like bishop a6, which also has its advantages because you keep the c8 square under control. It might look a little scary to allow rook c8 checks. You're also eyeing the e2 knight. I like the move bishop a6 as well, apart from queen b5, bringing that queen into play. So an important moment for Arjun. And undoubtedly, wherever he's looking right now, he's definitely only thinking about what next move to make.
For sure. And what you just said is why he's thinking. He has several interesting options. He can eliminate bishop takes e4. That's probably the first one. Like, wait, bishop e4? What if I just take pawn takes? And he realizes, wait. We don't have to be looking just at the simple recapture. Knight g3, that doesn't look good. So he's going to eliminate bishop e4. But that leaves bishop a6, which you just mentioned, and queen to b5. And there are probably other moves as well. But those two moves both look interesting, and it's a very different type of game. Do we want to trade bishops? Do we want to keep them on the board? That's the big question, because this knight would like to get to the e4 square ASAP. And, well, it's not that easy to get there if the bishop goes to a6, because there's a bishop on e4 in its place. And this knight eventually comes to c4. The queen can still slide across the board. So I'm liking bishop a6 more now that you've mentioned. I think that keeping more material on the board could be dangerous because black's king is in worse shape, but it also controls more squares.
Yeah, it would be an enterprising option, and Arjun is a very enterprising player. I will not be surprised if he chooses to keep the minor pieces and not trade it. He's all of 19 years old, and let's take a look at some of his performances. He, in fact, did win the Challengers with a phenomenal score of 10.5. And Robert, fun fact, before the Challengers, he actually mentioned that is his aim. His aim is to score 10.5 out of 13. He knew that is the score required to win the event, to qualify for the Masters. He did it. He, in fact, won the Challengers 1 round to spare. It was such a convincing performance by him last year at the Tata Steel that he garnered massive praise from the likes of Anand, from the likes of Magnus Carlsen, and it was his breakout event. This very event last year is when Arjun made his mark on the chess world, and he's here because he's earned his spot. He, along with his compatriots, the young brigade, the young talents of the world, the 5 youngsters playing here currently in the Tata Steel Masters, Arjun is the eldest amongst them at 19.
It's very funny to be the elder statesman at just 19, but he has made his move, and he has just gotten up from the board after retreating the rook to f7. And, well, he brings that rook back. He wants to defend the 7th rank. He's also going to protect his king against some checks. And the rook on f6 wasn't really doing all that much, staring at some pawns. So if those pawns were in danger, then it would make sense to keep the rook there. Instead, he slides it back, and he just showed that he had another option. It wasn't just bishop a6. It wasn't just queen b5, rook f7. All of those moves kept the position dynamically balanced, but Arjun is a pawn ahead. So if he can withstand the pressure, he will remain that pawn up, but his king isn't the safest, which may give white the necessary checks and just the ability to hold the position if things start to get away from him. So I think Pragnana, he looks focused. He is going to figure out his next move. And while he does that, why don't we go back to the bird's eye view, take a look at our other games, because we still have all 7 in progress. So Tanya, my eyes first go to the game between Jordan van Forest and Wesley So. That's second from the left on the bottom, just because I see that knight went back to b1, and then black also made this move f7 to f5, a very committal move in the position, clearly trying to stop white from pushing the e2 pawn. And then I'm also looking at the top right of the screen. Fabiano Caruana has the knight on c4, has the light square control, but I'm looking at the eval bar, and it looks like it's in Anish Giri's favor, so that's interesting to note.
Yeah, very interesting. And once you look at the Fabi board, one gets the feeling that, again, white is making such slow progress, but we shouldn't be fooled by the bar because it's still a very solid position and white can always go b3, bishop b2 ideas. But the one board that really has my attention is against the Richard Rappo versus Nordebek board. I mean, look at that position, Robert. We've got to bring that up and really see what is happening, because you see a king on d1, long castle, the bishop on f3. I mean, what on earth is this middle game?
You're asking all the right questions, and I have none of the right answers. So, I mean, there's a king on d1. It looks pretty safe, as we mentioned before, but if bishop takes c4 happens and d3 is available, then it could be in grave danger. So for now, after knight h3, b6, it is white's move. I think, Richard, he wanted to play knight f4 or knight to g5, but knight f4 might not be right here anymore. And the reason why is after knight f4, I think g5 might be a good response. And you're attacking the knight, forcing the issue. If you take on e6, queen takes e6, now e5 is threatened. This pawn may go to f4 at some point. I know I have to watch out because my king and queen are on the same line. But f4 at some moment could be good. g4 could be good as well. And if you play bishop d5, I just want to show how this position could go really wrong for white. Like if I get this position, it doesn't matter that I've given up a rook for quote-unquote just a bishop and pawn. a2 is under attack. e5 is under attack. The black king is now safe. The white king is still on d1. f4 is available. Tanya, this position could quickly get out of hand for Richard.
It's just such such a rich middle game right now that we've got. And the move b6, which was just played. It's such a difficult move to make, Robert, because you kind of just create so many light squared weaknesses, but it's really the only way that Nordebek can free his knight from c6. And while you were discussing these ideas of knight f4, bringing the rook into the game, I'm trying to think, what is it that black wants after b6? And one thing that white needs to watch out for is that now that the black knight's free to jump into the game, ideas like knight b4 come into mind. And where am I headed with that knight? Let's say you go a3, hitting that knight. It's not to a6, but suddenly I can actually dream about even going knight a2 here, Robert. I hit your bishop on c1. I'm targeting that c3 square, knight c3 coming in, and suddenly black's got so much play. So white has to watch out for these ideas. And I like the move b6. Suddenly black's the one with coming in with all the threats.
Can I just say I love the knight a2 as an option. And what Tanya just demonstrated for everyone, including for me, because I wasn't thinking about that, is you want to think about where your pieces belong, what their dream square is, where can they go to? And the knight on c6 right now, it looks pretty decent. It's putting pressure on e5, but a knight on c3 would be devastating. How do you get there? I mean, knight b4 is protected by the bishop on e7, and it simply attacks a loose pawn while opening up the queen to a4, which could create other problems for white. So the issue could be forced to some extent where white has to play a3, and as you said, the knight isn't retreating to a6, and even if the knight got to c5, that would look pretty good, but knight to a2, where it attacks the bishop and tries to go to c3, because just to show that line one more time, that even if you cover the c3 square, let's say we get this position, a3 is now loose, c4 is loose with the open d file, and the queen can go to a4, things of this nature. White doesn't really have an attack, despite this bishop on f3 looking very promising.
Yeah, those bishops will be talking if the position opens up. So white needs to be careful. It all comes down to, is black going to be successful in opening up this d line? Because then the king on d1 would be in huge trouble. So knight b4 is definitely a potential plan for Nordebek here. Richard having a think on how he can play against it. Not that easy. You pointed out the line with knight f4, g5, sacrificing that exchange eventually on d5. I love that idea as well. And I have to say that I was very hopeful for white's position just a couple of moves ago. But now, after pointing out all these subtleties, maybe the king on d1 is going to tell and be a weakness.
Yeah, that's the big question that has been asked ever since the king went there very early in this game on move 11. And for Richard, knight b4 now, to my eyes, looks like a big threat. How do you deal with that threat? Not very easy. Bishop d2 feels very passive. g5 will still be available in many positions for black. I know it looks like a pawn sacrifice, but often I can get a rook to g8 to pin that piece to the queen. The king is here, which means the rooks are not connected. I feel like white just has many issues right now. I see the eval bar saying white is okay. I just don't feel like, practically speaking, it's that easy for Richard at Noribek. He just took a drink of water. I mean, he should be confident about his position.
Absolutely agree with that. And I think players have this little tell, in a stressful situation, when you lean back, some players just take off their jackets, put them on the seats, some take a sip of the drink that they've got there, whatever it is that they enjoy, get up, take a walk. It just seems to show that the dynamics in the position are shifting, the energy is shifting. And from a complex position, Nordebek, I think, does feel happy with the outcome of the opening. I think, and he should be. With the black pieces, it's everything to play for, a game where all three results are possible. And currently, regardless of what the eval bar says, I think we can all agree that we'd rather be black here than white. So Richard needs to bring on that creativity to solve his problems. Let's take a look at some of the other boards. Let's bring our bird's eye view, Robert, because my attention was also taken up by what's happening on the Vincent board.
Wow. Yes, actually, we should look there just for a second before we do. I'm looking at the game with bottom left between Ding and Gukesh. There's like a bishop on c3 and a queen on f6. Pieces are flying across the board there. And left, Magnus has induced a move h5 from Levent already. That could be a long-term target, but it seems that Levent needs to stop Magnus from doing the same. So he puts his pawn on the light square. But I'm with you. Let's go over to the game between Parham Maghsoodloo with the white pieces and Vincent Keymer with the black pieces, because the eval bar is dipping heavily in the young German favor here, and he'll cross 2,700 with the win, and it would be a great win at that with the black pieces. But Tanya, wow. I mean, this just looks like such a strong position for Vincent.
And I'm trying to understand why. And the things that stand out for me in this position, that why it is giving our eval bar loves black, is because of one thing. And that is the c5 pawn. Robert, it's such a huge weakness in this position for white, and black has an immediate way of targeting this pawn. You can go knight d7, you can hit it with rook a5. But the lines that we need to look at does white have the option to actually pick up the c6 pawn? Is white threatening knight c6, b takes c6, and queen c6? Because if not, black has a free hand to win the c5 pawn.
Right. I mean, you're pointing out, you can bring your pieces and go directly after it. I feel like I just don't want to give up the c6 pawn. Maybe it's fear that I shouldn't have, but if I am scared, I can just make the move rook e6. It's a very simple move to defend the knight. And if you take, then my rook joins the party and can attack this pawn on c5. And the e5 pawn is ultra well defended by this bishop sitting on c7. So on one hand, black's position could look a bit passive, right? The bishop is staring into a pawn. There's a knight on b4, a queen on f3, things looking good for white. But this pawn on c5 sticks out like a sore thumb, and it may not be long sitting on this board. So I do really like Vincent's position. I like his clock management. And now the question is, does he make this move, let's say rook to e6 or queen to d7 just to defend the knight, or does he go forward with a move like rook a5, which also looks very interesting?
No, I love rook e6. I mean, if you've got threats on the board, you want to keep them. A threat is better than its execution. Why give up the c6 pawn? c5 is a weakness forever. Rook e6 keeps everything under control, and you're threatening knight d7, rook a5, queen e7. c5 is a weakness forever. So you can take it slow, and I understand why the eval bar does like a black's position. Control on the center, e5, d4, really cramping up white's position. Black has the space advantage. White has the weakness on c5. You can feel a disharmony, a discoordination in white's pieces. Rook b1, rook e1 are not connected. White doesn't have any big targets. You've got your queen on one side, the knight on b4 on the other side. The only hope that white has is to put this knight on d2, go knight c4 or go knight e4 and try and trade off some pieces, create some threats of bishop h6 maybe someday, but it's so hard to imagine white getting anything concrete in this position. Meanwhile, black's plan is clear. Target the c5 pawn, win the c5 pawn.
I like that plan, and it seems like one that Vincent can execute without much issue. Look at white's lack of development. There's a bishop on c1, a knight in front of it on d2. So when you start pushing pawns away from other pawns, they're going to be targets. So the last few moves, I mean, if we just scroll back in time, we saw a5, and then a3 was played, taking away the b4 square, which means knight takes d4 is a threat. And Vincent played e5. He'd simply push his pawn to a4. That way, if you push your b pawn, then I take en passant. So b4, I will take en passant and ruin your pawn structure. This a3 pawn might be a long-term target. And the knight can go to d7 to c5, like you mentioned earlier. So instead, he went knight b4, taking advantage of the fact that the pawn is no longer on a5. But Vincent played simple, straightforward chess. Rook e8. c5 played. If you take, I take your knight. And then I take your pawn e5. Thank you for all the targets in the board. This is going to be very bad news for black. So instead, simple retreating move. Knight to d2. Let me develop with tempo. So I think that Vincent has done everything very naturally, Tanya. And it's not like Parham has done anything drastic, but he's sitting here with a lack of development, with an overextended pawn, and with a much worse position on move 18.
I agree. This is big trouble for white. And knowing Vincent's style of play, he's not going to go in for any rash stuff. He's not going to try and win the pawn immediately. I think he's going to prefer to play it slow, keep all his trumps, and go for, well, the kill, so to say, for the c5 pawn at the right moment. Let's take a look at our bird's eye view so we can see some of the other birds and some of the other actions on. This one we can call as black having quite a bit of advantage, with that c5 pawn being a massive weakness.
Wow. I mean, looking across the 7 boards here, Magnus Carlsen still thinking after the move h5. We see the move d5 to d4 played by Dingler. And that game is really exciting. So I think it's time for us to take a short break. But, there's still so many players in the playing hall taking part. All of the amateur tournaments that are swinging, the spectators, because the venue is free to visit. So you look at that playing hall, you see a tremendous crowd of chess lovers and players. Hey, I saw someone just poke someone else on the shoulder. So I don't know what's going on over there. Oh, just trying to get through. Excuse me, please. I need to get to my board. But that is the playing venue. So much action taking place. We'll return to this action in a few minutes. This is the Tata Steel Masters Tournament 2023. We'll be right back.
From the 13th to the 29th January 2023, the world-famous Tata Steel Chess Tournament will be organized for the 85th time, a milestone we are very proud of. In 1938, we started the Hoogovens Chess Tournament. Initially, it was a tournament only for the employees of our steel company. But over the many years, it transformed into a world-class international tournament. A tournament for which all grandmasters, emerging top talents and amateurs like to clear their agendas. The community of Wijk aan Zee is very important to us. The Tata Steel Chess Tournament is a great opportunity for the chess fans to visit this beautiful village.
As you can see, I am in the Moriaan now, an empty gym. People were even playing badminton a few minutes ago here, and I'm sure it will be the beating heart of the international chess world. So here, the 14 masters will play their competition to decide who will win the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Not only the Masters Group, also the Challengers Group and amateur events, as well as the spectators that we hope to see back. We have the absolute elite players in the world, but also 5 very strong junior players who are almost there to compete with them for the highest place on the world ranking list. So I'm sure this will make our next Tata Steel Chess tournament extremely interesting to follow.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And look at the intense focus on Magnus's face. What a performance it has been.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel Chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back. The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so.
We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Vereest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title. Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Look at Prague.
He smells blood, and he is not letting this game go.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
And we are back in the playing hall in Wijk aan Zee. You see the many chess players taking part in this festival. This is the Wimbledon of chess. This is the 85th edition of Tata Steel Chess. And this is Magnus Carlsen taking on Levon Aronian. We see Magnus fully focused, trying to get more, squeeze this position, Tanya. I mean, he has a slight advantage, but you've been a Levon Aronian backer from the beginning. You're saying that despite what looks like an unpleasant position, now that he's rolling up his sleeves, he can handle it.
What an incredible atmosphere we saw there, Robert. I just love it. Just chess fans, players, all there in Vaikanse enjoying this amazing, incredible tournament. It is the most prestigious event of the year. This is what kicks off the chess calendar. This is the Wimbledon of chess. And what an atmosphere, what energy. And the chess in round one hasn't disappointed. We've seen amazing opening ideas. We've seen incredible fights in the middle game, some intense end games right now going on. Magnus Carlsen, you were pointing out, he definitely looks like he's doing really well against Lev, but still there's a lot of work to be done. Earlier on in the break, we saw some really cool images of Magnus and other winners of the event. He's already won the event 8 times. He's been 8 times champion of Vaikanse, the most number of time any player has ever won the event. But we know Magnus. He's never happy. He always wants more. He's so self-critical. He is here with one job and one job only. That is to win it for the 9th time. And I have to say, he's gotten off to a pretty good start with the white pieces against Lev. This is a dream position for Magnus.
Well, you've mentioned that he has had slow starts in years past, and he still has managed to win the events. So right now, he has a good position, an edge with the white pieces, more activity, a safer king, an active rook on d6, anchored in there by a pawn on e5. So all is looking good for Magnus Carlsen, but not all is looking bad for Levon Aronian. It's not like there's a clear target in the position. We look at pawn chains. The pawn f7, really hard to get to, the bishop protecting it, which means the pawn e6 is safe and sound. The pawn on b7, not very easy to get to. Maybe with one piece, with a rook, but to team up on it will not be easy. And the e5 pawn may be a long-term target as well that needs to have an eye kept on it. So white is better, but actually creating threats will not be simple. And that's why Magnus is, he's made the move king to g2, a quiet move saying to Levon, okay, now it's your turn. How are you going to continue this game? If your queen ever leaves, that invites my rook to d7. I don't think you really want to allow that move. So I just feel like Magnus' position will remain more active, and he is the best in the world at winning positions just like this. Most people will say handshake in a few moves, it's just a draw. Magnus says, no. I like my position. I can push and press. And look at Levon, hands on his head. He's not, worried just yet, but he may be as this game continues.
I mean, when you're playing Magnus, you're worried throughout the whole game. And as you pointed out and explained it in all its subtleties, the thing about this position is that it may not be a big advantage for white, but it's just so much more unpleasant to play with black, to keep defending with black this position. You just have to sit still and tight and hope that it doesn't get worse. But where can it get worse is the question that we need to ask ourselves, Robert. And the one plan that does stand out for me to create more weaknesses in black's position eventually would be to try, once you've doubled up on the d file, at the right time to go and break with b4, b5. You need to create weaknesses. h5 is a potential weakness later on, but in chess, we have the rule of 2 weaknesses. You need one more point to attack, and that could potentially be the b7 pawn. Magnus will take it slow. He's going to take his time to execute this plan, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see it happen on the board someday.
Yes, and if he just sits on the position, puts the queen on d4, he might also play g4 just to force a trade and then try to play h5. The black king doesn't have too many defenders over here, so you have to watch out for ideas like that. So I just really like the look of the position. I know it sounds like we're saying Magnus is so much better, he might be winning. We're not saying anything of the sort. At the highest level of chess, these players, they often crumble when they don't have ideas to play, when they're shuffling back and forth, and their opponent is creating a small pressure with every single move. The Karpovian path, I like to call it, because when Anatoly Karpov, the legendary world champion, played, there are some games I looked at of his where I'm like, I don't know where his opponent went wrong. It looked like a very normal game, and then suddenly it was uncomfortable, and then next thing you know, it's losing. So for Magnus, he employs that type of style of boa constrictor play, and he's going to try to do that to Levon Aronian, who has won this tournament 4 times and is not going to back down to Magnus's pressure.
Beautifully explained there that it is again just the onus on Levon, that how is he going to continue playing this position when white has these ideas of going g4, b4, b5. Magnus can just go on and cramp black further and further, making play more difficult. But that said, again, black's position is solid. Magnus needs to show that Magnus touch, which he often has. The one thing in Levon's favor is the clock. He is so much ahead in clock, and that can come to his rescue at some point when he needs it, but it's still far off from now. Magnus still has about 40 minutes, I see, on our screen. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view and some of the other games that we've got going on, Robert.
For sure. Levon on the clock, he doesn't really have a clear plan, so he'll need to figure that out. But as we look across the 7 boards, the game between Fabiano and Nishgiri, it looks like they're fighting for control of the light squares over there on the queen side. That's the top right. In the middle, on the bottom, I'm still mesmerized by the game between Richard Rapport and Nodirbek Abdusattarov. The knight has landed on f4. This will be interesting to see next few moves. Dingli Ren and Gukesh, we haven't seen that game we haven't looked at it too much, but right now, Dingli Ren with the pair of bishops and Praggnanandhaa is second from the right in the bottom against Arjun Erigaisi. The rook is trying to infiltrate, attack the e6 pawn. Things are vulnerable. And Vincent Keymer has played your rook a5 move and kept a big advantage. So Tanya, he did not need to defend the c6 square. He plays rook a5 right away. He will win that c5 pawn if white takes on c6 twice. So I think that he's saying, I like Tanya's plan of action here. I'm just going to activate and, well, be way better developed.
Wow, we should take a look at that. Let's just bring that up if we can on our full screen, because rook a5 is such a committal move. We thought rook e6 keeps everything under control. Rook a5 always in the air. We're going to love all of that. But instead, he goes for it immediately. And sure, you can't just allow rook c5, right? You can't just lose a pawn. But what happens after knight c6? What if white actually grabs knight c6? You take back on c6. I have a queen on f3, and I can just recapture on c6 again. What does Vincent have in mind here?
Probably rook e6. So he's just changing the move order and changing the position. Giving up might have been a long-term weakness on b7. The queen has to go back, and there's nowhere it can go to keep in contact with the c5 pawn. So if the queen drops back, say, to f3, back where it came from, rook takes c5. Thank you so much. I have active rooks. This rook may even come to c6 and take advantage of the open c-file. If you play knight c4, you have to watch out for e4, removing the guard of that knight on c4. And black's one pawn takes care of 2 of white. I think that Vincent is just saying, I'm going to trade instead of winning a pawn, but I remain much better, and black's pieces are harmonious. White's pieces are not developed, and this bishop on c1 in particular is just bad.
I agree with you. You get all these trades on the board, and after rook c5, it just looks like a dominating position for black. Your pawns are better, your pieces are better. White has got no activity at all. The knight is jumping to d5 at some point, and this is what Vincent has gone for. Parham in a bit of a think and in quite a bit of trouble there. I saw that one of our viewers mentioned that they're surprised at the way Parham has played the opening, and I have to say that I would agree with that. With the white pieces, it just feels like Parham got into trouble really early on without getting any game in.
Yeah, it's just not going his way, and it could be because he just got invited to the tournament. He wasn't expecting to play in this top section. He hasn't had time to prepare his openings. But I do think that Parham is the type of player who he makes some decisions that others wouldn't. Like, I don't think he and Wesley So play in the same universe of chess in terms of style, right? Wesley is always very calm, playing safely, and Parham says, I don't mind bringing the fight, but sometimes it can backfire. So I think he will take on c6. He took once, likely will take twice, and then we'll lose the c5 pawn in return and just be worse as this game continues. We'll see if he's able to hold on, but let's go back to the bird's eye view, just because we haven't given other games the attention that we would like to. And I think the game in particular is the one in the bottom left, game between Gukesh and Dingli Ren. Earlier on, we were praising Dingli Ren's time management, his lead on the clock, and we thought he made some interesting decisions to keep the position asymmetrical. It remains just that. And Tanya, I have to say, at least at first glance, I prefer black's position in the bottom left there because it's a bishop pair. And I think that black's pieces are very well placed.
I would agree with everything that you're saying, but my first question is that bishop d4 has been played, and wait, the c6 pawn is hanging. Don't you just lose the pawn in this position? And that's the line that I want to look at.
Yeah, I guess there are going to be tactics revolving around this d3 knight and this f2 pawn. So that is what we need to work out here. But the rook on e8 is loose. So I think if we go down a variation that looks very natural, bishop takes c6, bishop takes d3, just trying to remove the guard of the f2 pawn. After, say, rook takes d3, we don't have the move that would be really strong here. Queen takes f2 check. It looks almost winning for black. But the problem is the rook on e8 is hanging at the end of the line, because after queen takes, bishop takes is check. The king takes back, thank you. Your loose rook is now mine, but so is this rook on e8. That would allow white to end a piece ahead. So this tactical sequence wouldn't quite work. And that means we have to find an alternative to bishop takes d3 and taking on f2. So what is that alternative? That's the question you asked. Maybe it's rook c8, pinning the bishop here, now threatening d3, now threatening c6. The f2 pawn is loose. Tanya, at the very least, it gets really complicated very quickly.
Very messy. And actually, all the things that you pointed out in black's favor still stand. I mean, the two bishops are monstrous. The bishop on d4 and the bishop on a6, they're worth way more than a pawn. And after a move like rook c8, you also pin the bishop on c6. So it just looks like a lot of white's pieces are extremely loose in the position. And ideas of after rook c8, bishop e8 might look like it is winning two rooks, but I think again the pieces are going to tell because of the a6 and the d4 bishop. Let's say you trade twice, and how do you finish white off here? Because it feels like something should be hanging in this position. Queen f3, is that a move?
Looks like a great move. Hitting this rook, hitting this knight, and you can defend both at the same time, but I think you get checkmated. If you go rook to d2, after bishop takes d3, rook takes d3, I take with the bishop. Once the king goes here, I just bring my bishop back. Your king has only one legal move, and then queen f2 is check and mate. So you're absolutely correct that rook c8 is a legitimate pin that white can't get out of, because giving up the queen is the most important defender in the position. And so we see a position where there are threats against white's king. And just if you don't take on c6, Tanya, if you make a more passive move, like say, I don't know, even knight f4, just a random move, black plays c5, and I really believe that the advantage starts to grow for Ding Liren.
I agree with you, Robert. I mean, just this bishop on d4 targeting the f2 pawn, just look at the harmony in black's pieces. Everything is beautifully placed. Meanwhile, white's only target is c6, which you can't do anything about at the moment. And once black gets in c5, that target is gone. As I make my bishop on d4 even more solid, white is going to have a hard time here defending this. Gukesh is in quite a bit of trouble. And I have to say that Ding has played this game really well so far, creating his chances, taking decisions, which, regardless of what the eval bar says, are difficult for Gukesh to answer. You remember we were discussing that recapture on the d5 pawn, taking it in a way that gives both players chances. So really nicely played game so far. And I have to say, this is going to be tough for Gukesh to defend.
It will, especially considering the time situation. Still plenty of time on this clock to reach move 40. It's move 22 at the moment. But you get the sense that things could slip out of control if he's not careful in this position already. I mean, the bishop on a6, very well placed. If you move this knight to, say, b4, thinking you're getting a double attack on the bishop of the pawn, that allows the rook to come down to e2 with the f2 pawn hanging next. So you have to be really careful here if you are Gukesh, because there are many tactics in this position. And I think that Ding Liren he's in the driver's seat right now with the black pieces in game one. He wants to make this tournament count. You brought this point up earlier, Tanya, that this may be his final event before the World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. We don't know when that is. We don't know where it is. We have really no details on it. Maybe Ding Liren has more insights there. But regardless, he wants to have a strong showing, build up that confidence and that rating, frankly, as he goes on to face Jan Nepomniachtchi.
We saw Magnus there briefly having a look on this game, and just looking at it and walking off immediately gives a sense that even just visually, you see this and you know that black is doing well here. We were talking about how important this event is for Ding, but not just for Ding, for Gukesh as well. And it's so crucial in these kind of tournaments where every game you're going to play against the best players in the world to try and have a good start. Gukesh will do everything he can to hold this game so that he's at least able to get away with a draw. He's all of 16, making his debut here at the Tata Steel Masters. He's had a really great year in 2022, but the last couple of tournaments haven't gone that well for him. And he's just 16 years old. He is the youngest player in the field. So he still has a long way to go. He had a phenomenal performance at the Olympiad, won the gold medal on board one. But the last few tournaments that he played, he wasn't very happy with it. And Robert, he was also going to play the World Rapid and Blitz, but last minute decided not to do so he could prepare, get some rest for Tata Steel Masters. So he's definitely going to be a little disappointed if this game doesn't go his way.
And it's important to point these things out because if you look at his year as a whole, as you said, he had a tremendous increase in rating. He, went on everyone's radar. He won a gold medal at the Olympiad on board one. I mean, he was just showing masterful performances. But then down the stretch, he kind of stagnated a little bit. Now he's 16 years old. You can't win every single event. You can't, keep gaining rating at every single tournament. But that's probably a bit frustrating when you experience all that success and then kind of run into a roadblock. Now he's in with all of the best players in the world right now. Some of his fellow teenagers who are also rising to the occasion. But then you have the Dingley Wrens who have that experience, who will punish you if you are not accurate at every single turn. So it's a big moment for Gukesh, I think, for his entire tournament. Not that he's going to be rattled by a single loss, but you don't want to start out this tournament with a loss with the white pieces. That's really not the way to get your introduction to Vaikon Zay. So I think that he has a lot to figure out right now with his bishop on d4 and his bishop on a6 causing him problems. We'll leave him to it. We'll go back to the bird's eye view for now as Gukesh, in his maiden Vaikon Zay event, he has a lot to figure out in the position. But I'm looking at the Jordan Van Forest game in the second from the left in the bottom there. There's like a black bishop on g2, and I think black's up a pawn. So things have gone wrong for Jordan Van Forest, and it's Wesley So suddenly who's up material.
Wow, let's bring that game up because that's definitely been a turnaround. And the bishop on g2, you just need to be a little careful that you don't end up getting trapped there. Because even after bishop h3, you don't have a runoff. And you mentioned that black has an extra pawn, and indeed the e-pawn is there. I'm not really sure how this happened. Should we just back up and see how Jordan managed to lose a pawn out of a position where we thought he's got a double bishop advantage and all the trumps? We were so impressed with his play.
Yeah, and he made the move knight to b1, which I thought was cool, not caring about the evaluation, but then we see the bar. Let's do that one more time. It was slightly better for white, and after the move, it says, not so great. So it was a little too fancy. If he wanted to avoid a knight trade, maybe knight to b5 made sense. He could have allowed a knight trade as well, by taking on d5, but he wanted more pieces on the board, and it turns out that Wesley quickly strikes with f5, taking away this pawn push to e4. If you play e4, even knight back to f6, because there is a problem on this diagonal, and so you have to watch out for that. So instead, we saw castles, rook d7, very simple chess from Wesley So. All he did was double his rooks in the open file, and look at that,
Oof,
Tanya.
Knight f4, that's a stunner.
Yeah, that's a move that's very easy to miss. We see that the rooks are staring at each other, and I believe that Jordan, he might have overlooked that the rook d7, knight takes e2 check. It looks like you're just going to lose a piece here. But the problem is, after rook d7, his bishop is under attack once the king takes. And if you take the bishop on b7, down goes a rook, a more valuable piece on c1. So his hand was forced to give up this bishop on g2, and he's simply down a pawn. So he overlooked knight f4. Good tactical vision by Wesley So.
And that's the thing about Wesley, right? He gets his chance, he doesn't miss it. He is so good at defending and keeping everything solid, but you give him that one small opportunity and he spots it immediately. We've seen him do that time and time again in fast play formats. So definitely a move like knight f4 is so up his radar, and he'll spot it in just a jiffy. And that trick cost Jordan a pawn. And I have to say, looking at the current position, it looks like a really healthy pawn. My first feeling was, wait a second, does black need to be worried about this bishop on g2? Can it get trapped? But actually, it's absolutely safe on the h3 square. You've got a move like king f2, but I go bishop h3, and you can't go g4 because black simply picks up that pawn. So no worries about the bishop. The only thing is, the only chance that white has is if white manages to trade off all the other pieces. Because, Robert, then you could potentially end up in an opposite color bishop endgame. So even though black has an healthy extra pawn, this is far from over simply because of the opposite color bishops. White also has an activity along the c file, can go on to improve the knight position. Ideas like knight d2, knight c4 come to mind, trying to put pressure. Definitely a pawn up, but far from winning.
And what white would love to do is trade these rooks. Like if these rooks came off the board, you'd feel very confident about your chances to make a draw. And if the knights came off as well, then you know for a fact it's a draw. There's no question whatsoever because the extra pawn, it can't really push. White will have a dark square blockade because inherently a bishop can only control its own color. So you would not be able to check a king off the e3 square or the e1 square, for example. So that is what Jordan needs to do. Let's trade knights. Let's trade rooks. That's not going to happen anytime soon. You cannot play rook d1. You simply lose. Not just would you lose a pawn if you take on d1, take on f3. Bishop takes f3 check actually just wins material because your king is distracted away, and then you lose not just an exchange, but a full rook once I get your minor piece. So, Tanya, we're not going to see the trades that Jordan needs. You said knight d2, knight c4, but that just allows the game to continue. So what Wesley So has is a pawn up position that he can play without any risk whatsoever. This is bad news for the Dutch player Jordan van Foreest, who has previously won this very event.
Well, and talking about the game continuing, knight d2 played, and I'm just wondering if black can actually create chances or at least a pass pawn immediately with a move like e4. But then let's just show this line. It's important to watch out because after e4, which is super tempting, white can actually take on e4 and then go king f2. And now your bishop is stuck to defend the e4 pawn, and you might just end up losing that extra pawn immediately. So you've got to play slow here.
Right. I mean, the pawn e5 is healthy where it was sitting, but as Tanya's pointing out on this line, now all of a sudden your bishop is hit, and you could actually keep the bishop on h1. It's pretty funny, but then the king can even come back to g1 to force it to f3, and I think a series of trades would be in white's favor there because the pawn f3 wouldn't probably be long for the board. So you're absolutely right. The e4 not likely to occur right now. Instead, let's just play this, a bit slowly. We can just move our king up to f7 at some point, but we do have to watch out for the line you were talking about. So maybe the king is better away from the action. And if the knight ever moves to c4, then you strike with e4 because you're healthily protected. So it's like a game of individual moves at this point. Jordan trying to keep his composure. He has lost a pawn. I'm sure he's disappointed about that. And for Wesley So, you couldn't dream up a better start to this event. You have the black pieces against a very strong, well-prepared opponent, and now you're up a pawn, no risk whatsoever. You can play for a win and just try to grind this game out.
It's going to be a long, long one. I mean, Wesley's got this extra healthy pawn. He's going to play this one out till the end. Jordan's got a big task ahead of him, but definitely the opposite color bishop gives white a lot of hope to be able to hold this. We will come back to this. Robert, which other games catch your attention? Because I can see a lot of action on. And the one game that, again, I just want to jump to straight away would be the Richard versus Nordebek game. I mean, that's on the center of our screen. And if you take a look, we've got a few moves from when we left it last. G5 happened, the knights have been traded off, and white's got his rook on B5. So it's quite an interesting position. Do you want to take a look at that?
Yeah, let's take a look at that one first, and then we'll definitely go to the Vincent Keimer and Parham Maghsoodloo game because much has changed there. And we see the move rook to b5 was just played here. Liftoff, trying to cover the d5 square. Remember earlier, some of you may remember if you were here. If you weren't here, hi, good to see you. But the point was that bishop d5, now the queen is in trouble, and the knight needs a queen's defense. So if queen takes d5, you simply lose your knight on c6. But I'm ready to sacrifice on d5, and then take back on d5. And you can see, I didn't just draw those now. This was sitting here from earlier, that the e5 pawn, the a2 pawn are both in trouble. The black king is safe. The white king is in the center. This would not be a good look for Richard. So instead, he brought his rook up to b5, which protects the pawn on e5 right now, and also threatens to go bishop to d5, which hits the queen and makes this queen move to a place where it defends the knight. So, Tanya, I think this position is very rich. I think one mistake that can be made right now is this move pawn to f4. You attack the queen, you cut it off from this pawn e5. After f4, I think white even has to move bishop g4, giving up the queen to take your queen with check. And then once your king moves out the way somewhere, you just take this pawn, and then white is up a pawn with a new open file for the rook.
Rook b5 is such an interesting move because it really does renew the idea of going bishop d5 next, which we really wanted. And I was thinking, Robert, how can black fight it? And we've been talking about another plan for black, right? You want your knight on c3, try and get it. Go knight b4, defend this move, bishop d5 from coming in, attack the a2 pawn, target knight a2, knight c3. And then suddenly you're also threatening a move like a6, and the rook on b5 looks like it's trapped. So what is it that white has in mind? And immediately when you asked that question, the first thing that came to my mind was that is he planning to sacrifice an exchange after knight b4? Because if you go bishop g5, for example, I think I'm really happy with picking up the a2 pawn. And this just gets really complicated for white. Looks like a mess with knight c3 coming in. But I think what's more scary in this position, instead of picking up the pawn on g5, sacrifice your rook. That knight is worth an exchange. And not just that, you actually do end up picking the g5 pawn with your bishop, with a tempo. And maybe this is what Richard wants. He wants this position with the two bishops and says that he's got enough compensation.
Yeah, what an idea that is. I mean, we're just talking about how black was going to sacrifice an exchange in the d5 square. Now it's Richard's turn to sacrifice on b4. You get a pawn and a bishop for your troubles. And this isn't just any bishop. This is an insanely strong bishop on an open diagonal. It can go to d5 at the right moment, especially if you bring this rook to g8. Thank you very much, bishop d5. And I would love to get my queen with that bishop on the light squares. If that happens, the black king is in a world of danger. So I'm looking at this position, knight b4, very tempting, but rook takes b4, an excellent reply, it would seem. So what other move candidates do we have? f4, we've eliminated. It's bad because of bishop g4. Knight to b4 is interesting, even with this exchange sacrifice. Are there any other ideas here? Maybe the simple, straightforward a6, just to kick this rook out? Is that also a viable option?
All right, let's take a look. a6, the first thing that we have to check is what happens after bishop d5.
Right, because the queen and the knight are now in trouble. But I think the queen can slide safely to the g6 square, keeping an eye on this knight. And when this rook moves, maybe then I have knight b4 ideas?
I was hoping you would fall for my trick, Robert, of queen e5, get greedy with e5, and then suddenly after trading on e5, I had a nice little check on e6, bishop e6, winning your knight.
Yeah, I mean, the knight actually, I guess, technically can go back, but then you just lose.
Then
all
I
your
go
pawns,
rook f5, and I'm super happy with my position.
Yeah, you're just not. You see the eval bar sky high. So that actually is funny because after queen e5, it looks like bishop takes c6 would be the right move, but as you see, it's a mistake because the queen is unprotected under attack. But we simply swap queens, and then you lose your rook on b5. So this would be an error. Although even this looks interesting. Like if this were a blitz game, I'd be like, oh, white might be able to win with a checkmate on a8 or something like that. But of course, it's insufficient compensation for the lost material. So we have so many interesting ideas in this position, and we have two of the most creative players on the planet. We're only at move 17. They need to reach move 40 to get to the next time control, and it's going to remain really complicated. This one is not a position that's going to be clear unless someone makes a mistake and the other player gets a huge advantage. So Nordibek, somebody walked right in front of the camera because, of course, chess players and arbiters never know where the cameras are. But either way, Nordibek, he is at his table. He is really focusing on this position because I like the look of a6. If bishop d5 isn't so scary, I think kicking this rook away makes a lot of sense. You're not actually weakening your king's position by playing the move a6. There's not an open a file or anything like that to attack with. So a6 just says, get out of here, scram, and then maybe knight b4 is an option in the future, and the e5 pawn becomes a target.
Yeah, I love it. After a6, we were pointing out bishop d5, and you immediately set the move queen g6, not falling for any tricks there. And then, as you mentioned, once the rook falls back, knight b4 comes in with, in fact, a tempo, hitting the bishop on d5. So everything would sort of fall into place. a6 looks like a nice approach. But again, as we were mentioning, this is such a critical moment. There are so many tempting options that Black has got here. Black's thinking about that Nordibek needs to take his time, and that's what he's doing. I won't be surprised if we actually do end up seeing the move a6. It looks like such a human way to handle this position.
Right, because white has like this one big idea with bishop d5. So let's get that rook out of there as quickly as possible. But it's not the end of the story. If the queen is kicked over to g6, then the e5 pawn becomes a bit safer, right? The queen and the knight were teaming up. But if the queen has to run away, then maybe that is something that white would like to see. But the king on d1 since move 11 has been scary. It remains a problem in White's position. So we'll see how this one develops. I think, as Nordibek thinks, we should head back to the bird's eye view to get looking at all of the games, because first thing I noticed is in the top left, Magnus Carlsen's rook has landed on d7, and Levon Irvin's king is on h7. So things are getting a little bit dicey for Levon. I mean, his king will not be very safe. And I'm also looking at the bottom right, because Vincent Keimer's advantage seems to be growing. Tanya, you liked his position very early on, and I think he's proving you correct with his series of moves.
Yeah, it's just great piece activity that he's got, and those pawns on d4 and e5 just make things so difficult for White here. But that said, at least it's still equal material. I still liked those ideas where Vincent could have in fact won the pawn and taken it slower, but he does dominate the position even now. Still has to prove the advantage. Bishop d2 on the board. Hitting that rook on c3, which I really don't want to move out of there. It's just such a pretty spot. And is e4 completely crazy here, Robert?
Well, if it's crazy, then Vincent Keimer likes crazy, because he played the move e4 just now. And the point is that the queen is on f3 loose. So if you take on e4 with the pawn, which is what you'd want to do, then you lose your queen. If you take with the rook, after knight takes e4, bishop takes c3, the knight can capture back. Black ends up a piece ahead with a winning position. So that means that the move in the game, queen to d1, is the best move. And it's interesting because rook takes d3 simply looks like a free pawn. But then there's knight c5 with a clever fork. And that's not the end of the story. Just because you're giving away a rook for a knight doesn't mean that you made a mistake. Black can actually claim first one pawn and maybe even a second pawn with rook takes a3. And now you have two pawns, and very impressive pawns, I might add, for the exchange. So White has an extra rook, Black has a knight, and these two impressive pawns.
Really nice line, and I think this could be pretty much where we are headed, because once the queen falls back on d1 after e4, you kind of have to make a decision. You can't back out anymore. You have to go for this line, because if you fall back with the rook, then that kind of just takes away all your advantage. White can simply recapture on e4, and White's probably doing absolutely fine in this position. So definitely a big moment here. And Vincent, all of 18. This is also his first Tata Steel Masters, so a big event, and I think he would be happy with the start that he's got with the black pieces. In 2020, he did play the Challengers, where he finished with 7 out of 13. But Vincent has also had a phenomenal last year, which he ended with a silver medal in Kazakhstan at the World Rapid Championship. He's at 26.96, so he's definitely looking at crossing the 2700 mark in this event.
I feel like he's one of these young players where it's hard to call them underrated when there's 2,700, but he is a student. He is still in school. And I know that I've seen him at previous tournaments where he tells me that he's had exams, right? He's like, oh, how are you going to celebrate your good tournament? Oh, well, actually, I have to go take my exams after this. So he is multitasking very impressively, because he's at 2,700 and, he's just finished his schooling, I think. So I think going forward, we'll see more and more excellent chess from Vincent Keimer, because he just leapt into the scene at a young age when he won the Grenke Open ahead of, I don't even remember how many grandmasters, 50 or 100 grandmasters. And he was just this teenager who wins the event with a really impressive score, earning his place in the Dortmund tournament. So Vincent Keimer is a name that's been on the radar for a while, and it's one that is going to stay, especially after his silver medal in the World Rapid Championship. But the medal is a thing of the past, even though it's a recent past. He needs to make a very important decision right now. Does he drop his rook back to c6? He likely will still have a slight advantage and some pressure against the white king. Or does he say, I'm going to take on d3, give up the exchange for a couple pawns, and think that with the material imbalance, there's a good chance? So it's a big question for him right now, Tanya.
And it's all about the approach and your style of play that will decide the decision here. I think if you want to, if you're the kind of player who's playing more for the initiative, you would sacrifice the exchange, and Vincent decides to do it, but in a completely different way from what we were expecting, Robert. He does capture on d3, but not with the rook, with the pawn, giving up that rook on c3. And I'm not sure about this, and the reason for that is that White has the option to actually put in rook takes e6 as well. After rook takes e6, f takes e6, the e6 pawn could also be a potential weakness.
But I think that Parham has a trick up his sleeve here because bishop takes c3, pawn takes c3. This looks terrible for white. And we see the evaluation bar sinking because look at these impressive pass pawns. He doesn't need 2 pawns for the exchange. He's like, 1 is good enough because I'm already threatening to fork and win material or to push a pawn to d2 and then all of white's pieces are stuck in place. I think Parham's big idea is actually a sacrifice. Knight d4, take on c3. Now we have 2 minor pieces for this rook on b1, but after rook b3, you get rid of black's maybe best piece, this pawn on d3. And so perhaps the claim is that once d3 is captured, it's a rook and 1 pawn for 2 minor pieces that's equal in terms of material value. But more importantly, there aren't that many pieces remaining, so white's king feels safer. If queens are traded, then white is in no trouble whatsoever. So this might be what Parham is aiming for, and this would be a pretty miraculous save for him.
I mean, this position could be the best position that white has gotten all game. And we do see some trades. We are probably heading there after e takes d3. Very possible that Vincent missed this idea of knight d4 that you're pointing out. I see that the rook on e6 has been traded. As you're saying that if white takes on c3, black is just clearly better with these d3 and the c3 pawns. c2 coming in, you don't want to fight these pawns. Knight d4 immediately played by Parham. Queen takes d4. Is the only way to play because e6, as we were mentioning, is a weakness. You don't have time to make a move like rook a3 with knight e6 in the air. And Robert, I'm just wondering, has Vincent blown away his advantage?
By the look on his face, I think he overlooked knight takes d4, and he is not very happy. But the good news for him is even if he's given away his advantage, he's not really in trouble, right? He can make a draw at any moment, a half point with the black pieces in the first game against a strong opponent like Parham Maghsoodloo is a good result. But what often happens to chess players is even if they win the game, if they let their opponent back in it for a moment, or if they didn't play as precisely as possible, that's really what kind of stews on their mind. So I think that Vincent, he looks unhappy with what's transpired, and he is still in the driver's seat. If anyone's going to win this game, it's him, but it doesn't look very likely anymore, and that's probably what's bothering him. It went from clear advantage to liquidation, and likely a draw is going to happen. So we'll take it away from Vincent. I mean, those series of trades that we were just talking about will probably happen. But why don't we, take a peek as well at the bird's eye view? And in particular, we will get to this game between Fabiano Caruana and Nishikori in the top right. That's where we're going to kind of look at next. We're going to zoom in on that game. But as I look at the other games quickly, Tanya, it looks like Wesley So, second from the left from the bottom, he did play e4, and his bishop is on h1. He went for that variation.
We were just talking about this, that how e4 did not seem like the way to go because suddenly black's bishop would be stuck defending the pawn. But Wesley says my bishop is fine on h1 because if you do pursue it with king to g1, he wants to play the move e3, I think.
Wow, yeah, so you want to push that pass pawn and maybe cause some problems. So interesting choice from Wesley So, but not many pieces remaining. So we'll come back to that game as the players will continue thinking. I think we should dive right into the game between Fabiano Caruana.
Robert, I'm really sorry, but there's just this crazy line that came to my mind. I don't even know if it works, but let's take a look at on the Wesley board.
Okay,
let's say you go king g1.
Okay, bringing that up right now. So if king
g1.
Yep.
And e3. So you can't take on h1 because e takes d2 just wins for black. Fork, queening, all kinds of threats. Let's say you go knight c4. And I'm not sure if this works, but the point is that now if I move my bishop, you're attacking the e3 pawn. And I might be going completely crazy, but maybe e2 is possible here.
Aha. So if king takes h1, your point is rook d1 wins on the spot because now the rooks are staring at each other and you can't protect it. And if you move your rook, you lose your bishop, and then black gets a queen. Just to show that, rook e1 check, king g2, rook g1 check. Thank you very much. I replace my rook with the pawn and get a queen. So, so e3 and e2. So what is white's move in response? Maybe it's rook c2 to oh my gosh, the geometry of this game is nuts because after bishop f3 there's knight e5 with a fork, and if you play rook d1, I get to take on f3 and protect my bishop, and then white would suddenly win.
Oh my god. This is amazing stuff. But I saw that after knight e5, the game still continues because the eval bar seemed to say that black is fine. So what's the move? How am I fighting knight e5?
Maybe, wait, but bishop e4, this rook takes e2? So this is...
This is crazy stuff.
I think it's like barely holding on where black's pieces look loose, but you're just able to get your rook and bishop defended, and everything is okay. But this is not what Wesley wanted. He was up a pawn. He doesn't want to give away his pawn and then have to make a draw by defending for a couple turns. So what is the plan after king g1? Because e3, as we were just looking at, it looks like a very forcing line. He could play bishop d5 and go for the a2 pawn, so give up e3 for a2 and still be up a pawn. But I think that's much easier for white to hold, is being down a pawn on the queen side.
He's gone king e2, so he decides not to follow through with king g1, perhaps did not like giving up the a2 pawn, and Yordan decides instead to keep his king in the center, not pursue the black bishop on h1, goes king e2 because black still has problems getting this bishop out. You don't have the move e3. I do have the ideas of coming in now with my bishop to f2, knight is jumping on to c4, and black's got some coordination issues here. So king e2, but the eval bar doesn't approve of this move.
And I wonder why. And I guess if you play h6 and bishop f2, something like this, I'm wondering if black remains better because I can drag your rook to a bad square, and only after dragging to a bad square do I give up this pawn. Because if you take a bishop g4 check, and your king is actually almost checkmated here. If you're king e1, there's checkmate on the spot with rook to d1. So I feel like that's why Wesley is better. If Yordan just makes all his turns to win that pawn back, his pieces are in awkward squares.
Well, that's the beauty of chess, right? Even with such few pieces, there's so many complexities in the position and tactics, hidden tactics that are there. We'll come back to this, Robert, and see how Wesley proceeds. Does he manage to actually take the point home? He is a pawn up, but long way to go. Let's get an overview of some of the other boards. And I see a lot of developments on the Magnus board as well.
Yeah, Magnus has rook on d7, and Levent went rook a5, so we'll definitely tune into that one in a second. But first, let's go to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri in the top right. And yes, Mittens would win this tournament. It seems like that is the case now that Megans is behind Mittens. But at the moment, I mean, all gloves are off in this game because we see a position where Fabi has put his knight on b3. But look at this bishop on e2. It's kind of the worst piece on the board. So black has this activity staring towards this bishop, and at some point, black could even decide to strike with some pawns. So, Tanya, I know we liked the move a4 when it happened. What move is that? A long time ago, move 8. Now that we're on move 21, it feels like white is actually just kind of passive here.
And that's because your knight hasn't managed to establish itself on that beautiful c4 square that we loved so much after the move a4 and b4 was provoked. Meanwhile, black has got a very active bishop on a6. Let's just compare the pieces. The bishop on a6 is way better than the bishop on e2. You've got these two bishops. White is still struggling with that queen on b1. Where is that headed? The only trump in white's position is that the d4 pawn hangs right now. But it's easily defendable. Right now, what Anish needs to decide is, do you want to play the move e5 and commit to e5? I kind of don't see a problem with it. I would go e5 and defend this pawn and play on.
I think the one downside of playing e5 is you've given me an idea for my bishop, right? We're talking about how the bishop is on a really passive square. But as soon as you play e5, I want to put my bishop on g4 just to pin your knight. So I would think about playing knight d2 and bishop g4. Not the end of the world. It's not like black is losing or anything like that. But suddenly I have some freedom for my piece, and that looks very good, relatively speaking, for white. So how else do you defend d4? I mean, bishop f6 doesn't really look pleasant. I feel like knight c5, giving up d4 for a4 is like a third option.
That's a nice idea, because if you get the a4 pawn, then your queenside pawns can be super dangerous. They're already so advanced up the board. So let's say knight c5, you capture on d4, black captures on a4, and then suddenly everything makes sense because d3 is also still a weakness. And this knight moves back, the a pawn's advancing. I'm kind of liking black's position a lot.
I am as well, and I think that Anish Giri should be very pleased with how this game has gone because I'll just quickly show you, back here when a4 happened, and then the knight retreated. We were talking about how the light squares would be good for white and things of that nature. The position remains balanced, and Anish just handled it very well. He pushed his pawns, he castled his king, and at the right moment, he pushed his pawn to a5 before white could do the same, and that allowed his bishop some freedom on the diagonal. So I really believe that both players have been jockeying for position, but the way Anish has handled it has been perfect, and he has a pretty good record in the recent past. He went knight d4 here, by the way, voluntarily to close the attack against the c5 pawn and just hit the queen on c2. And just to finish my thought, Tanya, he's done well against Fabiano with the black pieces in recent years. He beat him last year in Vaikonze with black. In the Candidates tournament in 2021, he beat him with black in one of the final rounds. So Anish actually has proven quite mighty, a tough opponent for Fabi, even with the black pieces.
And this is quite the dream position with the black pieces with knight c5 coming in. And I'm just wondering that after knight c5, perhaps Fabi just has to acknowledge that his position has gone all wrong and try and keep things together, trade off those knights on c5. Let's say knight c5, I go knight takes c5, you recapture with the bishop, defending that d4 pawn, and maybe now it's time to bring in my other knight to c4. So ideas like knight e5, threatening a fork on d7, or the way that you're describing it with knight d2, but knight e5 just feels a bit more active. And then eventually put that knight on c4 and say, sure, I'm not doing fine, but where are you breaking in from? And maybe white just holds then.
Yeah, it actually is a really good variation to show, because if you take on c4, then we just make a draw. Like, opposite colored bishops, I think it's very clear that unless one side can control the c file, the game will just be a draw. So just to show something like that, rook c7, knight c4, like this, rook c8, and what's going to happen is all the rooks are going to be traded off, and there's no weakness in the position, nothing to attack. This game would definitely head towards a draw. So after this knight e5 move, that's the big question, is how do we deal with this? We could try to remove our queen. What we really want is bishop b8, queen d6, like some kind of attack going for checkmate. It's really hard to make that work, but maybe queen c7 actually, because if knight c4, I do have bishop a7, and I was just talking about it. I don't know. Why not create a one-move threat?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I was thinking, wait a second, my rook is on c1, your queen is on c7. Do I not have a great knight jump? And turns out I do not have a great knight jump.
Yeah, I'm just trying to provoke a weakness here or there, especially because this queen's on b1. So if I can attack on the king side, white's pieces are a little bit far from the action. I know I'm asking for a lot here. It's sort of just hope chess to some extent, but there are some ideas in this position for black to go towards the king side where white doesn't have many pieces. So I think that Anish remains better, but Fabiano remains pretty solid in his position. He does have some things to work out, but we'll let him do that because we're going to want to be here for the time pressure. So, we are going to hop to a break right now. The players, they remain in the playing hall there in Vaikonze. They're fully focused. All of the amateur sections also in full swing. So as the players, they do the heavy lifting, the hard work, Tanya and I are going to stretch our legs, get a glass of water, and be right back for more from the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Oh. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Levon Aronian, one of the older top players right now, world number 2 for a very, very long period of time. Currently dipped A little below is making his comeback in Vaikanze, 40-year-old player, tremendous achievements, and he'll be happy to be back to Vaikanze. He's won the tournament before, he'll try to do it again. Richard Rapport is a known name, he's been to Vaikanze before, one of the more creative players, has recently also gained a lot in the rankings. He is always known for his very unusual style, playing very unusual, interesting opening ideas, and a very creative player, but also really, really strong. Very high rated at the moment, so looking forward to see Richard Rapport back in Vaikanze. Wesley So is a known name, top player from the United States. He's been to Vaikanze many times. One of the fixtures of the Top Chess just had a great result in the Chess.com Global Championship, which was a massive event, and he is definitely looking forward to another Vaikanze edition.
And we return to the action in Vaikanze. This is the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. It is held in Vaikanze, the Netherlands. And right now, the action has been in full swing for a while, and it's heating up. And I think the game in particular that has most people's attention, surprise, surprise, is that of the game between Magnus Carlsen, the reigning world champion in all disciplines. Well, I guess Fischer Random, he did not win. Hikaru Nakamura has that title, but in classical, rapid, and blitz. But he's taking on Levon Aronian. We have that board in the top left, and something has just happened. The E5 pawn Tanya, is gone. And Magnus doesn't look too pleased about what's happening. He's looking like he's ready to pounce, but I think he's more so a little bit annoyed about what just happened because he dropped the pawn in the center, and I feel like Levon's getting away with it.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering how that even happened. I mean, we thought that Magnus has full control of this game and he's going to be the one who will be pushing. But remember, Robert, we did mention that Levon also has his trumps in the position, the A file, the control with the queen coming on to B6. I love this move, by the way, by Lev, because the queen on B6 does not only hit the B2 pawn, but it takes away this really important square the white queen has on D4, where Magnus's queen would have really centralized itself from D4 or C5. So queen b6, a multi-purpose move, and black can now start looking at rook lifts, rook a5, hitting that pawn on e5, and suddenly the double pawns looks like a big weakness. How do you defend this? You can't go queen d6 because the queen on d2, in fact, is overburdened. You've got to also defend the b2 pawn. And suddenly, Magnus finds himself in a spot where it's so hard to defend the pawns. Let's say you go back queen c3 instead in that position, and then rook jumps over to b5, and you end up losing the b2 pawn.
Yeah, you have problems left and right here, weak pawns that are being attacked. And if we just return to what happened in the game, b4 was played. So Magnus voluntarily gave up the pawn, and with queen d6, this rook is almost trapped. It can't go to d5 because the bishop is here. But Levon, cool as a cucumber, plays queen to b5. Now, there are several things to note. The only defender of this rook is this queen. So rook takes b7 does distract the queen, but this is not at all what Magnus would want, because now we're liquidating. We're getting into a position with queen and bishop and 5 pawns each. And after queen takes b4, bishop takes h5, you even have queen e4 check, immediately forcing the queens off the board. And even if just bishop takes and king g8, black is not worse. It's just an equal position. So that's would be good news for Levon. And I think what was looked at was rook d8, queen f8, queen h8 would be checkmate. But there's a big problem here that black plays with bishop e4, and this king will actually be safe on the g6 square. And Tanya, black would be up a pawn in the starting position. b4 would be weak, e2 would be weak, and you see the eval bar creeping in black's favor. And the move queen f8 was just played by Magnus, so he's changed the move order so rook d8 could happen next. And if the bishop moves, f7 would fall. So very interesting moment right now.
That's really smart, because you keep an eye out on f7 and take a look at how Levon responds. So he has to fight against the mating idea of rook d8. He sacrifices with rook takes e2. The point is that now if you go rook d8, black has the opportunity to move that bishop from g6. Bishop to e4 comes in. You vacate the g6 square for the king. Queen h8 is just a check. Well, actually, it's not. Yeah, it's just a check because king g6. And guess what? The queen on b5 playing a brilliant role of defending the h5 pawn. Otherwise, that would have been checkmate after queen h5, queen g5. But it's not possible anymore. Rook e2 is a stunning move by Lev. And the point is that if you take bishop e2, queen e2, and black can never be worse in that position.
No, not at all. Bishop e2, queen takes e2. You have checks on e4. It might just lead to checkmate. If you think that you're checkmating black, no, black checkmates you, because no matter where the king goes, I just keep giving it checks until my queen gets to g2 with checkmate here. This would be even worse, or even faster, I should say. Queen h1 is mate. So yeah, this is an easy finish for black. So instead, we saw bishop e4 takes and queen takes f7. We should point out once more, the queen does defend the pawn on h5. So queen takes h5 would be checkmate, if not for the queen on b5. And that's what the best players do. Multi-purpose moves. That queen b5 move, it attacked the pawn on b4, it protected the rook on e5, but it defended the pawn on h5 in all of these sequences. And now, rook e1 with threat to checkmate, but I think there's going to be a draw. So king g6, queen e8, queen h8, queen e8, and so on. I think this is how the game is going to end in the next few turns.
Queen b5 was an absolute star move. I mean, it's such a multi-purpose queen there, not only playing a defender, but also an attacker. You were pointing out the move rook e1, and I love it because it kind of forces Magnus's hand in the position, not giving white time to make a move like rook f7 or rook g8 attacking the g7 pawn. You go rook e1, queen f1, black's the one who's threatening all the checks, and it looks like Magnus will have to give a perpetual, will have to repeat, and this one should be ending about now. We see him reaching out for the queen. He's seeing if there's anything that he can do, because of course Magnus felt like he had an advantage, but indeed he does go for what you recommended, Magnus. He plays queen g8. Levon calmly moves the king up the board, king to g6. Just not enough pieces for white to give mate. Magnus gives a not it, and Levon can simply fall back to h7 one more time because h5 is defended by that queen on b5. He could also go king h6. Either ways, white will give a check, and this game will end in a draw in just a couple of moves now.
It's a heroic defensive effort from Levon. He made it look so easy. I know the eval bar never got away from him, but these are the types of games that Magnus Carlsen wins all the time. Right? He just presses and squeezes, and eventually you just relent because it's hard to defend for 30 moves. But that's what's going to annoy Magnus the most. Not the results of the game, but the fact that the game didn't last longer, that he didn't make Levon suffer. Levon's not suffering. We're about to reach move 40. It's going to be a draw. With the black pieces in game one, Levon Aronian will make that draw. And with it, his tournament is off to a great start. He is a 4-time champion in Vaikonze. Magnus Carlsen, an 8-time champion. But this is the perfect start for Levon and not the start that Magnus wanted.
And that's it. Handshakes. The first result of the first round. Magnus Carlsen ends with a draw against Levon. Definitely Levon's the one who's more pleased with this outcome. We see the two players still on the board, analyzing some variation. Levon felt the pressure in the game. But Robert, I'm very proud of the fact that I did point out that Lev will find a way. I believed in him. I believed in his resources. And he managed to make it look pretty simple.
Yeah, no, he really did. Because when Lev takes over, I mean, you just got to trust him. And he was able to stabilize. His position was worse. And they're talking. The players do that, analyze at the board. They just want to hear each other's thoughts. And they have tremendous amount of respect for one another. Right? These two players, they're laughing, right? It's like, okay, I drew with the white pieces against somebody I wanted to beat, but that's not such a big deal. And I think there is so much mutual respect between these two players. They have squared off many times. We showed that graphic earlier, and the players, they remain analyzing at the board here as the arbiter rips up the assigned score sheets. These two players, I mean, they gave it their all in game one, but for Magnus, it didn't lead to a victory. And for Levon, it led to the perfect result, a draw with black against the best player on the planet. So with a sigh of relief, Levon leaves his chair. He's going to have to get ready for game 2 tomorrow.
And I saw Magnus there picking up the G pawn, probably pointing out to those plans that you were mentioning with G4, breaking open the H5 pawn. And definitely he felt that he had the pressure, the upper hand in this game. But Levon, a really nice defensive idea. And I have to say, it all starts from that move with Rook A7, bringing on that Rook into the game. And all along the A5 was the defense, the A file was the defensive resource for black. A really nicely held game there by Lev. Again, a decent start for both players, but Lev is definitely more relieved with this result. You've still got action on our other boards.
We certainly do. So one draw in the books, and what is happening in the bottom left between Gukesh and Ding Liren? I see a pawn on G5, and suddenly a white pawn on G4, and then Ding Liren plays F5, where his pawn's not even protected, so he's giving it up two different ways. Let's dive right into that position. I know in the bottom right, just quickly, it is that two minor pieces against a rook and pawn scenario that we talked about, so we'll keep an eye there, and we will take a look at all of our games because the report game against Abusadarov also looks interesting in the center. But let's go to the game between Gukesh and Ding Liren, because the last move that we just saw was F7 to F5. That pawn is not defended. You can take with the G pawn, you can take with the queen, but no matter what recaptures here, it looks like Ding Liren has tactics available to him to go after this this white king with the dark square bishop.
And I think we have to take a look at what are these tactics, Robert, because it's not so clear at first what black wants. I think after G takes F5, it's probably slightly easier to understand what black wants, and I'm just wondering if it's G4.
It definitely is G4. You're cutting off the bishop from the knight, which means bishop takes G4 is necessary. But what was that bishop doing? A very important task, covering the white king. Bishop B7, queen C6. That looks like a very quick checkmate that's going to be very difficult for white to deal with, especially because the F2 pawn is pinned. That looks just game over.
I actually had another idea when I mentioned G4. I was wondering if black would perhaps have the time after bishop takes G4, also the option to go queen G5. I pin your bishop, and the point is if you go H3, I want to bring in my other rook to E2. Now that your bishop is pinned, maybe this works, maybe it doesn't, but it looks really strong.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not -8, but it's -1.7, it appears, on the eval bar there. So still an advantage for black. You're kind of spoiled for choice. Many good options, and Dingleren has a lead on the clock. This is the territory that Gukesh does not want to find himself in. So we eliminate G takes F5 based on the very forcing variation, just to show once more the knight needs a defender. The bishop is under attack, which means bishop takes G4 is forced. And whether it's bishop B7, queen G5, something of that nature is going to be a big problem for white to deal with. So instead, I think it's likely if a capture happens, queen takes F5. But then we see several options. Rook F8 comes to mind, bishop C8 with tempo against the queen and the pawn behind it. I'm not fully seeing it, if I'm honest, Tanya. Like rook F8, the queen can escape to E4. I feel like the game continues, but obviously black has a lot of activity.
If you have to take the F5 pawn, it's pretty clear that you have to take it with the queen. And I am actually not even sure if you have an alternative to queen F5 because it's just simply so difficult to keep the position as is with F takes G4 in the air. I'm anyway threatening to blow open your king side. So you've got to take a decision. And after queen F5, the big question is what you were mentioning, Robert, is rook F8, which is so tempting. Is that the way that black wants to proceed? After rook F8, queen E4, yeah, you're right. It's hard to kind of see a finishing, a finish there.
Yeah, because the queen and bishop defend each other for now. It doesn't look great, I'll be honest about that. But if this knight can get back to G3 and F5, then we close down the F file and we really have some good chances to survive this game if you're thinking about it from Gukesh's perspective. So after F5, queen takes F5 looks very logical. Another idea that I'm just keeping in the back of my mind, and I think this is very important for people who, they fall victim to an attack and they feel like they can never defend themselves. Rook takes D4 at the right moment might be necessary because the bishop on D4 is such a powerful piece staring at F2 and hurting the white king that rook takes D4 needs to be put and stored in your back pocket for the right moment. And now that I say that, there could be a time and a place, and it could be after rook F8. Maybe there's rook takes D4. It's not completely out of the question because if you take on F5 and I take on D8, all of a sudden I have Lasker compensation of rook, knight, and pawn for the queen, and the black king isn't completely safe either. So I feel like this kind of scenario could present itself.
Wow, that is an amazing resource that you're pointing out, Robert. I love the idea of rook D4, and especially in this line, queen F5, which makes me think that maybe rook F8 might not be the best way to play after queen F5. But the moment you point out rook D4, one also thinks that maybe white can consider doing it immediately in this position. Just go rook takes D4, rook D4, and then also take on F5. You still have so much compensation with the bishop jumping into F5, bishop jumping into D5. My knight F6 coming in with a fork on the king and the rook. Let's just show that on the board. Let's say rook D4, rook D4.
Yeah, I was maybe thinking, CD4. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out really quickly. But either way, your point still stands. Take on F5. And as you're saying, bishop D5, knight F6 is a big threat with a fork on the king and the rook. And if this rook slides to F8, this sort of looks like a transposition. The problem is that I'm going to get queen E5. Like, this is just checkmate. You have to give up all your pieces to stop checkmate. So that's not really what you want. You see the eval bar goes sky high. So that is not advisable. And if that's the case, and black really needs to figure this out because bishop d5 is a threat. Knight f6 is a threat. The e5 square for my queen at some point will be nice going against the dark squares as well. So, I mean, rook takes d4, maybe in the moment, pawn takes d4 is good. Just keeping both of my rooks on the last rank seems to be at least a bit safer. And after the queen takes on f5, there is maybe, I don't know what move, d3 is possible.
It's so difficult in these positions because I do see the eval bar, it loves black's position. But the thing is, from a human perspective and practically on the board, when you don't know what the evaluation is, it just looks like a complete mess. Like a game that you're playing for 3 results.
It does. I mean, I have to trust Dingleren because he volunteered this sort of tactical sequence with f5. Let's just go back a half turn. Knight g3 was just played. But before f5, I was going to say that that's not forced at all. There's so many different moves that black can play. Queen g6, maybe king h8 just to stay off these forking squares, things like that. But he goes f5, and knight g3 was Gukesh's choice in response, and he wants to get his knight to f5. So I see the merit in this decision as well.
It's a really interesting way to handle the problems in the situation, to reroute your knight to f5, because once it lands there, you can see it creating trouble for black as well. Now, the first thing is that what happens after black captures on g4, because that just seems like such a natural response. You want to make white's king more vulnerable, open up the position. I would hate to go bishop g4 here, allowing the move bishop b7 and the queen c6 ideas that you were pointing out. It just looks like a complete disaster. If black is able to set up a battery along the a8, h1 diagonal, that's game over for white. Which brings us to the point that you were mentioning, that does white have the intermezzo here? Don't recapture on g4, but first jump in with your knight on f5, hitting that queen on h6.
And the queen has places to go, like queen f6. But this still looks so scary. If this bishop gets to b7, I feel like, you're just in huge trouble. And maybe also just a simple bishop c8, because so many pieces are hanging. Your knight, your bishop, the f2 pawn. I'm not buying it. I know Gukesh is an amazing player, but with the clock situation, with the position, I'm just so worried that in a position like this, how is he going to continue to defend his king when all of black's pieces are about to join the action?
We're going to find out, Robert, because f takes g4 is on the board. And now, of course, Gukesh has to think what he needs to do. I will be shocked if he goes for bishop g4. You don't want to give up control of this diagonal. You can afford to sacrifice the g4 pawn, but not let go of this diagonal. For example, after knight f5, let's say you move out with your queen to f6, hitting that knight, as you were pointing out. I would rather put my bishop on e4 than take on g4 and allow you to go for bishop b7. Because after bishop b7, I am getting checkmated for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point, because the bishop on b7 open diagonal, but bishop on e4 protects the knight and takes away bishop b7 at the same time. That's a really clever move. I think so many people, myself included, would immediately just take back. That seems like the good choice. But bishop e4 does hold the position together for now, because the attack hasn't stopped. Black is up a pawn, so even if the attack doesn't lead to checkmate, and I just put my king on h8, you need to prove that you're going to survive down material when all is said and done. And I'm getting word that Gukesh is down around actually 5 minutes. There have been some issues with the relay throughout the round of some problems from the live playing venue, but he is down to around 5 minutes at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that. That is bad news for somebody whose king is wide open.
This position is a nightmare if you've got 5 minutes. And what move are we on, Robert? What move number are we on?
We are move 27. Black's 27th move is pawn takes g4.
So that's still another 13 moves to be made with the white pieces. And that is no easy task in an already difficult position. 5 minutes on the clock is what we are being updated with. And right now, a big question to Gukesh. Does he keep the material balance? Take on g4 while he's made his decision. He does jump in with the knight. And I'm expecting the move that you were suggesting. Queen f6 makes a lot of sense. Perhaps, yeah, I think that's the nicest move, because if you go queen g6, then bishop e4 is even more attractive, targeting the queen. So queen f6 is the move that you want to make with the black pieces. And then big questions to Gukesh, because you can't fall back with the bishop to g2. Rook e2 comes in, and that is absolute disaster. So not only do you have to control the a8, h1 diagonal as white, you have to keep the f5 knight defended, and you have to stop rook e2.
Wow, so many things that need to be taken care of, and the time trouble does not help. But Ding, he's spending a bit of time. He wants to be precise. So let's take this moment to go to the bird's eye view, because a lot is happening throughout our boards. We can see in the center board on the bottom there, it is Rapport and Abdusattorov, and things have gone from questionable to just outright bad for the new Romanian player, the Hungarian player by birth, now plays for Romania. But look at this position, Tanya. We have an end game all of a sudden where it's rook, bishop, and 6 pawns per side. And some people may look at that end game and see a passed pawn on e6. But what Abdusattorov sees, and what I'm agreeing with, is that's not a passed pawn. That's a target. This king will quickly walk up the board along with the rook to go after it. If white spends time to defend it, there's going to be problems with rook f1 and maybe this pawn on h3 as well. So I just feel like black's pawns are much healthier, Tanya. And the last one we played was bishop b2. I think c5 is a very straightforward reply. And this pawn on e6, I feel like, is not going to be long for this board.
And that's the problem in White's position, the concept of two weaknesses, and he's already got it. On e6 and h3, you can't keep both pawns defended. If you lose the h3 pawn, Black will have two connected passes on the king side. That would be a disaster. You lose the e6 pawn, that's a healthy pawn. h3 would still be a weakness. c5 is just such a good move here. Even though you've got the dark squared bishop and you put your bishop behind those pawns, but you've simply blocked out all of White's bishop's activity. You just defend the d4 pawn, cut out the activity, slowly bring in your king to d6, your rook to f6, as you were pointing out, and it's impossible for White to keep the pawns together. So everything looks like it's worked out for Nordebak. He needs to show good technique, but it looks like it's not going to be very hard for him. It doesn't look like very difficult technique in this position.
No, and I'm taken back to that game between Dingley Wren with the black pieces against Richard Rapport and the Candidates, where Dingley Wren won a very nice ending. So, Rapport now in worse shape here. These end games are not similar, but the point is that, you get a crazy game that ends up in an end game that is bad for Rapport, and that's just not something you want to deal with. And I think the only chance you have here is after c5, you need to try to break with c3, because it's not even a bishop right now. If it's behind this pawn chain, it's just not active. And you need to play c3 and try to get your bishop out in the open towards Black's pawns. But the aftermath is simple. Like, what if I just take here, which does free this bishop, it frees the scope of the bishop, but I just feel like this pawn is the biggest problem, and this pawn is also a target. So I do have to watch out, I admit, for bishop g7, but I don't know. I'm not super scared of it, because even if I allow it, now that I think about it, your bishop gets trapped. Rook g8 takes, rook g6. Thank you very much. Your bishop's trapped. So it's not actually a threat.
But you're absolutely right, Robert, that White needs to play c3 in this position. Whatever chances are there, if you open up the bishop, that's your best shot. And c3 is what we're expecting. But currently, Nordebak's the one who's still having a think after bishop b2. And I'm just wondering, what is the alternative that he's thinking about? The other move that comes to mind is rook to f4, not committing that pawn to c4, and you still defend the pawn on d4.
Right, and this rook can actually go to h4, and then you can try to play g4. So you may think rook f4 is met by bishop c1, but rook to h4 looks very strong, not to mention rook f1 check actually just wins on the spot. So rook f4 looks extremely promising now that it's been mentioned, and I'm behind it. Rook f4 looks excellent. I guess White desperately needs to get active somehow, but a rook trade doesn't look like it solves the issue, especially because this rook can always come around and win this pawn. No, Tanya, this looks really, really bad for Rapport. He doesn't have much time left. He's probably a bit dejected. And look at Nordebak on the other side of things. He is staring at this position. He knows that a win is just within his reach, so he does not want to let this advantage slip.
Yeah, that is some intense focus there by Nordebak with his twirling of the rook that we saw earlier. I think that's very classic and typical of him. I remember that from the Olympiad in Chennai as well. A classic Nordebak pose, just completely focused and twirling a piece around his fingers. He knows that he's very close to taking a big point back. That would be a dream start to the Tata Steel Masters with the white pieces for the 18-year-old prodigy from Uzbekistan who had his breakout moment at the Olympiad. What a performance that was. In fact, he's got his compatriot Sindarov, who is currently playing in Vaikanze in the Challengers. I think Sindarov was the second board or maybe the third board, chat can correct me, at the Olympiad. Currently, Nordebak at 18, a rating of 27-13. He's looking at getting those points, and it looks like he's going to have, well, the best possible start here with this endgame. And such incredible play, not just where this is headed, but the way he handled the opening, the way he took care of the difficulties that White posed in the Vienna. It's been a fantastic game by Nordebak.
It really has. And he is a former, which is fun to say when you're so young, a former anything, but he's a former world rapid champion. So he has some of the biggest accomplishments to his name. An Olympiad gold medal for Team Uzbekistan, a world rapid championship, and he is just getting started. And it looks like with the black pieces, he has really good winning chances. We'll see if he's able to take this one home. But since he's thinking, let's go back to the bird's eye view. We still have 6 games going on in this very first round at the 85th edition of Vaikanze Tata Steel Tournament. So, speaking of So, Wesley So is now up a pawn still, but in an endgame. So I feel like his winning chances have actually decreased because the rooks are off the board. That's the second game from the left in the bottom row. That game will go on for a long time, so let's table it for now. In the top right, Anish Giri. Whoa! we definitely have to go to that game because all of a sudden Anish Giri looks like he's down a piece. He sacrificed a knight for a couple passed pawns over here. So I think we have to tune right into that one as it is a material imbalance. Let's go back in time to see how we got there because, Tanya, we talked about this moment, knight c5. That was the move that was played. A capture happened on d4 with the f3 knight. Queen went to a2 saying, hey, if your knight backs up, give me your a5 pawn. Thank you very much. And knight takes b2 was played by Giri, giving up a piece. He has a pawn for that piece. And then bishop f6. There's a pin on this knight. The threat is a4 to remove the guard. And we see a swap of rooks by Fabiano here. And Anish has not responded. He has not captured back yet. But what is the plan for black? After rook takes c8, let's say, I should say, what's the plan for white? There's this nasty looking pin with a4 being the big threat.
Not just a4. I mean, you can fight against a4 with a move like rook a1, but then how are you replying to rook d8? You mentioned the nasty looking pin. I continue to put pressure on it, and it looks like things could get a lot worse for white. I mean, that's quite a sacrifice by Anish. And, for all the haters who say that he takes the safety first approach and he would never go for any sacrifices. I mean, this is Anish. And he's just such a strong player, but very often because of his results, we tend to forget about how combative of a player he can be.
Yes, I mean, he has finished second place in his variant 5 times. And some will say, oh, well, he's never won it. But finishing second place 5 different times, that shows that he feels right at home in the Netherlands, his home country, and he performs super well in this event. And Fabiano Caruana, with his fresh haircut right now, we see that we usually are used to seeing him with lots of hair on his head. He clearly got a haircut right before this, trying to get ready for this event. But I think that he's going to have his head in his hands if he's not careful, because Anish is putting all this pressure on him. So I do think we need to analyze this moment as Anish is considering, do I take on c8 with the bishop or with the rook? I think it's actually quite clear you should take with the rook on c8 for several reasons. So if we can analyze the position a little bit, bishop c8, rook a1, rook d8, the same idea that you were mentioning, putting pressure on this knight. I think that white just simply sidesteps it, because if you take on d4 here, and white just takes back, and you take with either the queen or the rook, I'm going to get your a5 pawn. And once I get your a5 pawn, especially with your bishop placed on c8, I feel like that white can't be worse. And we see, based on the eval bar here, that white is definitely not worse. I mean, you're just simply, let's say we take this way, if you trade queens, you're just worse, because rook 8 threatens to pin and win a piece, rook b5 behind this pawn, and we actually have the healthier pawn structure with the white king quickly jetting towards the e3 square. So Anish does have to be careful here. It was a definitely adventurous and cool sacrifice, and as we see, he did just take back with the rook on c8, so he makes the right choice. But this a5 pawn, maybe that will be won by Fabiano, and it's just a balance is restored.
This entire line that you just pointed out makes a lot of sense to take on c8 with the rook, because at least the bishop on a6 is a lot more active than on c8, and you're still putting pressure on d3. So let's say after rook takes c8, you jump back rook a1, and let's try and play through the same idea, because I don't see how you're going to fight to defend your piece. You have to give up your piece, but in the process, you have to make sure that you win the a5 pawn. And now suddenly, I don't think queen a2 is something to really worry about, because you pick up the d4 knight, and that bishop on a6 will eventually put a lot of pressure on d3. Let's say queen d4, and after queen a5, can I pick up bishop d3 immediately, or is rook d1 something I need to watch out for?
I guess rook d1 just happens to work out here. It looks very close, especially with this passed pawn, but the pin seems to win material, and that's an issue for black. So I guess after queen a5, maybe you... Well, bishop b7 doesn't look appealing. That looks not good at all. Rook b1, and you lose the pawn. So maybe there's rook d6, and if rook b1... Okay, this is getting like really clever. That you defend your outside passed pawn in this manner, and all your pieces protect each other. The bishop on e2 is worse. So it's really touch and go at this point, Tanya. Like, you have to be so precise that it just works out for Anish.
But rook d6 is so difficult to understand and to make on the board, Robert. I mean, you to know that all you have to do is keep the b4 pawn alive. Your bishop on a6 is better than your opponent's bishop on e2, and you keep all your trumps. Rook c8, do we have a move after rook c8? He has recaptured with the rook. And now this is the live position. So black with big threats of a4 and rook d8. Fabi definitely in big trouble. Do we have an update on the clock?
Being told that Fabi's clock is around, oops, sorry, I'm flipping the board. I'm trying to refresh it. Around 6 minutes, and Anish is about 15. So the clock is wrong. There's issues with the internet coming from the site in Vaikanze. Hopefully that gets rectified. But let's go back to the bird's eye view for now. We will keep an eye on these players. So we will look at all the remaining games because one game has just concluded. It was Vincent Keimer with the draw against Parham Maghsoodloo. Vincent may be a little bit disappointed because the game was going so well for him. But the result itself, Tanya, that's a very good showing with Black in round one against a very strong opponent.
And he was the one who was dominating the entire game. I mean, he's the one who created his chances with the black pieces in the Benoni setup. So really drew on his own terms. And you're absolutely right. That's a good result in round one. And Parham's the one who's relieved with that result after being in pressure. But we've got a lot of clock action and board action on. So where should we jump to, Robert? Which is the position? Because I see that there's been a lot of developments in the Gukesh game as well.
Yes, there have been. I mean, so many developments across the boards here. So we see in the top right, it's what we were looking at, the game between Anish and Fabi, still going on there. In the Praggnanandhaa game against Arjun, it looks like many pieces have been traded. The Eva bar still hovering towards the center. In the middle, in the bottom row there, it looks like the end game remains great for Abdusattorov. He's got excellent winning chances. And then right next to that on the left side there, Wesley So against Jordan Van Forest. It's a pawn up for Wesley. He's going to try to win. That game will go on for a long time. So has Ding Liren not moved? It seems a bit surprising, but he was ahead on the clock. So maybe Ding is just trying to figure out how to be as accurate as possible.
He's trying to figure out what is the best square for the queen. And this is the position that we were looking at. So white has just gone knight f5. Hitting the queen on h6. And of course, there are some tempting options on the board right now. You want to go queen f6. You also have the option to go queen e6. Might be considering queen h3 as well, Robert.
Wow, queen h3. I mean, why not? Protecting...
Like bishop g2 maybe, yeah? I fell for that.
You know, I was going to be here to support you, but you pointed out queen h3, bishop g2. That queen not really going anywhere, but there actually might be some funny tactics here. Is bishop d3 available?
Wow. What is that move? My queen is hanging and now my bishop's hanging as well. What is bishop d3? You've got to break that down for us, Robert.
Well, if you take the queen on h3, I take the queen on c2. You take my bishop, I take your bishop. That seems like a fair trade, but black was up a pawn to start, so that's good news. If you take the bishop, which looks free here, then I could take on d3. And the point is that once the queen takes back, bishop takes f2 is check. The rook opens up a discovery against the queen.
Wow.
And much like Parham Maghsoodloo against Vincent Keimer, we get this material imbalance of two minor pieces versus a rook. In this case, black has two pawns and a rook for the minor pieces, but it's enough for white to feel confident to be able to survive this game. It's a very wild sequence. I just don't think that Ding is going to bring his queen up to h3, even though it looks fun. I think queen f6 feels very, very logical. And the other move besides this, maybe queen e6 to stop your bishop e4.
I like queen f6. It just makes so much more sense. It's such a human move to make. You don't want to put your queen in front of the rook. You always want to threaten rook to e2. Why would you not threaten that? Why put queen e6? Queen h3, you would just reject after seeing bishop g2. Why even go into the calculation? I'm expecting Ding to eventually play the move queen f6 and then a very tough ball in Gukesh's court. What does he do with the bishop on f3? It was hard enough for us to find an answer to that. But currently, Ding in a very long think.
Yeah, he's trying to be perfect, but sometimes perfect is the enemy of the good because you get yourself in time trouble. Your advantage in the clock starts slipping away, and with Gukesh down to 5+ minutes, that's not a lot of time when the king on G1 is so exposed. And maybe there's a knockout. Maybe Ding is saying, "All right, I'm going to find this series of moves that just ends all hope. So it doesn't matter if I have 25 minutes or if I have 5 minutes remaining, I'm going to win this game." But I just feel like people get nervous. And we saw that from Ding Liren in the candidates against Timur Rajabov around move 40. He let a huge advantage slip, and then it was immediately a draw. So Ding, he needs to keep his composure, his momentum. He's rocking in his chair a little bit, as we see on screen. But he is in the driver's seat. He has great chances to win game one with black. And what a victory that would be over the rising star in Gukesh.
But he needs to make a move. The more time that he's taking, the more one feels that is he really feeling the position? And, you kind of end up making a mistake if you think too long. I'm forgetting the name, but a great player once said that, a longer than a 10-minute think and you're already on the wrong path. So he needs to kind of really take a call here, put the pressure on Gukesh. Gukesh is using the time to also find his resources, so he gets that additional time. I know, Robert, when I'm playing and I'm under pressure and I'm trying to find resources, the more my opponent thinks, the more confident I get, because I do feel that, one, he or she is not finding the right path, and two, it gives me more time to calculate my own variations. So here, Queen F6, Ding needs to make a move. Is it going to be Queen F6 or Queen E6? Whichever he decides, but he needs to play fast.
And it's not every day that chess players have such a large audience watching them from the scene. I mean, in Chennai at the Olympiad, there were many fans coming to the venue every single day trying to take in the action. And right now, you can see the crowd behind the players. There are many people there watching these top players, these super grandmasters duke it out, and also the challenger section we can see on camera as well. But that must add to the experience, and maybe in a way that Gukesh in particular, because he's so young, isn't used to, right? He's had some experience. I know he played that match in India against Arjun, right? That sort of death match that Chess Base India puts on. I was at the one between Anish and Vidit. That was a really wild experience with 1,000 people watching right there. But I mean, we could see it on screen. There are many people, so many eyeballs on you. You need to tune that all out. And Tanya, I mean, for Gukesh, he's doing a good job because, well, it's not his move. And now he's just sitting there and calculating. For Ding Liren, I feel like the more he thinks, sometimes it's the worse it gets. There's some irony in that.
I can tell you one thing. Gukesh is very used to this attention and being a crowd favorite and having hundreds of people around him. Sometimes, as you mentioned, there were 1,000 people at the death match and at the Olympiad as well. We saw the chess craze in India, constantly surrounded by fans and by press as well. Gukesh might just be 17 years old, but he's also extremely mature in handling that. That is not a factor that affects him right now. It is all focus on the board for him. Ding, I don't know how much of it. He's such an experienced player. He finally does make the move, as we were talking about it. That time is so crucial right now. He immediately plays Queen F6, and this is what I was saying, that the more time that Ding takes, Gukesh has the potential and the opportunity to think about his response. He immediately responded, and what I saw from our board, I think he's made the move Bishop E4. Yeah, he's gone for Bishop E4. So keeping control of the A8 H1 diagonal, this is the move that we were discussing, Robert. Keeping everything together. You stop Rook from coming into E2. You prevent Black's Bishop from taking this monstrous diagonal, and just keep everything under control. It's still bad for White, but Ding has burnt a lot of clock in the last move.
Yeah, no, Ding spent a lot of time there. We're just trying to, get updates as they come in. There is an issue coming from the venue in terms of the relay, so we're just trying to keep everything as accurate as possible. The clocks you see on screen are not correct. Ding now has just under 10 minutes. Gukesh down to 4 minutes and 55 seconds. So we're going to keep an eye on things as they unfold. But Richard Rapport is also down to about 2 minutes in his game. So let's pull up the bird's eye view, because we were taking a look at that one earlier. Rapport trying to hold on in an ending, and with just a couple minutes on his clock, he is the side who is trying to defend. And it looks like he is likely in the center of our screen here on the bottom. He's likely to just lose that pawn on E6 in the near future. And it doesn't mean game over, but it means that it's going to be a tough hold for him down a pawn in this endgame.
That said, I have to say, with White's bishop active, it just looks like White is also still holding on, or at least trying to. Your idea of bishop b2 c3 happened to activate that bishop, and I think that was the right way to go. Black still hasn't won a pawn, but of course, with the weakness on e6, h3, if anyone is trying this endgame, it is going to be Black. You can think about just trading on e5, get that king on e7, block it the e6 pawn, and simply pick up either h3 or e6. It looks like it's going to be a tough task for Richard to defend this rook pawn endgame.
I think the one thing he might hope for is some kind of bishop b8 and go after these pawns, but it feels artificial. It doesn't really seem like it's going to work out for him. And for Abdusattorov right now, king e7 seems very logical, just putting your king in front of this pawn. And I'm not seeing it because bishop b8, I think, actually fails, tactically speaking, to rook a1. I'm going for this pawn with check. If you take on a7, you actually just lose your bishop on the spot. And if you defend the pawn with king to b3, not only is rook b1 check very interesting and looking good, but rook c1 to c3 with check. And I feel like the white king might even get checkmated at some point. So it's just really bad news for Rapport in this position. Rook b1 check, good. Rook c1 also good. With 2 minutes on your clock, you're just grasping at straws here.
Very tough position. So as we were mentioning, rook e2 played, and now king e7 or even bishop e5 are two options that both look very pleasant for Black. Eventually, White will have to play some endgame, being a pawn down. Should not be easy to defend, but still, Nordebek has to continue to show some decent technique to convert this. What else catches your attention, Robert?
Well, it's mainly Rapport's clock, so I just want to remind everybody that they need to get to move 40 to get extra time. They start with 100 minutes for the first 40 moves. Then they'll get 50 minutes starting move 40 for the next 20. Once they reach move 60, they get another 15 minutes, so they'll get a lot of time after that. So Richard Rapport right now relying on the increment until he reaches move 40. It's only move 31 at the moment. And Rapport, as we're getting an update, he has actually 1 minute and 40 seconds. So the clock's slightly inaccurate at the moment. Like I said, it's being worked on, but he is down under 2 minutes. He has a lot to figure out here, but Nordebek is trying to be accurate. He doesn't want to rush and lose his advantage, and he does want to use the clock as a weapon. He did just play king to e7, so that looks like a good choice by him, just trying to get the pawn. And I'm just curious, how is Rapport going to respond? He doesn't have much time here, Tanya. These are the moments where players end up freaking out and making a mistake, but king takes e6 is actually looking like a threat because there's no useful discovery for this bishop on e5, so you need to figure it out, and you don't have much time to do it if you're Richard.
You can't take on f6 and trade the bishops because rook f6 loses the e6 pawn. What Richard is, I think, counting on is the line that you showed, trying to create some counterplay with bishop b8. And then the big question will be, has Nordebek spotted this idea of rook a1 and going for the a2 pawn? Because if not, then White has got counterplay. White has got the play that you were looking for on the queen side as well.
Right, and I think for Nordebek, what he wants is that 1-2 punch. So he played king e7, and he wants to anticipate all of Richard's replies. So when he makes his move, then Nordebek makes a very quick response. So we see that Rapport has moved, and he has decided to push his pawn up to d4. And I think Nordebek, he really wants to make that next move to put his opponent back on the clock. But d4 was a very good choice. It shuts the bishop off the diagonal if this bishop were ever to move from e5, and also now it's threatening d5, and then Black needs to be careful. So king takes e6 might in fact be forced.
This is the moment, because once you allow d5, you're never recapturing that pawn. You don't have time to take on e5 anymore. After rook e5, d5 comes in, everything is under control. So king e6, and the big question is that what happens after a jump with the bishop? Let's say king e6, bishop b8, I give you a discovered check. I want to pick up the a7 pawn. And then we see the drawback of playing the move d4 is that the bishop on f6 actually, after White picks up the a7 pawn, will go on to win the d4 pawn.
It's a great point. So king f5, let's get our king active. If you take on a7, thank you for your d4 pawn, which defends b6 as well. And no, this is just completely winning. h5, g4, and the pawn goes up the board. So this is a big problem for Rapport, and king takes e6. The good news for Abdusattorov, it's process of elimination. You don't want to see d5 on the board. And if that's the case, and you have to take this pawn e6. And maybe there's bishop f6, king f6, and d5, and Rapport saying your king is cut off. So unlike the previous pass pawn I had, where your king blockaded it and then won it, your king is not going to help out. So this might be a desperate attempt to survive, but I think it might work out. And so we're also getting word that there is a result in the books. Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana's game has concluded, and their game has been a draw, I believe.
Oh, wow. I was just hoping, Robert, you wouldn't say that.
Well,
we were just talking about Anish finding this brilliant idea about sacrificing a piece and playing all combative, and then it just ends in 5 minutes in a draw.
yeah, well, it looks like pawns were traded. The equality remained on the board. So a good hold in the end from Caruana. But you see these players, they're very good friends. I mean, they know each other very well. And they're talking about some of the complexities that the game offered them. I mean, there were chances for both sides, it appeared. I think Anish was maybe the side who had better chances. And he's probably thinking, well, could I have played for more? Was there an opportunity for me? And Fabi's probably like, nah, I always had this under control.
Very possible, but still very fascinating play with the black pieces there by Anish, sacrificing a piece. But Fabi kept his defenses up, and this one ended in a draw. But we've got more action on as well, Robert, across boards. Let's take a look at the games that are still going on.
Okay, so we still have 4 games going in the bottom row. It looks like the game between Arjun and Pragnananda with the white pieces. What's the material count? It's the second from the right there. 3 pawns for black, 4 for white. So I think pieces are getting traded off, and we will likely have piece. Richard Report in the center down the bottom. He did strike with D5. He's trying to rush that pass pawn up the board and saying, you may have a pawn advantage, quantity, but I have the best pawn on the board. So there's my quality. And then next to that, we have Van Forest with the white pieces against Wesley So. It's still that end game up a pawn for black, but opposite colored bishops. And then Gukesh and Dingley Ren. Where did B4 come from? Right? Where did that move just suddenly appear from? I think Gukesh is trying to undermine the defense of the bishop on D4 and activate his pieces, but it's not looking great for him. So maybe let's dive in to that one. What do you say, Tanya?
Definitely. I think that's the one that looks most exciting right now. And where we left it, all of that happened. Bishop E4, H5 was played to defend the G4 pawn, just make everything safe. And then B4 suddenly on the board. So you can't really take on B4 because the D4 bishop's weak. And then King F8. Can someone explain to me the move King F8?
I think he wants to avoid any kind of queen B3 or any checks. So he brings his king to a dark square. And then A3. I feel like Gukesh playing in time trouble. He makes his A3 move, but I mean, protecting this pawn, that feels somewhat irrelevant considering the attack that black is trying to get over here on the king side. Now, knight takes D4 at some moment will be possible, but I think that opens the board up in a way that's favorable for black. So if knight takes D4 isn't scary, maybe H4, which threatens G3 and just trying to open this board up for the attack.
H4 G3 is looking super scary for black here. And Gukesh in time trouble makes the move A3. But he does have good control over his nerves. So I think, a small move like A3, he just wants to keep everything defended on the queen side. And he wants Ding to take a decision here. For example, after H4, I think he's forced to take on D4 because I don't know how to fight the G3 threat. After H4, knight takes D4. What do you recapture with? Do you go C takes D4?
I think you could take with the pawn. Looks very good, but you could also take with the rook. And after rook takes D4, I think queen takes D4 is possible. And the one thing black needs to be scared about is this king. I don't think white has enough firepower to go after it. And if this bishop ever moves, you got to watch out for the E file as well. G3 remains a threat. I'm just looking at this, and white has some chances to get after that exposed black king, but also white's king is really in some serious danger. H4 is on the board. We're getting an update that Gukesh, he's really down to his last minute. So it's no fun for him, while Dingley Ren has a slight lead on the clock and has an extra pawn on the board.
And he blitzed at the move rook E1 as soon as H4 was played, down to seconds on the clock like you're mentioning. So doesn't take on D4, just defends the E4 bishop. So that after G3, you can actually pick up that pawn with the H pawn, let's say G3, H takes G3, H takes G3, knight G3 is still possible, keeping everything under control.
Right, the knight is doing a very important defensive task. So rook E1 played. But if rook E4 is possible, queen takes F5. Wait a second, there's bishop D3 ideas. No, this is a blunder. I was trying to win the knight on F5, but after rook takes E4, no matter how you capture, there's going to be a bishop D3, and that's going to be lights out, I think.
That is an incredible spot, Robert. What tactics here. Rook e4. So let's just show that. Queen e4, bishop d3. You're threatening the knight. And if queen takes d3, it runs into bishop f2. You win the queen. You win the house. The king is still unsafe. The knight on f5 is pinned. That is game over. And if you take rook e4, you still want to go in with your idea of bishop d3. Will Ding find rook e4?
I think
Is
he will
the big
definitely
question.
find it. I think he will definitely find this because once you spot it, it's not so difficult. I was just looking at this d3 square, some pressure down the f file, the knight being a bit loose on f5. So rook e4, bishop d3 is easy. Queen e4, bishop d3 is like queen e7 check. But once I take, your knight has to take, and then g3 happens, and this is devastating. This pin is just winning. Your knight is stranded too far away. This is just game over.
This is the moment of truth. Everything that Ding has worked for in this game with his bishops, with his piece play, it comes down to this. Rook e1, we see our eval bar. It has dipped straight down. So rook e1, I think you're on point, is a massive blunder by Gukesh. And rook e4 just wraps things up for Ding. The good news for Ding is that he's got enough time to figure out the tactics.
Yeah, and it is a huge help, I must say. Like, people will always are like, well, how did the commentators see it, but the players are thinking, when you see the eval bar just shoot down, you know that there's something there. It's always a big help. So the eval bar is at -5, and all that changed was the rook sliding to e1 that helps you process that information. I mean, g3 does look very strong. There are other ideas that look good and promising for black, but rook takes e4 is a tactic in the air, and bishop d3 to follow. We are getting word there was a draw between Praggnanandhaa and Arjun Erigaisi. That result seemed quite likely for a while. It's unfortunate we didn't get to look more into that game after the opening, but it was just a very steady game by the two Indian teenagers and friends. But I mean, right, their friend, fellow teenager from India, Gukesh, he is having a tough first round. If rook takes e4 is played, Ding Liren will take this game and be our first winner in the opening round.
Yeah, that's 4 draws so far in the first round, 4 fighting draws. Rook e1, this is the big moment. This could be our first decisive game of the day. Ding's still having a thing. So he's still not spotted the move rook e4, or he's probably just thinking about how the line goes with rook e4, queen e4, that queen trade that you were talking about, because he needs to spot the move g3 at the end of that line. And we see Parham there having a think about this position. Parham survived his game against Vincent out of a difficult opening, ended in a draw. So he's just hanging around, taking a look. Gukesh, I don't think he's going to get as lucky as Parham.
No, he will not. I think, and there it is.
He
Rook
goes
takes
for
e4
it
play.
on the board.
Yeah, that is, the sign of an exceptional player. He saw it, I'm sure, relatively quickly. He doubled. He triple, quadruple check because he knows that if it works, it's game over. But if it doesn't work, it might backfire and you may even lose the game. But in comes this bishop to d3, the rook on d8. It's a tactical shot. This king is on f8, which means there are no sudden checks against it. And that just means that, unfortunately for Gukesh, he is going to lose material. He's going to lose this game. And the bishop on d4 was kind of the heroic piece for a long time in this one. So e takes d5. Way back in the opening, Tanya, we praised it as fighting chess. It became a very complex battle, but I think Ding Liren, he showed his might here in round 1.
And then after rook e4, Gukesh down to seconds, needs to take a decision. He picks it up, a panic decision, but the clock is not his biggest problem. The position is busted now, and Ding has calculated it till the very end. Queen e4 immediately blitzes out the move, bishop d3. The lines that, Robert, you showed us, the bishop on d3 is not on pre because of the discovered attack after bishop f2, comes in with a check, wins the queen, wins the game. The only move that white has got here is queen e7. If you move the queen away, black simply picks up the knight. So you've got to come in with a check on e7, and the last final touch, which is what Ding saw all the way through after queen e7, would be the trade and then to go g3.
Well, he chose queen e6 instead, and Gukesh down to his last minute. He needs to reach move 40. That was his 34th move. But at queen e6, what's happening here? I think that black can safely trade on e6, take this knight on f5, and then play g3. It's all very straightforward from this point on. And you can see on Gukesh's face, I mean, it's disappointment. At the Olympiad, there were some moments where some of these young players, from India, while they were performing so well, there was also some heartbreak, right, in that game between Gukesh and Abdusattorov. So, it's unfortunate that he's had some tough moments down the stretch of the last year. But when you're playing Ding Liren, you cannot afford to make any inaccuracies. Ding Liren takes the knight on f5. If the rook takes a pawn on b6, have fun with that pawn. Here comes g3. The pin is real. The pawn on f2 is going to be won, and then you're just going to get a queen.
I couldn't agree more with David saying that Ding is nasty. He has been nasty in this entire game. I think he's just dominated with the black pieces, Robert. Those two bishops, a brilliantly played game, showing the power of a bishop pair, really, not caring about pawns, just going for the initiative. And we see Ding there reaching out for his water bottle. He knows that this is all over for for white after g3. No defense at all in the position. And you mentioned about Gukesh. Definitely a tough start in a tournament where you've got no easy rounds.
Not a single one. The lowest rated player in the field is Jordan van Forest, who has won this event before. And next lowest, I believe, is Praggnanandhaa. It goes without saying that he is a superstar, and he's beaten Magnus Carlsen many times in the online tournaments. And then you have Vincent Keimer, who is just below 2,700, and he was second place in the World Rapid Championship. The list goes on, and I'm only starting from the lowest rated by classical ELO. So we see G3 is played. We'll see a swap on G3. You can't take again. That is a pin. That is illegal. And after G takes F2, you have a pass pawn. You're going to likely win a full rook for that pass pawn. So a great start by Ding Liren. That comment you read, Tanya, where Ding Liren is nasty, he's like the nicest person on the planet. But when it comes to his chess, you just don't want to mess with Ding.
That is so true. If you meet Ding, he's the most soft-spoken, super humble. He's Mr. Nice Guy of chess. But over the board, he is an absolute beast. You give him one chance and there's no coming back from it. He's also so hungry for success right now. He's had a difficult last couple of years, not being able to play tournaments, not being able to reach events on time, visa issues. It's been a difficult couple of years. So Ding knows that this is such a crucial time for him. His one chance at the World Championship title happens this year, and this is the start of the year for him with the Tata Steel Masters at Waikanse, and he's here to prove a point. He's world number 2, the only other player at 2,800, above 2,800 currently, and he starts with a bang with the black pieces.
Yeah, he certainly does. And B takes C5. And I also like what he's doing right now. He's being very instructive by not rushing his decisions. He's completely winning. That eval bar, what does it say? Like -9 or whatever it is. And he's probably just trying to find which is the easiest path to victory. I could take on F2 right away, but this pin's not going anywhere. Maybe I should start with bishop H3 just to make sure your king can't even go up to G2. Like, these little decisions may not appear to mean much in this specific game, but over time, they really make a difference. And you see the top players, when they're winning, they don't just suddenly rush and spoil their chances. They are accurate to the game's finale, and the eval bar keeps going up and up and away, and that's bad news for Gukesh, but he knows that this game is over. He's just doing the formalities of just trying to play a few more moves before he inevitably throws in the towel.
And there we've got, speaking about precision, Ding shows precision here. Bishop H3, not rushing in to take the F2 pawn, but making sure that White's king has got no spot on G2 or F1. Doesn't want to be one piece up. He's going to end up being 2 pieces up now after taking on F2. Well, Rook C2 might be the only move here for White.
Yeah, no, if Rook C2 is the only move, that is not very pleasant. There also might be a back rank checkmate, like Rook C2.
Ooh, let's show that.
Oh my gosh, can I take
Bishop
something
F2.
on C5?
Yeah, you take Bishop F2. And after Rook F2, there's Rook D1, the killer move. Oh, there's a check here, Robert. I was so excited about this line. But you just completely shattered my dreams. So Rook F2, we'd have to end up taking the Rook. Unfortunately, we won't be allowed to make this move, no matter how many times you try.
I'm trying to do it for you there, and the game is over. Gukesh has given up after bishop to H3. He's had enough, and Ding Liren, he's not going to have enough because that's just win number 1 in this very long tournament. So it's our first winner of the round, Ding Liren, the number 2 rated player in the world, the best player in Chinese history, and a challenger for the World Chess Championship throne this coming spring. Well, hopefully this coming spring. We'll see if that happens, but that's a talk for the future. Right now in the present, Ding Liren leads the Tata Steel Masters after the first round. And what's happening in the other games? We still have 2 remaining, as Ding Liren's game will gray out with his win. We have, wow, Jordan van Forest against Wesley. So, Tanya, second from the left down there, Wesley's king is on h3.
I mean, that's been quite a king march. And while we were saying it's been a great start for Ding, of course, Gukesh has to forget this loss and just move on, because no game gets easy, as we were talking about that. Gukesh is the youngest participant of the tournament. This is his first time at the Tata Steel Masters. He needs to keep this loss behind him. But the one thing I know about Gukesh is that he's super good at that. We remember that game against Nordebek at the Olympiad, a huge disappointment, which not only cost Gukesh a personal game, but also in many ways became difficult for India to go on and win a gold medal at the Olympiad, which eventually Uzbekistan won. But immediately after that round, Gukesh bounced back and went on to win the gold medal on his individual board. So he's definitely known to make those comebacks. He has to let go of this, and I know that his mentor Vishy Anand is there currently in Vaikanze with them. Gukesh does attend Vishy's academy, so I'm sure he's going to get some good words from Vishy to come back in round 2.
Absolutely. A great mentor, in addition to being an amazing chess player and world champion and a fantastic person. So Vishy Anand live in Vaikanze, really giving his players, or the three of them, some great confidence and some great pointers as they continue to progress. And right now, Wesley So's king has made all the progress in the world, going down to h3, can pick up this pawn on h2. But I feel like, Tanya, this game is closing in, getting closer and closer to a split point. Now, something we mentioned a long time ago is without the rooks on the board, it's much easier for white to hold, because look at this king on e3. You can't touch it with his bishop. It's on the opposite color, and that means the knight will have to do all of the heavy work. But at some point, this pawn e4 will just be targeted and maybe won. So I just think with the material coming off the board, and it's already past move 40, so no time trouble, that this looks like it should just be a relatively easy draw, despite the fact that black will remain a pawn ahead for the time being.
But I still think there's a little bit of precision required by white to make sure that everything is under control and it actually does end in a draw. But absolutely, Robert, with the opposite color bishop, that was the chance that Jordan was holding on to after having that small tactical miss, which gave Wesley the extra pawn. Bishop g5, white has just collected the pawn, and king h2 is the move that comes to mind to keep that extra pawn. But what white wants after that is to simply come back with the bishop to f4. You defend your g3 pawn, you're threatening g4, so white still has to waste a move, let's say something like king h3, and then white jumps in with the knight to f6, and I'm hitting that pawn on e4, and not very clear how black can actually keep the material advantage in the position.
Yeah, it looks like it's very likely that white is able to win this pawn e4, and even if black wins a queenside pawn, there's just not enough material remaining. So let's make a move like, I don't know, knight to b4 or something. That in the event you go ahead and win this pawn a2, this king could actually quickly win this pawn or go for this pawn, and eventually the bishop will be able to sacrifice itself for a couple pawns on this side, and that means that without pawns on the board, a lone knight and king cannot deliver a checkmate. So it looks very straightforward in that event for Jordan van Forest, which is why Wesley is thinking he might start with knight e5 and maybe go knight g4 check and pick up the h2 pawn in a different manner. So he's trying to keep his options open. The knight can also jump over to c4 with check, forking the b2 pawn the king. So Wesley, he'll try for a little bit, but in all likelihood, this game is level. So I think we can just hop right back to our bird's eye view. There's only one other game remaining in the round, and it's a different story. It may be an end game, but Tanya, Richard Rapport with the white pieces, he is in trouble against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
He's been in trouble for the most part of the game. I mean, it's amazing that Richard has found the resources to sort of not go worse on the eval bar and keep the game going, trying to find his activity. He did create the d5 passer, and I like what Nordebek has done to take control of that. He's saying, I'll give up my b pawn, but in return, I want to get rid of what you called, Robert, the quality pawn in white's position. After king b5, rook takes d5. And the problem is that, yes, white's king can go on to try and attack the a7 pawn, but it's going to be so far away from the h3 pawn and the parcel that's going to count. Black can even start with rook d7 and not even give up the pawn. King will slowly march up the board with king f4. Still some work to be done, though, with black here to convert this position.
Yeah, and I think a big issue, and it's the concept of a decoy. The king is distracted by this pawn on a7. So even the move rook d4 is possible, because if you take on a7, down goes the eval bar, rook h4. You might think, what are you doing? Just trading off pieces, an even endgame, right? One pawn and a king versus one pawn and a king. But the white king is very far away. The black king just goes up, wins the pawn, and the h pawn promotes, and that would be the game. So you have to be very, very careful in this endgame. If you are Richard Rapport, and after b5 check, it's already past move 40. He is thinking, do I take this pawn? Do I play king c5 and try to cling on to that pawn and push up to d6? But I think there's not really much of a choice, Tanya, because king c5, b4. I'm just distracting your king as best I can. And this is an even worse version, because when I take on d5, your king is cut off on the 5th rank, which means I can push my pawn and continue to distract your king while your plan looks very promising.
It's a tough endgame. I mean, even with such few pawns remaining, I see a rival bar, and it makes me think that maybe it's not so lost for white, and white should have some resources, because if black was completely winning here, Robert, it would give a bigger advantage. And I'm just wondering, where is white's resource here after b5? How does white actually hold this endgame?
It might be king takes, after rook d5, king e6, let's say rook d4, trying this rook h4 idea. We just saw that king takes a7 loses. Maybe there's a way to win that pawn without allowing the immediate rook h4. So swinging the rook to c6, for example. Because if you play rook h4, there's rook to c3 defending this pawn. And the one unfortunate thing for black is your king can't then enter along the 3rd rank over here. So if rook d3 instead, going for the pawn in this manner, I think then the rook goes back to h6. And I just kind of wait and see. That's what I'm going to do. And it might be winning for black. And sometimes the evaluation bar needs the depth to consider all the options and see down the line. All I know is it doesn't look very pleasant for white, but maybe it is within reach of a draw.
If you had to predict a result of this game right now, do you think Richard will save this one, or is Nordebek taking this home, Robert?
I think that Nordebek's going to win this game. I just think it's too tricky of an endgame. It's not one that you would naturally see in a Dvoretsky endgame manual, or just one you're practicing for an event. So I just feel like Nordebek seems confident. Richard's calculating and trying his best to survive. I just really believe in the young Uzbek player who has been on absolute fire. And so I'm going to go with him, even though I acknowledge that it's drawing chances remain high. But the players, they get more time. They've reached move 40. So it's time for us to maybe say goodbye to them for a little bit while we take an extended break here. Tanya, any kind of thoughts before we head on over to our break?
Yeah, we've got 2 exciting endgames, Robert. We've had a couple of draws, but not without fighting, and we've still got action on, so we'll be right back. We see our tournament hall as well. It's sort of the amateur section has finished and it's emptying up. Last bit of action remaining. We'll be right back.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir. Good. How you doing? I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look at
looking
that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess?
Sorry, no, I speak French.
Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10.
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it.
Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You
Unbelievable.
lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these three things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing? Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing?
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the two of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him, with him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
gonna box me.
No, he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier. So.
He looks.
Oh my God. She didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every On the Street episode from here from now on? My Lord.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And look at the intense focus on Magnus's face. What a performance it has been.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back. The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so.
We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Foreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title. Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Look at Prag.
He smells blood and he is not letting this game go.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
And this is the scene in Wijk aan Zee, the playing hall clearing out as we have passed 4 hours, I should say, into the round. Many of the games are done, but still, even in the amateur sections, we see players still fighting tooth and nail for that last bit of hope in their games. And well, 5 games have concluded in the Masters tournament in the first round. One winner, that was Dingley Ren with the black pieces. Other games were drawn, but not because the players weren't fighting. Tanya, we saw some great chess in the early stages of this event.
I think Ding Liren has got to be the game of the day against Gukesh. Not just because it was the only decisive game, Robert, but the quality of play that Ding had with the black pieces from start to finish. He never really gave Gukesh any chances at all. Built an initiative, never an easy thing to do with black. Kept going at it and found the killer blow in the end. We all remember that brilliant sacrifice, giving up the exchange on e4, bishop d3. So absolute precision there by Ding, which is what he's known for. So it's good to see that Ding has come to this event feeling in shape, feeling good about himself, and starts well. Gukesh, on the other hand, does need to forget this loss with the black pieces and come back stronger on day 2. I think the Anish Fabi game was also extremely rich. Anish created his chances but ended in a draw. Levon Aronian definitely happy with that result. He was under pressure against Magnus, a tough one there. Prag against Arjun was a big fight there. We saw both players go for it, but they had their chances. Both kept their defenses alive, and that one ended evenly. Vincent, another player who's probably disappointed with the result. He got that little edge with the black pieces, Robert, but Parham found a nasty trick at the end, managed to neutralize all the edge, and escaped with a draw.
Wow, that's a great summary of the day's action thus far. And we're still treated 2 more games. We're deep into the round. We have some end games in store for you right now. Richard Report, he's really trying his best to survive. He is down a pawn against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the Uzbek teenager who helped lead his country to an Olympiad gold medal. He won the World Rapid Championship in 2021. And then we have Wesley So, a former winner of this event, with the black pieces taking on Jordan van Foreest, who also has previously won this event. So let's start with the game between So and van Foreest, just because I feel like there's just not quite as much life left in terms of winning chances. So I believe we should start with Wesley with the black pieces against Jordan van Foreest, because the last couple moves we saw that knight e5 move was played. The knight went up to f6, just going after the pawn. The knight checked on c4, the king went up, and the knight took on b2. So where we currently sit, black is a pawn ahead, and it's a different pawn. Now, black has an extra pawn over here on the queen side versus the extra pawn that was just in the center of the board. So for Jordan, he is trying to figure out, can he just take this pawn on e4, which does leave black a pawn ahead. So if we just go through the variation, knight takes, bishop takes, king takes, the pawn h2 is hanging, and it's not going anywhere. So you don't even have to take it right away. But after king takes h2, then white will play the move bishop f4, threatening g4 check. And Tanya, I think there are two issues. One, this knight is a little bit misplaced. And two, these pawns are on dark squares. And I guess I'll say three, that this pawn is pretty close to the white king.
And I think it's the third issue that is the biggest problem here, Robert, because after you make the move king h3 against the threat of g4 that you pointed out, white can simply go king f5, and there's really no way to keep the h-pawn alive. You'll have to trade it off, and the problem with that is with pawns just on one side of the board, just on the queen side, the king and bishop can simply keep it together, and that will end in a draw. I think knight takes e4 will actually be the simplest way for white to continue here. King d4 played. We don't have knight b2 yet, do we?
No, we had knight takes b2 actually. But one thing to note, actually, black could lose, right? If you play h4 and white plays g4, look at the eval bar, right? It's like there's a one thing that has to be looked out for, because knights are very slow pieces. They're short range pieces. So trying to get this knight to stop the pawn, where you can't even get to d6, the bishop cuts it off. So white's next moves are very obvious. It's just going right up the board for a decisive game in white's favor. So that'd be crazy if Wesley, who is up a pawn, then lost the game. It's not going to happen, but you just need to keep an eye on that.
That's actually a really nice and an important trick. And I think it's very important for black to not then rush with h4, but instead get the knight to the king side. But again, I feel like once the pawns are traded off, it's not going to be a problem for white to end that in a draw. Knight b2, you mentioned, has been played on the board. I'm expecting knight e4. And if not king h2, what is the other way that black can actually continue to try and create some chances in this position?
I'm just really not seeing it. I think it's maybe, I can't imagine a world where you don't take on e4, but maybe it's king takes h2 and bishop f4, king h3. That way the pawn on h5 is defended, and there's none of this king going over to win it. So maybe that keeps chances alive. But I just feel like with the presence of opposite colored bishops, you're never going to have serious winning chances. It's just not enough material. This bishop will always go to b8, and white can start going after the remaining black pawns. And I just think that in all likelihood, I mean, without a tremendously unexpected blunder, it's just going to be a draw. And Wesley So, I keep saying he's won this tournament before. He won it in 2017. And his style is such that he plays a solid game. He doesn't take too many risks, but he punishes opponents for their mistakes. So, Tanya, with the black pieces in game one, I think he'll be perfectly okay making a draw.
He's not going to be superbly disappointed. He created his chances, got an edge, but it was probably always under Jordan's control. With the opposite color bishop, the extra pawn, even though a healthy one, is just not enough to sometimes win. Sometimes you just do your best and don't get enough to win. And I think this game was an example of that. But also, kudos to Jordan for just keeping it together, keeping his cool and move by move, keeping things defended and making sure that things don't go out of control against a player like Wesley. Very easy to do that. He did win the championship in 2017, as you were mentioning, a very strong player. He is the current global champion as well. That was a fantastic win by Wesley. And this year, he's super motivated to make his comeback in classical chess. So this tournament is very important for him. We see them on the screen right now. Jordan with his hands over his head. He looks like he feels that he's in trouble, but I think somewhere he knows that the worst is behind him. And there we see Wesley just sitting, looking into the distance. I think he realizes that this should not be too difficult for black to hold.
It should not. At this point, Black is a pawn ahead, but there's just not too many pieces remaining. It looks like it's well within that drawing range. So let's take a step back. Let's zoom out for a second. We do have one other game remaining. It is Richard Rapport. He started with the white pieces. He played very exciting, crazy chess against his opponent, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But where we sit right now is that rook endgame. It is rook and 3 pawns for black, rook and 2 pawns for white, and king c5 was played. And if we bring that board up as we dive in, the last move played was pawn to b4 by Nodirbek. He's trying to distract the king and win the pawn and say that if your king is cut off on the 5th rank, my a pawn is safer. Now, the one good thing, Tanya, I think we should note is that the king is closer to the 3rd rank and maybe can help defend this pawn on h3 eventually. But the rook on d5, even if it goes to e5, perfectly placed, cutting off the white king from the king side.
It's interesting how in both these games, it's the player with the white pieces who's trying to defend and keep it together, while the player with the black pieces is still pushing. But I think out of Nodirbek and Wesley playing with black, trying to create something, it's Nodirbek who has more of a chance to convert this into a win than Wesley does against Yordan. You were mentioning the idea b4 is on the board. As you said, Nodirbek has taken this decision to swap off the b pawn to force the trade of the b pawn with the d5 pawn. You know, I asked you this question, Robert, that if you had to predict a result, and you mentioned that it's probably harder for white to actually defend this position, and you think that Nodirbek will be able to take this point home. Do you still feel the same way?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot, asking a good question. I do feel like Nodirbek has great chances to win this game. I just think that in some end games, you know where the fortress is. You've studied it before. You see, this is the setup I need. In this particular one, it just doesn't seem as clear cut because on one hand, the white king might want to stay at near this pawn a7, try to keep that in place. On the other, if the king could take this b4 pawn and go to g3, you'd be feeling good about your chances for the time being. But then I'm just going to start making moves and just show what I mean. So if we let this king go all the way over to f3 and g3, you still have to contend with the fact that if your rook is over here, and I'm just going to make moves, that this black king is going to come over and the rook protects the g pawn. It's very important as you try to push this pawn up the board. So you see the eval going in black's favor here quite a bit. So it's something to note. So that setup, which is what I was just talking about, still has its own set of problems. And the king runs right over to b4, and there's no way to take this pawn. The best you can do at some point is trade it, and this may have drawing chances in some positions, but clearly not this one, right? So that's the tricky part about endgames, is there aren't as many pieces. So on one hand, it should be easier to calculate direct sequences. On the other, one mistake and the game is completely lost.
It's a very tricky endgame, and the good news for the players is that because it's a classical time format, they've got some time to try and think and figure out and navigate their way through these complex rook-pawn endgames. Let's get back to our live board, Robert. So b4 is the current position, and white still hasn't taken a call to take on b4. I'm just wondering if Richard has got any other possibility. What could he be thinking about? Because it's hard to imagine allowing black to run down the board with the b pawn. You just can't allow b3.
What else is available here? King takes b4 looks obvious. Maybe there's some way to get the rook behind the pawn, like a rook h7, rook b7, or rook h8, rook b8, one of these kind of moves. But aren't you just allowing both of these pawns to start going? Don't I just push them and now they're connected? I feel like this can't be right. You see the eval bar going up and up in black's favor.
Yeah, I'd be terrified to allow a5 and b3 come in. But Richard taking his time before he captures on b4. d6 is not possible because black just runs down the board and is faster with b3. Rook h7, rook h8 ideas that you're pointing out. Run into the a pawn, joining in the battle, supporting his friend on b4 and creating a mess for black. Not sure why Richard's taking that long. King b4, I think, will be the eventual decision here.
Yes, and they have more time because they reached move 40. So the zeros on reports clock, it's just a tech issue at the moment. We will work on getting that fixed, and we'll keep you updated with how much time the players have remaining. But for now, it seems to me that a report is he's working hard. He really wants to save this half point, but this can't be comfortable for him. He had the white pieces. He was playing exciting tactical chess, and now he's in a technical endgame where it's, as I've been saying, it's just not clear how he makes that draw.
Again, we've got that typical classic chess pose of the player looking away, but the only thing on the mind is actually calculating the position ahead. Richard thinking if he wants to defend with king takes b4, or perhaps looks for a more creative way of doing it, moving the rook away. Robert, the kind of lines that you were pointing out. Knowing Richard, I won't be surprised if he comes up with something that completely surprises us, that's completely out of the box in this position.
And just there aren't too many, pieces remaining, too many options. So I don't know what he can do, and if he does something that's maybe too outside the box, he might just lose in a few turns. So that's the problem with this position, and he's really calculating. And we have a zoomed in setting here, so we can see that he has 25 minutes and change. So he does have time to work through this position, but he's going to have to calculate certain lines to the very end.
Well, he's trying his best to do that. And while he does that, we do have another game going on as well, Robert. We've got here Richard fighting for his life in this rook pawn endgame. But not just that, if we bring up our bird's eye view with the two games that are on right now, we also see Wesley trying to push in this position, but I think Jordan's got this under control as well.
Yes, 2 games remain. We see the other 5 games are over. I was going to say we're drawn. No. Dingley Ren did not draw his game. He won that game against Gukesh, but we just have the 2 we're focusing on here in the bottom row. The left one is Wesley So with that. Well, he had the extra pawn. Currently, he doesn't, but he can take on h2 at any moment, but just not enough material remaining. Then in the center there, we have Abdusattorov playing that move b4, trying to distract the white king. So 2 endgames, 2 very different stories, and also just 2 very different games. So Tanya, I mean, that's something that we probably need to think about a little bit more. Chess players are supposed to be objective. They're supposed to forget about the past and only focus on the position at hand. But it's often hard to do that when you feel like you missed some chances or the position just has completely changed. Whereas Wesley's game was always pretty much like an end game from the start. This game was tactical, and he did play. We just saw Richard play the move rook h8, by the way. So
that is incredible. We were just talking about how and what Richard was thinking and what's he gonna come up with. And I told you, Robert, knowing this guy and just the kind of chess he plays, he will find a creative way to continue. He plays rook h8, and we see our eval bar. It still says that white is, keeping, well, as much of a balance as he did have. Let's take a look at what is the idea behind rook h8, because what terrified us was the move a5. Let's point out that b3 is a bit too rash, because I think white just slides the rook to the b file, and then suddenly you realize you don't really have a good way to sort of defend your pawn on b3. So you don't want to go in for this line. You want a supporter to your pawn push, to your army. a5 is the move that comes to mind. What does Richard have in mind for this pawn storm on the queen side?
Maybe just rook b8 and just go behind this more advanced pass pawn, because you can't play a4, you lose the pawn. You can't play b3, of course, because the rook is behind the pawn. But it's starting to look so dicey here. And my biggest question right now is, we looked at rook h7, and after a5, it was -3 or something, and the eval bar is going back to that. So somehow rook h7 is incorrect, but rook h8 is the right choice, and I really wonder why.
That's too tough a question for me to answer. To understand rook h7 and rook h8, the only thing that comes to my mind is that perhaps there isn't that much of a distance between the king and the rook. And in some lines, you want to give checks from f7 and e7, and perhaps your rook can come under fire. That could be an explanation. How it works out, I'm not sure. Maybe we can see it. For example, let's say you go rook b7. And Okay, so king e5, you're pointing out check, and maybe I can attack your rook, get a tempo. I don't know how this helps, and I'm not sure what's the big difference here.
Yeah, I don't get it at all. Actually, king f4 saying is the better move. So why in the I don't pretend to know the difference, and now I'm just very curious. So I'm really doing this for myself, trying to figure out why one rook move is correct and why the other is wrong. But trying to figure that out is not easy. And Richard Laporte just figured it out. He correctly played rook h8 rather than rook h7. Maybe it was intuition, maybe it was calculation, but the distance between the king must be a part of it. I'm just trying to see, like, let's say we continue this line. Why is this suddenly winning? I mean, king g3 looks pretty good. I don't fully grasp the difference. I'm not going to pretend like I do, but we just saw the move b3 played by Abdusattorov here. He is trying to distract white's pieces as best he can. If rook to b8, he might even play rook d3 or rook b1. I wasn't sure. I feel just completely confused by this endgame.
But it's really amazing that Richard actually found the right square for the rook. And that's such a difficult decision to make, and just shows his class, Robert, that with limited time, and of course, we've got the eval bar to guide us, Richard slowed down, had a long think, and then made the accurate rook move. And that's really impressive. What's the difference? We're still not sure. Maybe if you take a deeper look, we would understand. But b3 on the board, and we thought that rook b8 seems like the ideal spot for this rook. You put pressure on b3. Let's take a look at some of the lines, what happened after the move rook to b8. So you were mentioning rook b1?
Yeah, because rook d3, I think that makes perfect sense. But after rook to d3, I was thinking that after d6, this pawn might just be a little bit too slow, because a5, we have d7, and now you absolutely have to take if you're trying to win this game. And maybe it's good enough. Rook takes b3, and like we were talking about earlier, the white pieces are going to be distracted by this pawn, so maybe king to f4 and go after this one, like with rook here and rook to e3, something like that.
It's very tough.
Yeah, I'm just going with the flow at this point in this endgame, but it feels like this. I could see why this is a huge advance for black, because the a5 pawn is really just going to distract your pieces, and so I'm already threatening to bring my rook in.
Yeah, this one's definitely, I think, easier to understand why black would be winning. But let's back up and take a look at the other option that we've got here. So rook b8.
Force, and rook d3 was your move. So what else can be done here?
I'm just trying to make use of the fact that rook h8 was more accurate than h7, and wondering that now can you just simply go in for checks? Let's say rook b8, rook d3.
So rook f8 check, for example?
Yes.
King
e4.
Let's go up. I'm not going to be afraid. I'm going to go up.
Okay, let's give you another check, because I don't want to allow rook d5.
Okay, king f4.
Yeah, this is where it gets tricky, because now if you go rook f8, you just want to go king g3, and then what do you want with white is not so clear, and you're hitting my pawn on h3.
And I could even go this way, right? I can try to help my b pawn out as well. That's not out of the question. So let's say you go check, and I want to go this way. How is it still only minus 1.3? Like, this is clearly in that drawing balance with proper play, but playing correctly in this position, good luck to anybody.
Yeah, d6, you just go king d2.
Right.
And d6, you immediately see is a mistake. Just king d2, and black's fast enough with the king and the pawn.
I love endgames, but they're also very headache-inducing, because there's so many variations that look similar, that could be similar, but somehow one is drawing and one is losing. So we have two options. I just want to show my point with rook to b1 quickly, because I think rook d3 is better, especially now that we're just looking at some lines. But the point is that if you play d6 and black plays b2 and you play d7, you think, okay, I'm going to get a queen. So rook d1 might be forced to take this pawn and white takes on b2 first, we just get a trade. But I'm actually not going to play rook d1 because I have rook c1 check, and it may look like the king escapes. But if the king goes to the b file, I get a queen with check. Of course, I win the game then. Pick up your rook as well and checkmating you. But if you go this way, I get my queen. And now that your king is on d6, once you get a queen, I have rook d1 check, trade, and then win with my passed pawn. So rook b1 is just a move to ask white, how do you plan on dealing with this move b2?
All right, and what happens after king c4 if I just keep hitting your pawn on b3?
It's a good question. I was thinking I could play a5 because if you take on b3, we enter into a losing king and pawn endgame. So winning for black because you take on d5, quickly rush your king over, and the white king is way, way, way too far as it has to deal with the a pawn. So I was just trying to do something like this where even though you get your material back, it's not going to last very long.
No, after king c4, I think any king pawn endings are completely busted because your king is closer to the h pawn and you'll sort of use the a pawn to deflect my king, decoy it, and then bring your king, pick up the h3 pawn, queen the g pawn. So I can't really take on b3. We've got a move, by the way, so let's take a look at what the live board says. But one idea before let's go to the live board. He gives a check.
He gave
and
a check,
the
and
eval bar hates it.
And I think the reason why is king e4 comes with the tempo against this pawn. And what is the follow-up? Because if you go rook to b8, I take here with check, and then I'm just winning. And if you go something like d6, I go b. Wait, what? Are we sure he just played rook f8 check?
That's what we have on our live board. What happened?
I'm just confused what he could possibly be calculating after king e4. Double attack. Attacking a pawn and trying to go b2.
So after rook b8, rook takes d5, king c4.
I think I can even throw in this check here on d4 because if you ever take, I just go here and take this pawn. And I think with the... you know how we were saying one move can just have the game slip away from you? This was not the place and time I thought it would slip.
And after the accurate rook h8, to suddenly see rook f8 on the board, because rook b8 just looked like such a natural response. Why push your opponent's king forward? Why push your opponent's king towards a point where not only do they attack your own pawn, but actually come closer to the passed pawn? So definitely a very mysterious decision by Richard here. And I wonder what he wants after king e4, because the thing is that rook e8, you've got time to go king d3.
Yeah, right. You're actually welcoming the king into the position, and king e4 was just played. I'm very confused right now. And I'm looking at the players, like trying to read body language.
Gives another check.
Okay, but he's walking this king towards c2. I'm just surprised, and I don't mean to be harsh because I have so much respect for Richard Rapport. I mean, he's an amazing player, right? So creative, has been one of the top players in the world since he was a teenager himself. But right now, it seems like he just kind of handed his opponent the win. I've said it all along, right? I thought Nodirbek would win this game, but this made it very easy. And that's the surprising part, is that this is just very obvious.
Rook e8 on the board, and there we have Nodirbek with his classic piece twirl there. He is so close to converting this very difficult rook pawn ending. He's got a choice to make here, Robert. Does he walk with the king towards his own pawn, or does he walk with the king to the h pawn? But I don't think it's going to be hard for Nodirbek to figure this out, and he's going to go king d3, king c2.
Yeah, this feels natural at this point, and the eval bar suggesting it's completely over.
Is it king d3? What happens after king b4? Because there's just one little trick that I want to show, that if you go king c2 in that position, you're pointing out the move b2, which of course wins, but king c2, there's rook e2, and you actually end up winning the pawn.
Right. So that
but
would
you're
not
mentioning, of course, that b2 is just lost on the spot, so king b4 makes literally zero sense.
Mm-hmm. And so instead, we see rook E8, no move yet, but king D3 seems is very obvious.
Well, we saw Ding as well, right? When you know you're winning and you've got time on the clock, you're not going to get any extra points for taking an extra 20 minutes home. You want to be sure that you actually find the precise line and the clear-cut way and quickly wrap up without giving your opponent too many chances. Nordebek, I see him. He's about to go, and he does it, Robert. He goes with the king forward, and what I could make out from the camera, it's king to D3.
And it is, in fact, king to D3. Just a surprising end to this game. It seemed like there's a rich end game ahead of us. You could write an entire book on the end game. We were looking at the difference between rook h7 and rook h8, which we didn't even get to dive into. But then he just plays rook f8 check, inviting the enemy king in, and it's simply losing. There's just no way around it. And it's surprising. I think that Richard's going to be disappointed with himself. He's such a fantastic player. And right now, he kind of handed his opponent a point in a position where, again, I thought that Nordebek would win, but this made it way too simple.
And D6 played on the board. And now the question is that, do you go B2 immediately, B2, and then D7, and simply move away your king?
That's exactly what's going to happen. Nordebek doesn't even give us time to show it. D7, the king will just walk out of the rook's path so it can take this pawn as it promotes, and then black's pawn will promote. So king C2, king C1, devoid any checks, and it's just over. I'm really shocked right now.
And while it looks like Richard will not be able to hold this position, we're getting an update that, in fact, Jordan has managed to defend that difficult endgame, and his game against Wesley has ended in a draw. We thought that would be the most probable outcome, even though Wesley had an extra pawn, but Jordan, with the opposite color bishop, always had enough chances to keep it even.
Right. So Jordan van Foreest, with the white pieces, you want to press for an advantage, not be the one defending, but he manages to get that draw against Wesley So. And for Wesley, with the black pieces in round one, the typical mantra is you hold with black and try to win with white. So a very reasonable start for him, especially because he was never in trouble. But as the players, they talk, they're just trying to figure out some of the nuances of the end game. But in all reality, it was just a naturally split point. And I still can't get this position in my head, Tanya. I mean, rook f8 check, inviting the black king in like this. Such a surprising mistake. And I know they're tired. It's been a long game, especially with all the tactics that happened earlier. But you never expect a player of Richard Port's caliber to play a move like that, I guess.
It just feels like there was some sort of a blind spot there by Richard, because rook b8, and if we just maybe back up to that moment when it all turned around, Robert, the moment when b3 was played, and it just looked like rook b8 here would perhaps be blitzed out. You know, it's such a natural move to make. But instead here, the shocker, rook to f8, giving a check. A check might be a natural move, but not when you're letting your opponent do what he wants, which is to advance the king anyway. And this is where we saw the eval bar drop down. You had mentioned that you expected Nordebek to take it, and that's it, Robert. We do have a result. Richard has had enough. He resigns after the move king c2. We see handshakes there. And I think Richard has this feeling that he did come close to saving this one.
Yes, and the reason why he resigned is he gets a queen. It's immediately captured, and then the same is not happening on the other end. So it's just a win for Nordebek Abdusattorov, who continues his hot streak. It started at the end of 2021 by winning the World Rapid Championship. That was surprising. He was the youngest winner ever. He wins an Olympiad gold with the Uzbek national team, and actually was in the airport with the Uzbek team after the event, and they were all smiles and celebratory. And Nordebek is a very kind person, like very grateful for the opportunities he's had. He actually expressed that to me, that he loves playing online. He feels it's really helped his chess. And it goes to show that, hey, he's continuing. He is not stopping at 27-13, his current rating. He just wins this game with black. He is going to gain another 5+ rating points, and he'll get the white pieces at some point. But Tanya, it's a win for black in round one. We have 2 victors, and they both had the black pieces.
It's a win-win for Black with Abdusattorov and Ding Liren taking a point home. The only two decisive games. All other results, all other boards ended in a draw after fighting chess. And I have to say that these two games were the ones that gave us so much excitement as well, with Abdusattorov and Richard Rapport. You remember the opening, Robert, with Richard going for this very fascinating idea of putting his king in the center, and then Nordebek calming down, taking his time, handling the opening. Fantastic play there by Nordebek. Very maturely handled opening play, and then kept the advantage going, kept pushing in the end game, and finally Richard cracked right at the end with this rook f8, which just felt like a player crumbling under constant pressure. Very often in chess, it's not one move, it's these slight advantageous position, and you keep putting pressure on your opponent, you keep putting pressure, even if it's not a winning position. And eventually, your opponent makes that final mistake because it's very difficult to keep defending accurately.
Yeah, I think it's worth even instant replaying the opening because what we had was a Vienna game. We don't see that at the highest level very often, but f4, using the golden pawn, striking in King's Gambit style at black center, and Nordebek strikes back in the center. We saw the move f5 played to reinforce this knight on e4, not the most common opening to see. And after the swap of knights, we saw d4, another very good move, trying to get this queen into the game. So, Tanya, from the very early stages, it was just an electric position.
Couldn't agree more with you, and we loved calling the action on this one just simply because take a look at this. After bishop b4 check, Richard just simply sidestepped with the king to d1, says, you know what, my king's going to be in the center of the game for the rest of the game, but I don't care, it's absolutely safe. And Nordebek decided to go for long castle here, and I love this move b6, Robert, because it just feels like, wait a second, aren't you creating so many weaknesses? But you simply sidestep all the ideas with a sack on b7, the bishop and the rook that's eyeing the b7 pawn. You free your knight. You want to jump into b4. You want to jump into a2. You want to come into a c3. But Richard has his own ideas. Came in with the knight, picked up that bishop on e6, and played the very nice rook b5, threatening bishop to d5. And I love the way Nordebek handled this position.
Knight b8. We left before this move was played, but a great move. You see the evaluation bar has stayed about the same there. And the point is that the d5 square, sure, the bishop can go in, but when the queen escapes, c6 will be a fork of bishop and rook. So the rook went to d5, and c6 was still played. Get out of my house, said Nordebek. And with the rook trade, now we have a problem for white. The pawn e5 sticks out, and that was the pawn that black went after. Bishop takes g5, not available, because rook g8 is a pin and a win of a bishop. You play h4 to defend. I play h6 to attack. Thank you very much. So instead, we saw that h3 was played. But Tanya, look at this move. Queen h2. That's not the move you want to play.
Definitely not. But you want to try and create chances, and I'm not sure where they are from. Maybe you're dreaming of getting a g4, h4 idea in. But the biggest problem is that the e5 pawn is just forever a weakness. And eventually, Nordebek went on to win that pawn. And that's the one that told the game.
Yes, it was even material, but not an even position. The bishop was free, but in came the black king right after this pawn. Now, this was a great try by Richard. I think all other options are just losing. If you take on f6 and allow the rook to scoop with the pawn, you're going to lose the game because black has a clear outside pass pawn. So instead, d4. And what he did was cut off the black king. So I thought this was brilliant. The black king is cut off, which means that defending against this passer is not going to be easy. But what Nordebek does is he attacks a2. He drags the king away. First, the rook check. Then he takes on h6, because if the king were to be dragged this way, the rook comes back to d1, and you should go after this pawn. So instead of capture here, goes after the d pawn again, gives a couple checks, and b5. So Tanya, it was great play. The eval bar said about -1, so not a one position, but you asked me the question, I answered it, and Nordebek did the best answer of all. He said he was going to win this game no matter what the objective evaluation was because the players didn't know it.
And then it all turned around at that moment. I think Richard still played very accurately, at least trying his best to keep things under control. It looked like potentially he could hold his position, but then after this next move, giving the very natural check on f8, it just turned out to be a big disaster because it forced black's king closer to the B pawn, which is exactly where you want it. And with this in the last position, white queens on d8, black's rook is anticipating that, picks up that queen. Black goes on to queen, promote his own pawn and win the game. And that was it. Richard threw in the towel, and with that, Nordebek took the point. Such a fighting game, but it has to be said, it looked like Nordebek was in control from start to finish. And I think that's exactly what we can say about the Ding Liren win against Gukesh.
We can indeed. We see the results here. 2 wins in the round by Ding Liren with black and Nordebek Abdusattorov with black. I'm with you. I like the way you described this game. It was very controlled by Abdusattorov. When you play Richard Rapport, he is going to bring the heat. He is going to mix things up, make it complicated for you, scare you with some tactics left and right. But it always felt like the young Uzbek player was in his element, that he wasn't frightened for a millisecond. He made the move b6 that you singled out. It was a great choice, opening up the diagonal but closing the rook. And he was able to move his knight back to b8, push his pawn to c6, go after that e5 pawn, which is a long-term target. I thought that was a real model game by Abdusattorov.
Start to finish. I have to say, Robert, this is the kind of chess that I love as well. It's very exciting to see, sacrifices and blunders and the kind of ups and downs we see in the eval bar in fast format play. But in classical chess, you get to see this beauty, this long play, where you continuously have to put incremental pressure on your opponent. And Nordebek did that to perfection today.
He did indeed, and that's why he's atop the leaderboard. There are 2 players, Nordebek Abdusattorov and Ding Liren, in a tie for first place. Now, there are 13 rounds in this tournament. We are just getting started. So when you see Magnus Carlsen not in first place, that can happen. It has happened. But also at the end of 13 rounds in Vaikonze's past, he has been number 1 8 different times. And in round number 2, Tanya, we have some great matchups in store for everybody because Magnus Carlsen, we keep talking about him. He's pretty good at chess. He'll get the black pieces against Vincent Keimer, who you were impressed by in this first round.
He played really well against Parham. He wasn't able to take the full point home, but again, with the black pieces, it was Vincent who was pushing throughout. And that slight inaccuracy, and Parham was tricky enough to make that work for him, and he survived the game. But Vincent is feeling good about today. He will take on Magnus, and we know the one thing about these youngsters, Robert, they're always excited to play against Magnus. For them, it's this big opportunity, and they don't fear him. They have a lot of respect for him, but they're hungry to play against him and to try and beat him. Vincent starting with the white pieces, I'm expecting that he's going to do his best to do the same.
And Ding Liren gets the white pieces, and Parham looked shaky in this first game. Yes, he found a nice tactical sequence to secure the half point, but it wasn't so easy. It was not a clean game on his part. He was much worse, and I think he was on the verge of being lost at certain points, but he found the right decisions. So for Parham, he gets black in game 2 against Ding Liren. That doesn't look like fun. And for Gukesh, he lost game 1, and now he gets black against Anish Giri, who showed some excellent chess in game 1.
That's going to be a tough one for Gukesh. I think I completely agree with you that even though the Anish Fabi game ended in a draw, it looked like Anish has come with fire to this tournament. He played an active opening as well as entertaining chess there, had the advantage against Fabi. Not an easy thing to do with the black pieces. Didn't manage to get the full point, but was the one in driving seat. So another tough pairing for Gukesh there. And we've also got Wesley playing against Arjun.
Wow, Arjun gets black for the second game in a row. He drew against Praggnanandhaa with black today. Now he gets black against Wesley So. Wesley played a great game, and he is a former champion of this very event. But Arjun has shown really phenomenal preparation. We've seen it, as you pointed out, in the Tata Steel India event. And it was a Rapid and Blitz event, but he showed like 30-plus moves of preparation in that event. Here, he showed great prep in game 1 against Praggnanandhaa. And speaking of Praggnanandhaa, he gets black against Levon Aronian. Levon played an excellent game to survive Magnus Carlsen today.
He needed to really bring up all his creativity to really save that half point, and he did it in good style. I really liked his play with the rook. I think the whole game, start to finish, it looked like Magnus was pressing, but Lev found his chances, found his play, and that last move, rookie too. I absolutely loved it. Eventually, it was Magnus who had to force the perpetual down the board. That ended in a draw. A really exciting day of chess coming up. And Robert, I've been to Wijk a couple of times, as have you. So I think we both know that once the games are over, it's a small place. It's Wijk aan Zee is a small town. It doesn't have so many places to go to, but there is this one Italian restaurant that I know was my favorite. And very often you would see all the players there after their games were over. They would be discussing more chess over pizzas and pastas. And I'm guessing that's where the players are headed right now.
Sounds very likely. The one thing with a small town and lots of people there is that the restaurants get full. So that's a good reason to end the games early so you can make sure you get your bite to eat. But really, the tournament is such a great atmosphere. It's so nice to see the amateur groups back. The players, they may not have 2,700 ratings, but they take it seriously. It is a great opportunity for them to play alongside the very best chess players in the world and just enjoy what has been a historic event. It is the Wimbledon of chess. It is the 85th edition, and round one is in the books. It was really a fun time, Tanya. So before we head on out, kind of what would be your summary of this first round?
It was exactly what I was expecting. We did have a lot of draws, but regardless of that, the two decisive games, and we had so much action on the board as well. I loved every moment of it. We saw some brilliant endgame play there, some great technique. Nodebek, who managed to convert a difficult endgame, Jordan, who managed to survive a difficult endgame, fighting middle games where players had to show resourcefulness. Ding Liren coming up with some brilliant sacrifices in his game. We had positional play, we had strategic play, we had tactics, we had everything that we love about chess, and it's just getting started, Robert.
That's the best part. It's only the first round in the books. Everything that Tanya described happened and will continue to happen. We will see the players fight. That's the beauty of Wijk aan Zee. It's a mixed field of the veterans, the world champions, the previous winners, and also the new generation, the teenagers who are not going to back down against any player in this field. It might be Magnus Carlsen. It might be Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri. It doesn't matter. These players, they're ready. They're not the future. They're the present, and they are going to showcase their talents each and every day in Wijk aan Zee. But for now, we have to say goodbye to all of you watching. It's been a really fun first day of chess. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. I will be continuing my hosting here with international master Tanya Sachev on behalf of this Chess.com broadcast. It's been a pleasure. See you tomorrow.